good morning to one and all. Am I audible? Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed
Ladies and
guests
gentlemen,
and canine enthusiasts, welcome to the inaugural Canine CrimCon, the first international conference on canine forensics, proudly organized by Budding Forensic Club. As we embark on this unique journey into the realm of canine investigations, let us reflect on the words of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who once said, "The world is full of obvious things which nobody by any chance ever observes." Today we gather to observe and unravel the subtle mysteries woven within the paws and tails of our faithful companions. Together, let's delve into the fascinating intersection of crime, science, and our four legged friends. Canine CrimCon serves as a platform where the intricate world of canine forensics converges with the broader field of forensic science. Our shared quest is to unlock the mysteries sealed in the prints, scents, and behaviors of the dogs, showcasing their potential invaluable partners in crime solving. Just as detectives keenly observe the seemingly ordinary, our conference aims to shed light on the often overlooked capabilities of our canine companions. Inspired by the words of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, we invite you to join us in exploring the less obvious, where the acute senses and the instincts of dog become crucial in the pursuit of justice. Throughout the conference, expect a tapestry of discussions, presentations, and demonstrations that illuminate the forefront of canine forensics. As we engage today with experts, researchers, and enthusiasts, let us collectively deepen our understanding of the remarkable contributions of our faithful companions which they make towards the forensic investigations. Welcome to Canine Crime Con, where the extraordinary world of canine forensics awaits your curiosity and keen observation. Moving further, I am your moderator for the morning session, and my name is Astha Mahana. Let me take you towards our first platform. In the spirit of invoking knowledge and wisdom, it gives me great pleasure to invite the exceptionally talented Palak Chaube to inaugurate our conference with the divine Saraswati Vanna. Her enchanting voice promises to set the perfect tone for exploration into the realm of canine forensics.
thank you.
Vidya
Good morning, everyone.
Vidya Dadati Vinyam, Vinya Yati Patratam, Patratvad, Dhanmapnoti, Dhanad Dharm Tatha Sukham. Knowledge bestows humility. Humility begets wisdom. Humility begets worthiness. Worthiness breeds wealth. And from wealth, one attains righteousness, leading to happiness. Let us collectively welcome Palak Chaube as she graces us with the divine melody, setting the stage for a day filled with enlightenment. Palak, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Astha. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Palak.
हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ तू स्वर की देवी संगीत तुझसे हर शब्द तेरा है हर गीत तुझसे तू स्वर की देवी संगीत तुझसे हर शब्द तेरा है हर गीत तुझसे हम हैं अकेले हम हैं अधूरे तेरी शरण में हमें प्यार देना हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। तू श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे। तू श्वेत वर्णी कमल पे विराजे, हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे। मन से हमारे मिटा दे भेजे, हमको उजालों का संसार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। थैंक यू।
We extend our heartfelt gratitude for gracing Canine CrimCon with the ethereal strains of Saraswati Vanna. Palak, your enchanting performance added a touch of divinity, elevating the inaugural session to extraordinary heights. Your contribution resonated with our pursuit of knowledge and left an indelible mark on our conference. Moving ahead, I would now kindly request the presence of Mr. Malik Ahmed, the esteemed president of the Budding Forensic Club, to grace the podium to share his insights in the welcome address. His leadership has been instrumental in bringing this conference to fruition, and as we eagerly anticipate the words that will undoubtedly set the stage for an enlightening conference. Welcome, Malik.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished participants. I extend a cordial welcome to each one of you at the inaugural Canine CrimCon, the first national conference on canine forensics. The virtual gathering is a significant milestone orchestrating the convergence of experts, researchers, and enthusiasts in the specialized field of canine forensics, organized with meticulous attention to detail by the budding forensic club under the esteemed guidance of Colonel Dr. P.K. Tugsir, a distinguished military and police canine trainer, and Dr. Sweetie Sharma, an assistant professor at NIVC Delhi. This conference serves as a platform for the dissemination of knowledge, exploration of cutting-edge advancement, and discourse on the latest trends at the intersection of forensics and canine expertise. The Canine CrimCon is designed to comprehensively explore the landscape of canine forensic in India, encompassing its various facets and elucidation in pivotal role in crime scene investigation and military operation. Scheduled for 1 day duration, this conference features distinguished guest speakers actively engaged in the field of canine forensics, offering profound insight and fostering interactions with the participants. Allow me to highlight some key points of our meticulous curated schedule. We are honored to have Colonel Dr. P.K. Chugsa as our chief guest and speaker presenting on advancement in canine forensic, a global perspective. Dr. David Adibe will deliver the keynote address on the science of order and how it impacts the detection work among forensic canine, followed by Ms. Veena Rao's insights into emerging trends in masking and distracting orders to avoid detection by canine. Before we embark on the intellectually enriching sessions planned for today, I extend my I extend our sincere gratitude to the speakers, organizers, and each participants contributing to the success of Canine CrimCon. As we delve into the intriguing world of canine forensics, let us collectively let us collectively embrace the depth of knowledge, insight, and networking opportunities this conference offers. Canine CrimCon is not merely an event, it's a professional journey where knowledge converges with innovation. Thank you, and let the Canine CrimCon begin.
Entire CanineCrimCon organizing team, I request our deepest gratitude for your insightful welcome address. Your leadership and dedication have played a pivotal role in making this event a success. Your words resonated with wisdom and set a positive tone for the entire event. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to advancing the field of canine forensics. Ladies and gentlemen, moving further, I now have the pleasure of introducing Miss Astha Dhal. Astha, are you there?
Yes, I guess that. So, good morning, everybody.
With her adept communication skills and strategic approach, Astha has been instrumental in shaping the club's narrative. Today, she will provide us with the glimpse into the club's journey, initiatives, and the commitment to fostering a community passionate about forensic science. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Astha Dhar.
Thank you, Asta. So, good morning, one and all. We are very grateful to have you all here in the first national conference on canine forensic. So, I'll be introducing about the club. So, Budding Forensic Club is a dynamic initiative stemming from the renowned parent organization, Budding Forensic Expert, led by Mr. Malik Ahmed, our president, since its establishment in 2019. The parent organization, a virtual entity known for its online presence, shares valuable content on the intriguing subjects of forensic science. The club's primary mission is to promote and advance forensic science across all segments of the society. It achieves this through a diverse range of educational activities, including webinars, guest lectures, debates, quizzes, and School Connect program, which is a new program aimed in class 10th, 11th, and 12th. Budding Forensic Club envisions a future where India excels in producing skilled forensic professionals who significantly contribute to the justice system. It invites schools to collaborate on this transformative journey, aiming to inspire young minds and empower the youth while fostering collaboration and knowledge sharing among the forensic science enthusiasts. The club has so far provided many opportunities, such as monthly publications, that is a forensic visit, conferences, workshops, sessions to engage members and promote collaboration in the field of forensic science. Budding Forensic Club is dedicated to advancing research, innovation, excellence in this captivating discipline. So, join us today to be a part of our mission to shape the future of forensic science in India and beyond, making a lasting impact on the field and society at large. So, we welcome you all over here. A very warm welcome on behalf of the entire club. Thank you. Asta Madam, the stage is yours.
Astha. Moving further, today we are honored to have with us Dr. Richa Rohati, an esteemed assistant professor at NFSU Delhi and a dedicated advisor to the Budding Forensic Club. With a wealth of knowledge and experience in the field of forensic science, Dr. Rohati has been instrumental in shaping the academic landscape at NFSU Delhi. Her commitment to fostering the next generation of forensic professionals is exemplified through her advisory role with our club, where she imparts her expertise to eager minds. As we embark on this enlightening journey through Canine Forensics, Dr. Rodgi will be our guide, sharing her insights and contributing to the rich tapestry of discussions ahead. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Richa Rodgi as she takes the stage. Dr.
Thank you,
Richa
dear
Rodgi,
Astha.
PhD in Forensic Science from the University of Delhi, is currently working as an assistant professor at National Forensic Science University, Delhi campus. She also carries an experience of more than 15 years in the field and has previously worked at various forensic labs as a scientific officer, worked as a UGC SRF at DU, before started teaching forensic science to undergraduate and postgraduate students of different colleges and universities across the nation. Dr. Rodgi has many publications in reputed journals and 3 book chapters in forensic science. She has also authored EPG Pathshala modules under the UGC MHRD scheme. She has been presented with the Best Paper Award and the Best Poster Award in different international conferences. She has been actively involved in various research activities in forensic science and has been invited as a resource person for delivering lectures in forensic science. She has also held an article published in the leading newspaper on the scope of forensic science and has been invited to talk shows on Radio Air FM radio. She is also a part of debate panelist as a forensic expert in the Arushi murder case telecasted on the News Nation TV channel. We welcome you, ma'am. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, dear Astha. Ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure and immense enthusiasm, that I welcome you all to the Canine Criminal Conference, the first national conference on canine forensics that has been organized by this budding forensic club, which is a very enthusiastic and very wonderful club that is completely made by the students. And I'm really happy that these students are doing so wonderful work. A gathering that we have today that promises to be a convergence of the brilliant minds and the innovative ideas. As the chairperson of the event, I extend my warm embrace to each one of you who has joined us today. And in the vast landscape of this knowledge and collaboration, I am hoping that this conference stands as a beacon which is going to illuminate the path towards greater understanding, breakthroughs, and progress. Our collective presence here signifies that a shared commitment to the pursuit of excellence and a dedication to pushing the boundaries of what is possible. Canine forensic is a field that is not much talked about or touched upon, but as we embark on this intellectual journey today together, let us not only absorb the wealth of knowledge that surrounds us, but also actively engage in the exchange of ideas. So you may always put your questions forth to the forum, and with the diversity of the backgrounds and the experiences and the perspectives in this canine forensic conference, I'm hoping that the meaningful discussions and interactions you will have the opportunity to have the uh, forging connections and fostering the collaborations, which is going to sow the seeds of the innovation in the coming years. I'm hoping that each presentation or the discussion and talk today has the potential to spark new ideas and challenge the existing paradigms and the inspiring, the transformative change that is going to come. I encourage you all to fully immerse yourselves in the rich tapestry of this conference and take advantage of the networking opportunities and engage with the speakers and fellow participants, and let the spirit of curiosity guide your exploration of the topics. On behalf of the organizing committee, I express our gratitude for your presence here today and your contributions, whether through your discussions, your questions, or simply by just being part of the audience, are integral to the success of this event. Let us embark on this intellectual odyssey with an open mind, boundless curiosity, and a shared commitment to advancing knowledge and making a positive impact. Welcome again to all the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for gracing us with your presence has added our conference for the knowledge you share. We appreciate your dedication to education. Your education has undoubtedly enriched.
Maybe our Samana is having some network issues. So meanwhile, I'll thank. So thank you, Dr. Richa Rohatgi, for gracing us with your profound insights and expertise today. Your presence has added immense
Immense
value
value.
to our conference, and we are truly grateful for the knowledge you have shared. We appreciate your dedication to education and your role as the advisor to the Budding Forensic Club. Your contributions has undoubtedly enriched our collective experience. So thank you, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Google session. I would now like to take you all further with our first guest lecture. To start with our first guest lecture, I would now like to call upon Divendu for the introduction of our first speaker.
A very good morning to all in one present over here. Please join us in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, retired Colonel Dr. Pramod Kumar Chuk. Dr. Chuk stands as India's foremost internationally acclaimed military and police canine trainer, boasting 3 decades of working canine experience with the Army, NSG, and other special forces. As the former and founder director of the Police Canine Cell in the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, he played a vital role in positively transforming and enhancing police canine performance within the country's central armed police forces. Renowned for his innovative police dog training techniques, Dr. P.K. Chok initiated collaboration with NFSU to launch the groundbreaking diploma Canine Forensics course at the Delhi campus of NFSU. Over to you, sir. The platform is all yours.
Sir, we warmly invite you on the stage.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Malik, for the kind words. Dr. Richa Rohatgi, the chairman of the CrimCon Budding Forensics Expert Group, and Dr. Sweetie Sharma, who is the course coordinator for the Canine Forensics, Malik, Lovelish, Astha Mana, Astha Dhal, Swantana, and Divendu. I mean, these are the pillars who have taken this unique initiative under the mentorship of Dr. Richa and Dr. Rohatgi. Dr. Sweetie. I truly appreciate this unique initiative which you all have taken, and I'm sure with the support of the budding forensics experts, we'll be able to reach out to the more people, more aspiring students, more aspiring professionals who want to do well in this field and who want to learn from the genuine sources. So this is something, a unique experience for all of us in this profession, because we have been, practicing, and largely our focus remained on on improving the subject and practicing and performing within our organization. But in today's well-connected world, unless we move as a collective team, as a professional group, we are not going to achieve our desired aim, because everyone is doing in a solitary isolation, unique, and they are trying to rediscover the things which someone else has already done within the country. So as a nation, if we want to improve this subject, we have to really, really work hard and coordinate with each other. So that is our entire aim. And in that endeavor, the academic institutions carry a lot of meaning, because these academic institutions, they can take the responsibility of preparing the professionals for the kind of work which is required by the industry, by the field, in the from the operational point of view, whether it is within the police organizations, law enforcement, military, or among the private security industry. So these are different application parts. So unless we as a professional collectively move, I think we may not be able to achieve the aim. So from that point of view, we have started and taken this unique initiative. And I'm so happy that recently NFSU Delhi campus, they organized a first conference on advancement of forensic sciences and impediments. That was again a wonderful platform where we could present about this emerging subject of canine forensics, and had an open house where students participated wholeheartedly, and we had a very good discussion, and there were a lot of queries. So that excites as a professional to me, because I can see that spark where these today's students are going to be tomorrow's professionals. So if they are interested, they want to understand the subject, and some of them will like to pursue it to the higher degrees or higher research outcomes, then definitely that's going to help the profession as a whole. So I'm basically, I would be talking all about this subject so that I can reorient most of the students. This subject is new, as Astha and Malik and Dr. Richa, everyone has told. So I would like to just give you a brief background, what exactly and how exactly we feel that, what are the challenges, and what all has already been done in this field, and what is the way forward, and especially with the help of NFSU. You all are part of NFSU, and some of you who are joining as a guest, NFSU is one of the institution of national importance, and it has 11 campuses. It's amazing performance within a short period, the way it's growing. And the most important part, which I want to emphasize here, is that with the 3 new laws which are now already passed by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, which are Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, Nagrik Sakshya Adhiniyam, and which are replacing the IPCs. So these laws have already emphasized that any offense which attracts more than 7 years of punishment has to have the forensic investigations. So that means that you cannot punish a accused unless you have this credible forensics investigations and forensics outcomes. Without that, you cannot, punish a accused which has offenses, attracts offenses from imprisonments or punishments for more than 7 years. So from that point of view, if we don't pace up with the overall ecosystem, then perhaps somewhere these the evidence by the dog teams, with the police canine teams, would somewhere be left behind. So this is high time that we come on board, and this is the forensic canines, or the canine forensics is nothing but the performance or investigating with the help of a trained dog. So canine is CANINE, canine. Canine is a biological name or zoological name of the dog. And that's where the homophone comes, canine, kilo 9. So world over, the forensic canines, or for that matter, police, military canines, are all referred as canine, the kilo 9. So this is a homophone of the canine. And forensic canines are those which are like applied for the investigation part, whether it is the crime investigation or it is for the detection task. So there can be a wide range of detections. We'll be talking more during my presentation, but I just want to give you a brief. So from that point of view, we need to bridge those gaps so that when the forensic evidence with the help of these dog teams is taken to the court of law, we have certain reliability, certain credibility, and our effort doesn't go waste. So from that point of view, a lot of research is required. Research from the dog's point of view, research from the handler's point of view, research from the team's point of view, research from the training equipment's point of view, the training gadgets, the behavioral part, the dog's behavior, how the team performs, how training aids play an important role. We have a big speaker coming after me, Dr. David Edbimpe. He is the scientist of the order science. So what we are talking today is order as an evidence, whether it is detection or crime investigation. The main focus remains we are depending on the order as a as an evidence in the court of law. So that's something very, very important. I would like to share the presentation so that you all can, we can go through that presentation and start talking about that. Just try. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so today we are going to talk about the canine forensics and what we have achieved and what is the way forward from a global perspective point of view. Where do we stand? So we're going to analyze about our standing and our progress made in this field. So let me tell you the thing which we were talking is that here we are talking of the order as an evidence. When we are talking order as an evidence, what exactly is this order? So this is a volatile organic compound that originates from the forensic specimens. And these forensic specimens can be wide ranging, as you all are aware. So what the order which is there on these evidences, it can be liberated from the substances like the narcotics, drugs, the prohibited substances, the contraband, explosives, firearms. So these are some of those substances which liberate the volatile organic compounds by virtue of being volatile. And second is the human element, the criminal element. So every human being has a different volatile organic compound. So something like your DNA of every human is different. The fingerprint is different. Similarly, the order which we originate has a different. And how this order is different is when we go deeper into this, we have our like dead cells. We call it like rafts. So every second, every minute, we are shedding lakhs of cells into the environment. These are the dead cells. And those dead cells carry a unique order signature of ours. And that order signature can help us in reaching out to that desired individual or the targeted person. So from that point of view, we must understand that what we are aiming to find out the volatile organic compound, whether it is from the substance or it is from the human being. So that is the forensic interest, and that is the forensic evidence which will help us in actually pinning down to the criminal or the accused. Now, in this thing, there are a lot of instruments which are already being developed and which are trying to develop. But what remains is the canines are the leading instrument or leading to resource in this. And most of these equipments, when they are trying to develop, they are trying to develop in comparison to the canines. So canine remains as a gold standard. And why canines are best is primarily, I've just identified the four. We are going to show you the overall the comparison between the dog and the equipments. So the primary and major advantage with the dog is like speed, the versatility, ruggedness, and discriminating power. Now, these are very, very unique with the dogs, and no equipment has been able to yet achieve those kind of uniqueness, the versatile nature, and the operational ease with which we can reach to our target with the help of dogs. And that's what is like bringing most of the organization to use dogs. Let me tell you, world over, especially the Western world, I'm talking of the Europe and the US, they have been developing most of these equipments which we use here in India or the third world countries, like the explosive vapor detectors, MO8, and all these things. But when it comes to their own backyard for detection of explosives, they are largely depending on the dogs because they knows that no equipment can actually uh, reach to the levels at which the dog works. So in the Iraq war and the Afghanistan war, Americans and the Allied forces, they all have depended on the dogs. And there were more and more dog teams which were deployed, and there was huge demand of the dogs to safeguard lives and properties. And they have been of immense value. Some of you can see a couple of movies, especially the one which I would emphasize is the Megan Leavey. So if you can see the movie Megan Leavey, you will understand that how, and this is a true story about Megan Leavey. Megan Leavey is a American US Armed Forces dog handler, and who had a dog, and they participated in many operations. They saved many lives. So it's the movie on the true story of Megan Leavey, and it's amazing. You'll get goosebumps that how dogs have a third sense, like when you feel that you're safe, and you actually are the most unsafe at that moment, and you can lose your life. Not only you, but along with you, there are many teammates who can lose the life because of that danger, which is immutable, and you just can't avoid that unless you have a supernatural potential of a dog, which is part of you and part of your team. So these are the now these advancements in the volatile organic compounds, their investigation, standardization, instrument development, that's like continuously improving, and this is likely to continuously improve. And there are investigations, questions, debates, that's like natural, because we have to uh, come out with more and more unique advantages and unique ways that we can use. And there is always an increasing debate in courts of law where this novel form of evidence is accepted. Obviously, because the life of accused, we in India have like that the accused is innocent unless it is proven. So when it has to be proven, and that responsibility lies on the investigation agency, then definitely we have a huge responsibility where in case we are using the dog, then might as well uh, plug all the loopholes and the courts accept them as a credible evidence, and they rely on the testimony of the dog teams in a wholehearted manner. There are a lot of observations, and that's what we want here in India, which is lacking so far, and lacking from the point of view because the organizations sometimes are themselves not confident that whether their dog teams would be uh, would be successful to the scrutiny of the law, or whether they knows that there are few issues which they would not be able to satisfy the courts. So sometimes they use dogs, but they don't reflect in the diary, like recovery. So recovery of the drugs from a car or from a house is is achieved through the dog. But since there are issues with the dog team, so sometimes what they happen, they just declare the recovery and don't say that the dog led to the recovery. So when the dog led to the recovery, that means you're connecting two dots, and that would really inspire a lot of confidence, and that would truly help us in nailing down to the accused. And that's where the gray areas are there, and that's where the role of canine forensics and the professionals would definitely come. But when I go to the Western world, like I have been going to different conferences, seminars, workshops, and training institutions, academies to understand the subject much better. So when we go there, so they have a dedicated day. Like if I go to say North American Police Work Dog Association's 3 day seminar. So out of 3 days, there's one entire day dedicated to discussions on the observations of the court of law. So you have one part where you are focused on preparing the dogs. Another part, you're preparing the augmenting their performance by different ways, novel techniques, advancements, observations. And the third day, they start in the morning till late evening. They are debating on the cases which were presented to the court of law in last year or the period whenever they have last met. Uh, Discussing about the cases, that what were the observation of the court, why did they accept, why did they not accept, what was a unique observation, why the dog failed in certain testimony, what were the adverse observations. Those successful stories are good. We are all thrilled and excited about it, and there are innumerable successful stories. But point is that are we satisfied by celebrating and jubilating by those successes, or we have a focus on improving onto our subject? So when you have a focus on improving, then you have to really see your own work with a critical eye, and you have to observe that why uh, my work still needs improvement, or what are the scopes of improvement. So they discuss about it. It's very inspiring and motivating when they talk about, and the real dog team which was subjected for scrutiny or testimony is presenting their case, and there are experts, legals who are sitting, and then they are debating, and then they find out the ways that what should we do in these circumstances. Then there are advisories issued, that from the like the next time onwards we do this also, we add a paper to record this, or we address this issue, or we try to carry out certain training reforms so that this issue or this subject is not observed. So there are a lot of things this subject need attention, and that's where I feel very fortunate that now it's a good beginning, and we are talking about all those things which we should have done long back, but notwithstanding now the time good. So this development and implementation of the best practices for canines, instruments, reliability of detecting the volatile organic compounds of interest would continue to improve. And there is always an expanding the aim is to expanding the use of order as an acceptable form of evidence. Okay, so I'm just giving you a brief comparison on your view foil. You can see. By the way, if you have some question answers, so I would request you to just note down in your pen and paper. And when we are done with the presentation and discussions, and then you all can ask questions. I would love to answer anybody's query or any question. So this is a comparison between the instruments and the dog. So we have been fairly trying to understand that what are the strengths with the dogs and what are the strengths with the instruments. It's not that instruments are not helping us. They are helping us in a big way. There are a lot of advantages with the instruments, but we are trying to focus on the unique advantages of the dogs as well. So when it comes to the overall performance of your task, we will come on to that. Eventually, we'll have to make a team where we are complementing instruments to dogs and dogs to instruments as a team, and eventually our aim is to be successful in our task. So there are a lot of advantages where I told you the speed and the versatility and selectivity. Now, what is selectivity? Like the sensitivity. The dog in a real world situation can scan. Like dog can work as a scanner. Whereas you need to, that with the equipment, you need to reach out to the equipment. You might have seen on the airports, like they take a swab from your hands, and that the swab is put into the machine or the equipment to find out whether it has explosives or not. So a dog doesn't need, he's so versatile that he's picking up order from the air, from the environment. And the uniqueness with the dog is that the other day I was telling my students also about the rheotaxis. That means from the he has that ability to reach to the source. So the moment dog gets in order, he follows the concentration gradient from low concentration, which is there in the air. The scent is originating from a source. So he quickly moves from the low concentration, uh, following the concentration gradient from low to the, it's like a sand cone. So when he enters to the cone of the sand, he reaches to the base of the cone. So that's helping him and actually reaching to the source. So this is eventually a big advantage when it comes to finding the source of that order. Like the order is there in the environment, in a building, but point is that we are trying to find out whether it is in a bag, who is the guy who is carrying that order in his pocket or in his bag, or where it is hidden in the building. So dog picks up the sand, reaches to the source. That is something unparalleled, which is no equipment can actually mimic such a capability. This is unique. Second aspect is the scent generalization. So the dog, once you imprint him on a particular order, so within that group, within that particular setup, the dog generalizes for the new orders, because it's impossible for you to imprint on the all possible orders in the world. Obviously, you will be imprinting on certain orders which are available to you, which are target the orders of your interest, because they are the ones which are used by the terrorists or the criminals. So when you're using them, and if in case, and they're also developing, evolving, they don't want dog to detect their and foil their nefarious designs. So they are also trying something new. So when they are trying new, you are preparing your dog to generalize that sense. So that's where the sensitivity and the selectivity comes handy. And overall speed, which is extremely great, mobility unparalleled. So these are some of those now integrated sampling systems. This is highly efficient. Dog is not going to, otherwise with the equipments or the instruments, you are going to take the sample. When you are going to take the sample, there's always a bias, because it is very difficult to achieve that randomized standard which you intend, that out of that entire environment, the dog has the capability to reach out to the target or reach out to the order. So from that point of view, the dog has a unique capability, and it's highly efficient. And send to source, which I told you, from the following the concentration gradient, the dog picks up the order which is in the air and reaches to the source which is giving rise to this order. That is something very, and it's like often innocuous. You have to, if you have to frisk a human being, you have to go. Frisking is always like objectionable. Certain laws prohibit, certain places it's not possible, and obviously it's not liked by anybody. But a dog doesn't need to, really, he can just, in an unobvious manner, in a innocuous manner, he's like scanning that entire thing, searching, and giving you an input. So from that point of view, the dog is like amazing tool. I'd already told you sensitivity. By the way, the forensic standards, they talk of any tool to be more than 90% sensitive. That means an instrument or investigation tool, if you have developed new, it should have minimum 90% reliability or accuracy or sensitivity, whatever you call it, uh, so that it can be admissible in the court of law. So from that point of view, what we have prepared are standards and the dog to evaluations and the outcome. So there also we have ensured that the dog's proficiency assessment, the standard should be more than 90%. Means like out of 10 training aids, the dog should be able to detect minimum 9. So our standard which we have developed is like we are hiding 12 training aids into a different scenarios, and then we're trying to find out whether dog is able to successful uh, 11 or out of 12 or not. So that brings down to the dog's level to say somewhere around 92%, and which is acceptable. So that is the minimum, and that's where the dog teams are certified. So we match the forensic standards, which are universal and which are uncompromising when it comes to a credible forensic tool which is helping in the investigations. So these are some of those comparisons where the economy is there, the uniqueness is there, and cost effective. So it's highly cost effective. And other than that, a dog brings a smile to the faces of the team, which I would say goes unnoticed because we don't even understand. It's a big de-stressor. So in a team, investigation team or in a police organization, if you have a dog, it unites everyone. Like anybody coming is going to greet the dog without saying. So the dog has many other advantages which are not directly related to the profession, but they keep you professionally motivated and focused. I was just talking about the complementing of the dogs and the equipments. This is where how it matters. When only equipments like this, one of the outcome of the study, when only explosive weapon detectors were deployed. So they were around 35% successful. And when explosive dog teams were only alone, deployed, so the success was around 86%. And when dogs and manual search was combined, 93%. But eventually, when we combine the manual efforts, dog, and the equipment, the success reaches to nearly 100%. That's like 96%. So our aim is not to miss a single bomb. Our aim is not to miss a single effort of a drug mafia to move the drugs. We want everything nearly 100%. And if that is the target, then we have to complement efforts of each other with regard to the resources of finding the target. And that's where these resources have to complement each other. This is a gold standard in detection, and it's a big statement. It is the selectivity combined with mobility and independent thinking that still ranks the canines as the current best method for real-time detection of explosives and other contrabands. So this is something summing up all the uniqueness of the dogs which we are talking of. Just to tell you that where exactly the dog is placed in this entire ecosystem, you will see that the dog is part of the orthogonal detection techniques. And out of that, there are different techniques. You can see separation, electronic noises, the optical principles, and finally the biosensors. And in the biosensor, there are a lot of other animals are also tried, like rats and birds. But the dog remains ranks the first because of its convenience and application part of it. Just to give you that why the canine knows the best, this is because of the order signatures. We're trying to tell you, or I'm just trying to explain you what is the order signature. Now, order signature is like you have a target substance, that is explosives, drugs, or anything for that matter. But let me tell you, the target material and its order are altogether different things. What dog is detecting? Dog is actually not detecting the target material. So you will be surprised that what dog is detecting. In case like if a cocaine is hiding and we are putting dog to detect, then what my statement says that dog is not detecting cocaine, then you will disbelieve it. But eventually the dog is detecting the order signature of the cocaine. As I told you, these equipment, these items, these compounds are all volatile. So when they are volatile, they are quickly getting converted into the plume or the odor. And for dog, it is the odor which is the matter of interest. And at what pace the volatility is there, we call it vapor pressure. So depending on the vapor pressure of the target material, the material is getting converted into the order, and the dog is getting to this order. So just understand, dog is not detecting the material, dog is detecting the odor. But that odor is leading him to the source. And what is that source? Source is the material which you are looking for. So it's an interesting thing. But in case you want to improve the performance of the dog, then how do you do? So to improve the performance of the dog, your focus area, your target area is the odor. So if you try to make the odor available in abundance, it's easy for dog to reach out to the odor. And if by some means the odor is not available to the dog, it becomes dog's task more difficult. And how dogs or the order would not be available in case you have a cocaine or explosives which are there in a airtight compartment or a container which is like 100% sealed. Nothing is coming out. Then obviously the order is not available to the dog. If order is not available, then obviously dog would not be able to reach to the source. But practically that's not possible. Even the best of the airtight containers which are available in the market are actually not 100% airtight. They have to the extent that they restrict moisture to get in. They're largely targeted from the moisture point of view. But when it comes to oozing out of the odor, it definitely goes out because 100% sealing is something very, very difficult. Though the criminals try when they transship their drugs and narcotic substances, they try to wrap up in different things to just avoid oozing out of that odor. One of the speakers from customs is going to speak about that what are the case studies, how they try to mix up masking agents, distracting agents, how they avoid detection by the dog. So there are ways, and Dr. David, who is going to talk more about that order and the science of order. So I'll leave that part for him. But here, in this slide, what we are trying to say that in the United States, the dogs were detecting order on the currency notes. And when the dog was giving indication, like a narcotics detection dog was giving indication on currency, the courts observed, the society observed, are they making mistakes? What are they doing? Dogs, a currency, the narcotics dog giving indication on currency. And there was no answer. I'm talking of 20 years back, 25 years back. So some of those experts from the forensic science, and we are fortunate to have eventually associated with them. We are running few higher degree courses with the Florida International University. So these experts which I'm talking is Kenneth Furton. I can even name him because we learned from his work. So he was the one who conducted the research in the Global Forensic and Justice Center. You might have, many of you must be knowing, there's a Global Forensic and Justice Center in the Florida International University in Miami, and they're doing a wonderful job with the dogs. And they have carried out like analysis to find out, to get answers to their dogs' detection and the dogs' problems and challenges. So they came out that the dog is detecting methyl benzoate on the currency notes. And methyl benzoate is the order signature of the cocaine. That means cocaine is getting converted into methyl benzoate slowly and gradually because of the volatility, and the dog indicates on the methyl benzoate. Now, why currency notes? Because these currency notes were handled by the drug mafia. Why someone is selling the drug, but what is coming in return is the currency notes. So if I'm handling the drugs and then I'm collecting the cash and then I'm counting the cash, handling the cash, distributing the cash, so those order which I've handled getting imprinted onto the notes. So in case the dog indicates on the currency note, that means, and methyl benzoate, by the way, is highly volatile. It doesn't stay for too long. But in case dog is detecting, that's a fair indication that these currency notes were recently handled by the person who has also handled cocaine. So this is a big message. This was a big answer which was provided by the scientific experts, the forensic experts, when there was no answer to the dog. And dog's credibility was questioned. That why a cocaine detecting dog is indicating on currency. So when there were questions raised on the dogs, the scientific fraternity or the forensic community, they came forward to give the answers. Thank God that someone carried out this study to satisfactorily answer, and that helped in actually improving the performance of the dog. So similarly, there are different order signatures which I'm trying to show you in this slide, like the cocaine. I already told you, methyl benzoate. Similarly, sorry. Similarly, C4, smokeless powder, or TNT. Now they have the order signature as 2,4-DNT. So the moment TNT is kept, TNT gets converted into 2,4-DNT. So the dog is detecting 2,4-DNT. For the live persons or the dead bodies, the order signature is different. It's like dimethyl disulfide. So this is the decaying tissues. They are getting converted into these compounds, and these compounds are picked up by the dog because we are imprinting onto these compounds. That's where the different order signatures helps. How it's achieved is with the help of headspace extraction and common order and headspace analysis, basically solid phase material extraction, which are different techniques which are used by the forensic experts or the chemistry experts. So they are trying to analyze that what is there in the order, what is there in the headspace. So headspace has a different chemical compound than the material, and that's where we have tried to find out that which material has which order signature. Very interesting studies which are carried out. And there was another study. There was, I would just give me I'm receiving a call from Dr. David, so let me take a call and then sorry about that. David was just, he had some queries, so I had to answer him. He's going to speak on order, which I was telling you, and he's going to speak in greater details. I would request everyone to listen to him because when he's talking, there will be a lot of things which you will be learning with regard to the order science and the science of olfaction. Okay, so this slide, coming back to our presentation, this is showing that there were a study. In fact, I personally conducted a study similar to what I'm showing. So here IDs were blasted. There were 3 different IDs were blasted. And then when we tried, because IDs were placed by a terrorist or criminal. So when that means they have an order of the criminal. Like if I'm making a pressure cooker ID. So I'm picking up the pressure cooker, putting in so many things. So I'm handling for a substantial time. That means my order is there on the pressure cooker or the pipe bomb or any bomb of any design. Now, what this study carried out, they blasted the ID and then tried, there were fragments of the pressure cooker or the pipe or objects of the bomb. We tried to bring in the tracking trailing dog, which is trained on the human order. So what we tried that even after a blast, do we have the order remaining on these components, which can lead us to the success of the which can lead us to the success, or which can lead us to the man behind the person, man behind that equipment or an ID which is placed by him. And to our surprise, it was fairly successful. So we got 72% successful results, where 8 out of 11 IDs which were placed and blasted, the dog led us to the person who was hiding in the near vicinity, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. So that shows that it can be of immense application. By the way, so far, not only in India, world over, the focus is once the blast happens, there's post-blast investigation. We just academically try to find out what modus operandi was there, what material was used. We hardly have a focus to find out the target. Who the hell had kept this ID? So the first objective perhaps should be and can be to call the dog, the tracking trailing dog, and pick up the components of the IDs and give and cast our dog onto those orders, and then perhaps the dog can lead us to the criminal or the terrorist who is hiding in the near vicinity, to see whether his effort is successful or not. He's not out of the sight. He's definitely somewhere observing, because he's the one who has planted it. So therefore, this study was very useful, that we can do that, and it is doable, and we should do that. Coming down to the next. Yeah. So there is improvements in instrument sensitivity over time. We have seen, from 80s to the current time, there are like to what level the instruments have gone. And the same thing is happening with the dogs. So it is like it is the constant improvements vis-a-vis dog versus this thing. Let's come down to specifically on the forensic canines, that how it impacts. Now, these are some of those different types of canines or the dog teams which we are using in the country. So on the left of your slide, you can see some of those type of trained dogs which we use in India, like explosive detection dog, dogs for narcotics detection, tracker dog, which is for the human order, guard dog to guard your vital establishments and sensitive establishments. That means it's like we are using the natural instinct of the dog. The guarding is still sniffing through his nose. The trespassers are challenged, attacked, and threatened. Patrol assault dogs, which are more energy channelized, and we are using them for coordinated effort to inflict assault. Search and rescue during the disaster relief. You have rubbles and different kind of places where the dogs are deployed. Anti-poaching dog for wildlife protection. Amazing, successful. Mind you, this dog is not only detecting the wildlife, but wildlife wardens or the guards, they don't have any weapon with them. They have the threat not only from the poachers, but they have a threat from the wildlife. But if you have a dog, you are protecting firstly the warden, the guard, and at the same time, any poacher who is indulging into smuggling of the wildlife products, you have a dog with his extraordinary nose to find out who is this guy and nab him, and eventually take him to the final conclusion if he's forensically done and we have followed all the forensic considerations. Infantry patrol dog is again, for the ambush detection primarily in the Naxal corridors, in the border areas. And recently, some of the states which are dry states, there the liquor detection dogs have also been employed. But on the right of you, look at the list which we still need to do in our country. The one is dual purpose dogs. We need to use them 2 departments of the dog, detection and protection. Currency detection dogs, digital detection dog. Digital detection is like the ones which can detect the mobile phones, the SIM cards, electronic storage devices. There have been cases world over where pornography cases are there, the child pornographies, and they are saved in the hard disks, difficult to find. But dogs can quickly, find out within an entire house. Finding a small hard disk is a challenge for the cops. But when it comes to the dog, it's like child's play. He's going to enjoy finding that the target within a big house. So it's like finding a needle in the haystack. So for dog, that's possible. Contraband detection, dogs, uh, useful for the customs and other organizations. Trailing air scent dogs. This is in the urban setting where track is not created, but the dog has a imaginary trail. So dog can be biosecurity detection dog. A lot of biosecurity products are prohibited to bring in country. And if you go to New Zealand, Australia, some of those island countries, they're very, very strict. And there are a lot of dogs which are deployed for the biosecurity. You just cannot carry any fruit or any seed or any agriculture product. They are very strict. And dogs are doing amazing job in that. Cadaver detection dog, I was telling you, there have been cases in our country where we have found, the body parts of the victims. There is no way then, trying with the orthodox conventional systems, but we can apply cadaver detection dogs, semen detection dogs. There's a lot of focus on the women protection and their rights. There are cases of rapes. Um, so many places in the country, so we can perhaps use these dogs which can connect the victim with the accused or with the criminal who has inflicted this kind of thing. So these things can be very useful. Medical detection, COVID detection, cancer detection. I'm fortunate I'm a member of the International Canine Working Group on COVID detection. So when COVID started, we were member of that group and we worked very hard. In fact, by the end of the middle of the COVID, there were 47 countries where the dogs were trained and deployed for screening the masses at the airports, the metros, for the COVID, and only those which are clearing are allowed to get in the mass transport systems to control the COVID. So COVID detection dogs were extremely useful, and I have a lot of stories and which we discuss on some other day. Okay, so there are challenges with the dogs. I will not go much deeper into detail because of the paucity of time, but I've tried to show you it is not a simple subject. Now, there are a lot of issues with the dogs which we need to focus on. Now, what are those issues? It comes with the breed. So which breed to use? Which breed is good for purpose? What type? Then comes the training type, reward type, whether it is like play, praise, or conventionally we have been, giving the food rewards or aversive mode of training. So these are like reward type which matters at the end of the day. Training aids use, whether they are real aid or the pseudo or artificial training aids. So all that has an impact. How search was carried out, on leash, off leash, so different ways of deployment, alert methods. Now, how active, scratch, bark, or it was a passive sit, stare. Because if you are looking for explosive, you can't allow your dog to scratch or disturb the scene. The gender of the dog, male, female, there are issues. The reward delivery, whether it is direct or indirect delivery, whether it's primary or secondary, whether it is a variable reward system or continuous reward system. Training length, how much time in a week or in a month. So there are refresher training schedules, the periodic proficiency assessments, evaluations. So there are a whole lot of issues which we need to focus. So the task looks simple, has a very, very unique challenges. So all that have individually need, perhaps long debates and deliberations, which we will avoid and fix it for some other time. Okay. Now, key issues with detection dogs, what is our observation and what we have seen in recent time. One is the old school coercive dog training, which is like most of the organization have to migrate from the orthodox system to the new and contemporary system. That's the message. Second is need to transform to deliver credible team performance. Here, ladies and gentlemen, what matters is the dog and the handler. Together, they make a team. Dog alone is of no interest to us. A handler alone is of no interest to us. But when they combine them as a team, they complement each other. Eventually, it is the outcome which matters. And outcome has role of dog as well as the handler. So they have to complement. That's where the team's performance comes. So we call it dog team or canine team. Individually, it doesn't matter. So most of the organization we need to change because status quo will not lead us to anywhere. Dog teams are most efficient, cost-effective means of searching, as I told you, as a scanning machine. To scan that entire environment, dogs are amazing. So there is one application is scanning, and second is like where you are targeted detection. The innumerable success stories, I'm not giving you those case studies. We all read every now and then that dog have led us to the explosive search. The other day in Valley, where we lost couple of army soldiers in one of the encounter, the dog quickly led us to where these guys are hiding. We eliminated them. We gave them a strong message. You might do something to us to damage us, but don't think that you're going to be saved. We are going to nab you where you're hiding, whether these are deep caves or whether they are deep jungles. Our dogs are going to leading us in that task, and we are going to lead and catch you there right over in your hiding place. And that's what we do. So within no time, the dog led us to their hiding place, hideout, and we eliminated the 4 terrorists. It happened near Rajouri, if some of you have read. So these are the strengths which dogs provide to our teams. And that dog was on the spot commanded by the army commander of the Northern Command. The dog was felicitated and given an army commander commendation. I'm sure in due course of time, dog is going to get even higher awards. But army commander has the power to, give his own award, which he immediately gives. As I earlier told you, it's an inherently low impact technique involving minimal disruptions. So it's easy to implement, innocuous, can be implemented discreetly and repeatedly for different environments. So all those are some of those advantages which brings by this. Now, confirmation of canines' abilities are important. Now, this is what we were talking when we started our discussion, where the reliability of the dog team is important. Now, how will that be bridged? I've just given you 3 major points. One is the past history and successful search records. That means when we have to generate those evidences to inspire confidence, the dog has been successfully, constantly, whenever we have deployed, dog has led us to success, and it's without any error. The second is training records, because you're training on daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, and you have to generate those records to inspire confidence that the dog is leading us to success correctly. And that record is going to be helpful that, okay, on daily, weekly, monthly basis, the dog, when you put him to challenging scenarios, building search, vehicle search, baggage search, the dog is going to constantly lead us to the success without any error. And the third is canine is one of the search tool out of many other options. So when the canine result is there, he's corroborating with other evidences and other things. So this is something very, very important from the forensic point of view. Periodic testing of dogs and their handlers is significant. That's where the proficiency assessment we are talking of the dog team, and it has to be independent proficiency assessment. One is that you are evaluating yourself or your friend is evaluating for you within the organization, but we will definitely have some bias. There is no randomness in that. So we want a third party or an independent assessment, which is blind assessment, where the handler and the dog doesn't know, the instructors doesn't know, the agency doesn't know, but the assessor knows. So the assessor will have information that whether the dog has been successfully indicating or not. So training failures are the improvement opportunities for the real world. And okay, mind you, you may avoid all these things, but when it comes to the court of law, your background, your behavior, your conduct, your professional competence, your ethical considerations, all that is going to be scrutinized. The questions are going to be from the defense side in the court of law, or which you would not like. So if you don't want those uncomfortable questions, and if you don't want that dog will fail in the court of law while successful on ground, you need to subject yourself to all these scrutinies and standards, evaluation, assessments, and all that evidences you need to generate so that when you go to the court of law as a dog team, you can really upfront answer all the questions and observations of the judge and satisfy him by your responses and by your records that the dog team which you have deployed is immensely credible, and what performance and the outcome which dog has brought in is credible. So that is what is the main target at which we are like focusing. Significant efforts have made through the MHA's Police Canine Cell. In fact, I am the founder and former head of the Police Canine Cell. So after taking premature retirement from the army in the year 2019, we had established this Police Canine Cell. And I was given this big responsibility to what I'm all talking about. They said, okay, walk the talk now. So you have been saying all these things, lead us to this phase. So 3 years I have been the head of the Police Canine Cell, where we did a lot of things. I'll just briefly touch upon them, not take time because of the limitation. However, still the state police, the central police, law enforcement, they need support because this subject is a highly technical subject. It's not a normal subject. It's highly specialized subject. So you need, a lot of discussions, debates, and policy making and advices on this. Meaningful advances will not come without significant concomitant initiative from academia in forensic science. That's what brings us to your courtyard. That without your help, without your support, without the involvement of the forensic experts, we are not going to have a sustainable change, a sustainable transformation in this subject, and that is very much important, and we need to really focus on that. I'll just take a call. I think there's some important message. I'll just.
I would kindly request the audience to please mention your questions in the chat box till sir continues. I will be taking up the questions from the chat box and sir will answer them in a while.
Okay, thanks. So I was talking about the relevance of forensic science, fraternity, and the subject to our work, which is significant. So far, it has not been. And here I would take the opportunity to express my gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. J.M. Vyas, who is a visionary, we all know, who is, promoted this subject of forensic science in a big way. And he is the one who has given us this opportunity to launch the courses on canine forensics and given us this unique advantage that we can debate on this subject, educate, learn on this subject, exchange ideas on this subject, and inspire the forensic experts to really indulge into this kind of thing. So I'm so grateful to Professor Dr. J.M. Vyas, Padma Shri, because of his vision that we are able to introduce this subject in the National Forensic Science University, and we are today debating and discussing about it. So our heartfelt gratitude to a visionary, Dr. Vyas. I would come next, that no central or state body has attended. Right? This is
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, but we have 5 minutes for this session as David sir is waiting.
Yeah. So
thank you.
Okay. So anyway, I would try to conclude it early, and David would appreciate, because he's again a professional, passionate person for whom I've seen that time is never. So when I invited David to please participate in this, I knew that there would be middle of the night. David is going to present, but knowing him well from almost 10 years or 12 years, He's such an extreme, passionate person that I was more than sure that he would come forward and spare his nights for us, so that our day is like lighted and we can learn from him. So we try to conclude this now. So NFSU is spearheading in the forensic course with Pan India mandate. NFSU is now reclaiming the canine field with a vision to transform canine practices, making their testimony credible and admissible in the court of law. That's what is the entire message which we have been talking about. And how we are doing it, these are the stakeholders, are the police organizations, which we have already discussed. Now, I'll just run through the MHA's effort where we did. So our focus was mainstreaming and augmentation of canines capabilities in India. Okay. And there were certain SOPs which we made. You can see on the slide. So there are a large number of SOPs we made. These are all progressive, modern, contemporary proficiency evaluations to the transportation, to retirement, to working canine behavior assessment test, how to select the dog, how to train the dog, how to evaluate the dog, how to ensure their health, periodic health evaluations, all those things within a short time we have tried to do that, but a lot needs to be done. Additionally, we carried out, like I personally conducted more than 10 workshops with different organizations to demonstrate them the contemporary techniques, the modern concepts of training, to bring a sustainable change in the ecosystem. We started, annual national police canine seminars. So I started the first one in the year 2017 with NSG, but when I came to the MHA, that is the time we started and we made it formally annual event. So now every year we are organizing these national police canine seminars by different central paramilitary forces. So this is a unique initiative to really bring in sustainable change. So these are the seminars which we are conducting. And then I always struggle that what I have done or the others have done, there was no forum where you can, reduce into writing. So a journal has been launched when we were there. So we started a 6-monthly, 100-page National Police Canine Journal. So this National Police Canine Journal is now giving advantages to the professionals so that whatever they have tried new or innovatively designed something, or there are challenges, difficulties, case studies. So all that is getting reduced into this journal and we are learning from each other. The Honorable Grahamantri, he inaugurated the inaugural issue. That brings down to the subject of canine forensics. And ladies and gentlemen, in August this year, we started the pioneering course of diploma. You can see the students, the batch of inaugural batch of the Canine Forensics. So this is nicely innovatively designed that the 4 months, like this course is of the duration of 6 months. You would be really happy to note that a diploma is conferred to you in a duration of 6 months because of its uniqueness of the design. Otherwise, it takes a whole lot of time. So to bridge that gap and to support the professionals on this, we have designed in a way that 6 months course is divided into 2 parts. First 4 months, we are having a hybrid mode. Online teaching is there, assignments are there, projects are there, and then remaining 2 months is hands-on training. So the current batch, which we started in August, now is undergoing into the hands-on training. So the photographs which you are seeing on your screen are from the current batch, and I'm very fortunate that all these participants are attending this conference, and they have also presented during the advancement of forensic science and impediment national conference, and some of these speakers, the experts, are also speaking in today's conference. So this is where we are learning on ground about the detection dog, about protection dog, about behavior of the dog, about training aids. What we are talking in my presentation, all those issues are being touched upon and imparted education training. Not only that, during this course, we are taking the students to different centers of excellence in this field. Like we have, yesterday we have visited the NSG's canine unit. We have taken them to the National Bomb Data Center of NSG, where the bomb incidences are like compiled and all information is available. The other day, prior to that, we have taken them to Air Force dog training school, where they saw how in an organized manner the dogs are prepared, capped, managed, and the technology which they are using for the protection of Air Force assets is being used. Then we took them to the Delhi Police Dog Squad so that they can see how the dogs are used in the policing task. And we are scheduled to visit the CAPF's dog training center also. So there's a wide exposure which we are trying to give to these students so that they can understand the dimensions of this subject apart from learning the theoretical part and having the hands-on training experience. So all these the students, they are handed over one puppy each, and they are now trying to experiment on that puppy, learn on that puppy. We are giving them certain targets, and we are going to imprint these dogs for detection tasks, for protection tasks. So we are trying to help them in actually learning this subject. So this is a unique course which we have started, and the strategic approach we have, like we have collaborated with the National Forensic Science University, the Delhi campus, and I'm heading the Police Dog Center India, which is established here in New Delhi. So that's a collaboration between two, and we have also collaborated with the Florida International University, which I was talking about, Forensic and Justice Center. So this is the three agencies which have collaborated to really exploit full potential of this subject. And our focus is on education, training, and research. So that's where we are trying. So we are going to launch masters in canine forensics and PhD. PhD is short from next session, and we are trying to look that if enough students are there in the masters, then we perhaps think on the launching from the next session. And we intend that out of that masters and PhD, the student can spend one entire semester in the Florida International University Global Forensics and Justice Center, so that they can have a wider exposure from the US point of view and learn while doing there. We're going to give them a project and other hand holdings. And this is where, we are trying to bridge the gaps and learn the contemporary education from the international point of view, from the international standards point of view, and augment performance of police dog teams as credible scientific forensic tool of detection and crime investigation. That's our vision, and we want to do whatever possible to achieve that. So these are some of those. I'll just quickly run over these slides. This is our mission. We were trying to achieve these standards with the help of our strategic collaborations, and we have to improve the consistency, reliability, performance outcome, and the legal acceptance. I've earlier also covered these three parts. That's the focus area for us: technical part, performance outcome, and taking it to the final conclusion, the legal acceptance. Without that, our subject is not going to be really achieving its full potential. So we have entire focus on that, formulate and share best practices, diverse security organizations, transform their systems, award them formal degrees with the help of NFSU to establish canine forensic as a subject for you to make your career in this, and advancement in terms of your education. Like I, with 30 years of experience, have done a basic course, and then there was no formal education, formal course. So what we have done, we have gone on our own payments abroad, participated in this seminar, this workshop, that workshop, connected the dots, learned by experimenting with great difficulties and challenges. I don't want the young generation to do that. We want everything is available under the roof of one university where experts are available. Like we have requested Dr. David, who's come to teach you and share his experience. Similarly, the experts will come to you, and we want to give you authentic learning experience so that you all know that what are the dimensions of this subject, and you don't struggle to pay from your pocket exorbitantly, waste your time in commuting, going all the way to different countries, and yet nobody teaches you the entire thing. It's like that they always try to give you a trailer, not the full picture. We are interested in picture, And NFSU and the Police Dog Center India, we promise you to give you a full picture, not only once, but we are focused on to the sequel. The canine forensic is a bridging course. So if you are from a graduate from arts, commerce, or any subject, and if you undergo this diploma canine forensic, this is a bridging course, and you come to this field because you want to make a career in this. Do this diploma called canine forensics, make your basics foundation, and pursue your masters and the PhDs in this field. So this is going to open a unique opportunity for all of you, so that you can make your career in this. And there are a lot of opportunities and options which are coming in national and international markets, industry, where you all can use this. I'll run over these slides. The knowledge gap, we are trying to bridge this, and the best practices, the service gaps, I told you, education, and the recognition, that a formal recognition, an authentic knowledge and learning experience. And we want to bridge all the aspects of the dogs, so different types of dogs, training and performance records, periodic proficiency evaluation. All this is part of the NFSU's initiative, whether it's preparing a dog, whether it is evaluating a dog, whether it is like training the handlers, or training on specific aspect, carrying out the workshop parts. We'll come on to that also. So everything is part, and research and development. I'll avoid this. These are the research ideas which I wanted to share with the students, but we can keep it on for some other day. The research gaps, scent identification lineup is a big lacking thing in our country. We need a lot of work on this. Impact of changing handlers, like currently in India, one dog is handled by multiple handlers, and that brings down our performance. As I told you in the beginning, it's like one dog, one handler, and that's a dog team. And if you break this team, a new team comes in existence. If I remove the old handler and bring in a new handler, it's the new team which has come in existence, and the new team will have a different performance outcome than the old team. So the new team needs, again, certification evaluation. Currently, we are practicing like anybody can handle this dog, but this is not a equipment. This dog needs a permanent handler to understand him, understand his behavior, command him with a uniform word of command. How to, so this the certification and the evaluation is for a team. You cannot break that team. That's where we want to understand more. Human remains, historical human remains detection. Some of the forensic students must be knowing that with the archaeological survey of international bodies, they have been able to find the skeleton, the fossils, 3,000 years old with the help of dog. So dog has immense capability in rediscovering the civilization, the origin of our civilizations to that extent. Medical detection dog, therapy dogs, automatic detection tools, a lot to be done when it comes to, augmenting the capabilities of the dogs. So we have the activities planned. One is the open elective course for the students of graduate, masters, and PhD courses, where they can opt for canine forensic as an open elective. Then there are different courses we have launched. Diploma Canine Forensic is the pioneering course which is already launched. We are going to launch the PhD from the next session. From April, the PhD admissions, PhD sessions will start. There'll be the advertisement would be out sometime in January or February. So some of you who are interested and meet the prerequisites can apply. Masters, we are also contemplating, in case there is enough excitement in the forensic fraternity, we would launch the Masters in Canine Forensics. Diploma is the bridging course for your Masters. That means if you are graduate in different disciplines and not from the dog world, but you have some experience and interest, then you do this diploma and straight away pursue your higher studies, and then you will be placed in different industry places, and also in the subject of forensics. And we need more and more teaching faculty also on this. Training and capacity development, short duration courses for police, law enforcement, different 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, 2 weeks, 12 weeks. Preparation of dogs, different type of dogs, research and development, and standardization, proficiency assessment, and certification. We are tying up with the Florida International University. They are launching an international commission on detection dogs. So we have like the dog certified as per the international norms. David is also launching a big initiative, Scent Source. So we'd love to collaborate with him also. That's and from my side, and I'm open for the questions. And David is already waiting to further, take you to a different level. So, any questions, Astha, Milik? I mean, if someone can coordinate, please.
Yes, sir. I'll coordinate the questions. So there is one question, and it says it was my unit tracker dot team which was instrumental in the operation, sharing us coincidentally attending the conference by default. So, sir, I guess you shared about the tracker dog team details.
Yes.
So, Sanjeev sir is there who is sharing about the narrated event that it was his team at the Rajouri operation.
Yes, yes. Colonel Sanjeev Chauhan is participating, and we are so fortunate that the incidents which I narrated is his dog. So big kudos and big applause for you and your team and that dog team, which did wonders and really gave a message to the terrorist. Colonel Sanjeev is senior to me, so I really express my gratitude. Thanks, Sanjeev sir, and thanks for pitching in and telling the first hand that this was your team and your effort. Great, great. Thank you.
So your voice is cracking. Can you repeat?
Milik, can you unmute Sanjeev sir? He can share a few words with us.
Yes, sure.
Good morning to all. Presentation by Colonel Chug was really a new sphere for me, a new subject, and very well communicated. And his thoughts, his concept, and his efforts in this area is worth appreciating. And I wish him all the best. And he is doing tremendous job after quitting our organization. Wishing all the best and all the success to him.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We're grateful to have you here.
Thanks a lot.
Sir, there is one question from Karam Rajrai, sir. He asks how canine can be helpful in tracking evidence in water-related crimes.
Say again, just there was some cracking of the voice. I couldn't pick up in between.
Sir, he is asking how canine can be helpful in tracking evidence in water-related crimes. So where water is involved, like in drowning cases or.
Okay. So, so this is an interesting aspect which you have asked, and dogs does have like the application. One is like we are already training dogs for saving the drowning patient, like search and rescue dogs which were earlier deployed in the rubble. Now we are training dogs from the detection or the saving the victims from the drowning things. So here, when in an interesting manner, the dog can take a wheel closer to the victim and help him in actually saving. That is one. Second, that the odor of the drowned patient or victim, the dog can pick up, and dog can really help us, because when the patient goes deep into the water surface, under the water surface, the odor starts coming out. So dog is like detecting that odor and indicating you on that particular spot. That is again useful when it comes to the detecting the evidences or the cadaver or the mortal remains which are buried or which are under the water. So from that point of view, it's very helpful. Third thing where water bodies come in way is the tracking trailing dog, the man trailing dog. So in man trailing dog, when our dogs are like following in the jungle terrain, then they are water bodies. So what sometimes the 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 accused or the terrorists, they move in the water, like move in the water and then get out of the water body out of on the other side. So this presents a unique challenge, and our observation is that the dogs are able to find out the order if it is floating. If the water is stagnant, then it is easy for dog to pick up those orders, because orders are there on the surface. But in case the water is moving and like a river, then that order also is moving, and then that presents a unique challenge. So there are different situations where dog has to be really deployed in a very thoughtful manner, and where it can lead us to success, or where we need to play our role to redeploy the dog. Like I remember in one of the operations in the valley where the terrorists had crossed this river Jhelum. So once they have crossed the river Jhelum, and they had gone within the Jhelum river for a while and then crossed over. So when we got into the Jhelum up to a point, and then we crossed over to the other bank of the Jhelum, we were not getting the order. So we could see through that these guys must have moved within the Jhelum. So we tried to deploy the dog on the other side on near proximity, and we could eventually pick up the track again. So you have to really see the ground situation, complement the efforts of the dog, because dog, he gets into an order, then definitely he's going to follow the track. So there are different situations where in the water scenario we can use the dog.
Uh, Thank you, sir, for the amazing clearance on the doubt. There is another question. Uh, it is imperative for the success of the dog team that we have genetically good OGs having very good drives, but the import ban put on dogs stops from getting good lineage dogs into India. And inbreeding current dogs in India is giving rise to genetic disorders. So this is a question related to the genetic disorders which is coming in India. So sir is asking what is being done to address this issue.
Yes, it's a very valid point, and we have been struggling with this issue. And with regard to the police organizations, we have already helped out the police. This ban is not there for the police or security organization, by the way. So this ban is for the civil society. So when it comes, we are recently importing dogs for the police organizations, central paramilitary organizations. We have authorized them the breeding stock, and they are importing that so that they can produce high quality dogs, puppies. All that is happening. But yes, I understand and appreciate your concern, because eventually the civil society and the breeders need to meet the requirement of the police organization. So there's a lot of work going on that. Pressure groups are being made, and we're trying to convince the government on that. And everyone will have to get united that there are advantages in lifting the ban, and it opens up opportunities. And as you rightly said, we can avoid kind of inbreeding even in civil society, and we can have like broader gene pool to maintain the purity of the breeds and the quality of the dogs. A coordinated effort needs to be done, and definitely we would like to play a big role in that.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, I guess there are no more questions. So I will take a moment to thank you for the session, sir. So, sir, your presentation on advancements in canine forensics, a global perspective, has been an illuminating journey into the forefront of forensic science. Your comprehensive insights into the evolving landscape of canine forensics have not only expanded our knowledge but also inspired a deeper appreciation for the complexities of the field. We are grateful for your dedication to advancing the discourse on global forensic practices, and your expertise has undoubtedly left a lasting impact on our conference participants. In expressing our sincere thanks, we recognize and appreciate the wealth of experience and knowledge that you bring to the table. Your contribution has significantly contributed to the success of our conference, fostering a spirit of curiosity and excellence among our attendees. We look forward to future collaborations and continued insights from a visionary in the field of canine forensics like you, sir. I would also like to take a moment to thank our another guest, Colonel Sanjeev Chauhan, sir, for coming up and talking about the experience. Sir, we are grateful to have you here, and we are proud of our Indian Army fighting terrorism at all levels and protecting us on borders so that we sleep safe. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, there is another question from Manoj, sir. He asked, regarding the differences in Indian breeds and foreign breeds, how is the efficiency differing? What is the difference between the efficiency of the two breeds?
Oh, it's a very old questions which I have been answering, and in fact, we have done a lot of work on this. So, let me tell you that Indian breeds we have tried, and certain trials are already completed, like Mudhol Hound has been tried by the Indian Army also, as well as the paramilitary forces also. So in the inaugural issue of the National Police Canine Journal, we have published the trial report of the Mudhol Hound. So some of you who are interested, you can go onto the MHA's website, just write National Police Canine Journal. You will find, the MHA's website will take you to that police canine cell, where my work and our policies are, everything is there. And you can go through that journal and the trial report. Unfortunately, every breed, or fortunately, every breed has a unique advantages. The Indian breeds which we are talking more often is like Mudhol Hound or Chippy Parai, Rajapalyam. Now, these are sight hounds. There are two types of hounds which are available. One is sight hound, other is scent hounds. So sight hound is deploying or playing by using his vision, eyes. So from the eyes point of view, dogs are not far too much superior to us. That's where the restriction comes. And scent hounds are the hounds which use their nose. They don't rely on their eyes, vision. They use their nose. So in a hidden environment where the vision is not possible, the dog which have the strong nose are going to be successful. And the dogs which do not have a strong nose and relying on eyes are bound to fail. And that's where we are facing difficulty with regard to the most Indian breeds, because these are sight hounds and they are not having that much strong nose. So eventually the trials which we were conducted, their sight hounds, like since the dog is like looking and trying to chase, or the prey drives getting excited about that. So there the distraction is too much, because even a fly, a bird, the dog is inherently a chaser by looking at the target. So therefore the Indian breeds are not able to lead us because of the lack of focus and lack of the desired olfactory capabilities. And mind you, when it comes to Indian breed or foreign breed, it's not that we are importing all those breeds, like a Labrador, which the forces are using from last 20 generation, 30 generation, or God knows how many generations this is being bred in India. So from the origin point of view, a Labrador or a German Shepherd may look like a foreign breed, but eventually it is no more a foreign breed. It is naturalized here in India. It is owned. The generations are owned here in India. We are not importing them. So we're not promoting a foreign breed. It is our own dog. What meets the purpose should be the, because look at the stake. What are the stakes? Stakes are too high. If a bomb is there, then would you take risk of missing that bomb? Or would you like to go for the best solution? So therefore, we should not be getting too emotional in this. But notwithstanding, we don't want to leave a single Indian breed unchecked, untested. So there have been a trial ordered. We've carried out few, which as I told you. And then there's a trial on Himalayan Shepherd, which is ordered from the MHA, where Central Paramilitary Forces are trying them. So Himalayan Shepherd is a combination of 4 different localized breed like Himachali Shepherd, Tibetan Mastiff, Gaddi, Bakarwal, Bhutia. So these are the dogs which comprise of the Himalayan Shepherd group. So they are now being tested, and with our experience, now we are testing them in their natural environment. We don't want to bring them from mountains to the plains, hot plains, and then try, because then they are changing their natural habitat. So we are trying them. So we are on the correct path of checking. We have identified 8 major Indian breeds on which the trials are ordered and work is going on. And with the observations and the trials, we would be able to eventually conclude that whether they are useful or they have some issues. But Mudhol Hound was definitely done a trial, and the trial report is already there in the journal.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for clarifying all the doubts. And so there is this last question from Mark, sir. For private detection agencies, what kind of protection in terms of arms does government provide for threats by drug dealers?
Oh, so what I understand, though the question is not very clear, if he's asking about the firearms for protection of the individuals who are indulging into detection, or he's like talking of the scope of dogs as a detector in the private security industry. So if you can clarify that, because the firearms are not allowed in our country to be used for the private security. Whatever you see certain weapons on the gate of a bank, or from the cash vans, these are all personal weapons of that ex-army person who is having the personal protection weapon, so which is being deployed. So yes, protection dogs can play a big role. Protection dogs can play a big role. That's where the dual purpose dogs we are talking of, a Belgian Shepherd Malinois or a German Shepherd, can be trained for narcotics or drug detection, and at the same time inflicting assault or personal protection. So here they can do a big contribute a big role, that in case there is a threat to the individual who is using his dog for detection of drugs, and if there is a threat to him, then this dog can come handy in protecting him and his team. So that's where the dual purpose dog can really be very useful, because let me tell you, a dog is more than a weapon. A weapon perhaps you will not be able to use in the event of requirement, because obviously it can take life. It's a lethal weapon. But a dog is a non-lethal weapon. In case there is a threat to you, you can use it, and dog will still not kill the individual, but maim him or damage him or bite him or tear him apart to an extent that is of no threat to you. So from that point of view, you can use it very often. By the way, dog is a big deterrence. If you have a dog on your side, I mean, nobody can dare come closer to you. The sight of dog is so fiercely, deterrent to anybody, that it gives you a lot of protection. So from all that point of view, dog has a unique advantage, and I think we must make use of these dogs to the extent possible. Asta, your voice is breaking.
Astha, your voice is breaking.
Now I would like to invite Niyati to invite next speaker.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for the unique opportunity and sharing my thoughts on the subject of canine forensics. I'm sure.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. Thank you
Thank you.
so very much.
All the best, David.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us in extending a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Dr. David Edwimpe. Dr. David is the founder and CEO of Polymath Interscience and Chief Scientific Officer, ScentSource. He is a highly experienced research scientist specializing in biochemistry, nanotechnology, and organic chemistry with over 30 years of expertise. He is a world leader in applying odorology and scent engineering to enhance the olfactory capabilities of operational search and detect canines. His notable achievements include developing inert replacements for the US Marines, canine kits, and creating non-hazardous training aids for detecting various illicit materials. His Scent Logic's canine scent kit collection is recognized as the gold standard in training aids with applications in explosives, narcotics, guns, mines, ammunition, and currency detection. Dr. David serves as a consultant to global agencies contributing to detect a canine scent kit's utility and certification protocols. His qualifications include Doctor of Science degree and an interdisciplinary PhD in synthetic organic chemistry, material science, and chemical engineering. Dr. David is actively involved in advancing scientific knowledge in odor, scent engineering, and biological olfaction, with interest in developing electronic noses and enhancing practical educational tools for detector canine community. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good morning, everybody. It's evening here, and but it's still an absolute delight for me to be able to speak to you, and an honor for me to be invited to be a speaker at your August conference. I hope you can see me clearly.
Yes, David, definitely welcome.
Everything's okay.
Welcome to the conference, and we are so grateful for sparing this time during the odd hours. But knowing you well, I'm sure your passion will really help us in participating in this conference and sharing your thoughts and the subject which you know so deeply and which you are so concerned so deeply. Thanks a lot.
No problem, PK. It's you know my love for India. You personally know my love for India, and the honor it is for me to at least have an opportunity to show that love through at least this avenue, of canine stuff. May I ask first, are there any scientists in the audience? Someone with a knowledge of biology, people with knowledge of chemistry? Are there any?
Yes,
May I
sir,
have a
we
show
have
of hands?
few guests.
I have a background of like science, so I do understand biology and chemistry, but I'm not scientist.
David, the participant has a combination of forensic students as well as the faculty. So there are few experts from the biological side as well as the chemistry side. So we have certain faculty and certain students from the graduation or the master's level or the PhD students.
Yeah.
So you have a mix of it. And there are certain professional dog trainers, the police dog trainers, handlers. So it's like a mixed crowd.
So
We'll have to address from the two extremes, I would say.
fantastic, because at this stage of my life and my career, I'm an advocate for a potpourri of science and practice. One thing why I asked that question is because there is an obvious need for those with a little knowledge of science within our community. And it is now also becoming more obvious, at least by the establishment of your school, that scent detection, canine detection, is now a science, and there is a structure to it because the knowledge is structured. And the knowledge of canine detection is really a cross-disciplinary knowledge. That is why a chemist could sit with a veterinary doctor, sit with a a biophysicist, and with a behavioral an animal behavioralist, and they all have something in common. They're still in the same discipline, and that is one of the problems that we've had within this community. We have very few scientists, and we've had very little research really into scent detection, to know what a dog smells. And in fact, in even within the scientific field, there's still a lot of saying that no one knows what a dog smells. So if no one really knows what a dog smells, what are we doing within this profession? I mean, that means it is not a profession. It is an occupation. There's a difference. However, thankfully, all these secrets of being scientists have been embedded within the profession all this time. Those are the things that this generation of people within the industry are now trying to unearth and correct the institutionalized misrepresentations that have plagued our community for years. The efforts of Dr. Chug, even though are starting out in India, but generally parts of a grassroots grassroots force of scientists to try to imbibe some of the scientific knowledge that people within the industry ought to know, but they don't. So even though some of you might be new within this profession, and it might be an old profession, but it is a profession in which within the next 4 years, the knowledge that will be infused into it will be game changing. And in that realm, we might just say we're all new and we're all in the same boat. One main problem we have within our community are standards. We have very little standards, and most of the standards are argued because some are emotional, some are logical, however, they could be stretched and interpreted in many forms. And within the realm of scent detection, it is very important that standards are available, and unfortunately, there are virtually none. Most of the standards we have are material standards. You have to certify using 20 pounds of cocaine. You have to certify using 6 pounds of dynamite, 4 pounds of TNT, and but not with what really scent detection is about. It's nice speaking to a new group of practitioners and budding practitioners because that your minds are not that tainted as our minds are, because some of us had to unbuild some knowledge or raise down some knowledge to build truth. Within the scent detection world, a dog doesn't find cocaine. A dog doesn't find heroin. A dog finds the source of cocaine odor. A dog finds the source of heroin odor. So the material is not the tensor. Odor is. And if odor is that tensor, what is odor? That's a question that escaped a lot of us for generations, but a question which, due to circumstances, I came to your community as a result of 9/11, and at the request of the government to try to simulate non-hazardous aids to replicate military work in the United States. Even as a scientist, I had some presumptions and expectations as to what the scent of a material would be. For example, I would expect the scent of RDX to contain RDX. I would expect the odor of cocaine to contain cocaine. However, within the courses of my investigations, I realized that that was not the case. The odor of a material are more or less comprised of a scent signature. So, if that is the case, how does that overlap with our current definition of what our training aid is? Explosives are not our training aids. It's the odor that these explosives produce. That's our training aid. Cocaine is not our training aid. It's the odor that cocaine produces. That's our training aid. So, inadvertently, we're all budding scent scientists, because in order to know our training aid, we got to know odor. We got to know about scent signatures as a permanent part of our curriculum. We got to know scent theory, the gas laws, and for us scientists, we have to be able to distill these kinds of information in our, so we have to dumb them down, into packets of information that would be happily received, by practitioners, and they could incorporate understanding, because this is a level of understanding that's incorporated into practice. I had a video here. All right. My presentation today is actually on the science of odor and how it impacts detection work amongst forensic canines. And Dr. Chuck chose that topic for me, turned me into a student again. Like I said, it is also very good for us to start from basics when it comes to odor, because we're very new in this area. Even those of us that are in it, we're in it for less than a decade, because a lot of these advancements are advancements that's just been made during this short period and now connected together to make sense, that has been applied by people like Colonel Chog and his colleagues in India and in other countries and it has been validated. From a scientific point of view, there are three main variables that are needed to beget a good detection canine: a good trainer, a well-selected dog, and a good training aid. Well, of course, we can mathematically express this as x plus y plus z is equal to 24. well, is equal to, let's say, Q, for instance. However, because we said we want a good detector canine, we had quantified what we wanted. So in that case, we give that quantification an arbitrary number, like 24. Now, with a variable like x plus y plus z plus is equal to 24, in order to solve for x or y or z, one of those three variables need to have a value. It's difficult to give a value to a good trainer and say you have to be 5'4" and below to be one, or you have to be half Indian, half African to be one. So I mean, with human beings, you cannot really particularly quantify or standardize a trainer. Neither can you standardize your definition of a well-definition dog by breed, by age. It's quite impossible. However, you could standardize a training aid and say a training aid is a material, for instance, with a surface area of between X and Y that is no more than 2 years old, that is packaged in these kinds of containment and has a purity of no less than 98%. That has not yet been done. So right now, we all want a good detection dog without knowing who a good trainer is, what a well-selected dog is, and with no definitions of a training aids, because that's the only yardstick that could be used and kept a constant, so that from that constant, you will now know which trainer is good or bad, and which dog is good or bad. Now, until that is done, that the training aid is standardized, or one of these variables is standardized, of which the training aid is the only one that can be standardized. Until that is done, the only thing two trainers would agree on is what the third one is doing wrong. And voila, all is sane within our community. The only thing two trainers agree on is what the third one is doing wrong. What does that mean to a scientist? It means chaos. It means confusion. It means having no measuring yardsticks, having no metering systems, no order. So some of us over the years, and with the good participation of India, we've had a multinational and an international collaboration to try to get more because we wanted more. Identifying odor as the main component of detection rather than the material is still an ongoing thing, and it is embodied in definitions and in classifications. So until we standardize the training aid, there will be chaos because there are no metrics. And this chaos, like I said, is already embodied in our number one saying of the only thing two trainers agree on is what the third one is doing wrong. So, I mean, what is classification? Of course, classification is a systematic arrangement of materials or objects into groups based on characteristics that they overlap. Might be origin, might be composition, it might be properties, or might be use. When it comes to scent training can be classified on the basis of quite a few properties. Could be classified on the property on the basis of its origin, its composition, its properties of the aid itself, on the odor quality, or on the training outcomes of the aid. Currently, we classify scent training aids on the basis of origin, which is the most primal of classifications we could give a material. That's a scent training aid. We believe that a scent training aid should be judged and quantified by its odor quality and its training outcomes. So therefore, there comes the first intellectual differentiation between schools of thought, where we have veered away from the traditional school of thought that a training aid should be judged by its origin or measured by its origin. And we argue that a training aid should be measured by its odor quality and its training outcomes. Like I said, currently, number one, it's being used. And when the material is, when a scent training aid is part of, or if it's the same as what you're supposed to detect, it's called real. And anything else is called pseudo. Here's a typical example of what I mean. If you have TNT, they will call it real. However, a chemically formulated training aid that comprises of TNT odor, just like Sigma pseudo, they would call it pseudo. Where did they get the word pseudo from? I'm sure even in India, you know the word pseudo versus real. Well, ironically and embarrassingly,
तुम बना दो यार, ज्यादा दिमाग नहीं लगाओ अभी, बना लो फिर आऊंगा तब समझाऊंगा आराम से, कोई बात नहीं,
Please
बना दो।
mute yourself, Praveen. Please mute yourself.
pardon? Can you hear me?
Sorry for the disturbance, sir. You may please continue.
Okay. Now, can you see the enlargement of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Now, the word pseudo comes from, it is actually a trademark name that comes from the borough of Sigma pseudo. So Sigma pseudo is a company that makes chemically formulated training aids. And our community has used the trademark word pseudo and turned it into a definition. Because why? They don't like it because it's not real. Like I said, however, what is real? What is a scent training aid? You know, what we call a scent training aid in this present day and age is nothing but an odor provider. An odor itself is the real scent training aid. So a training aid needs to be classified from the perspective of the odor that it provides, from its odor quality, and from which the training outcomes acquired from such odors will now be the final classifier of the training aid. Now, pseudo versus real. TNT versus TNT odor. Which is more important to us as a community? When you look at a training aid from the, hello?
David, sorry for
Yeah.
interruption. Can you please convert your presentation into slideshow mode so that the slides are easily visible to the audience? Because
Okay.
they're a little too difficult to make out. So there's a slideshow mode on your right, bottom right. So if you can convert that, I think slides would be easily understood by the participants, please. Sorry about that.
Oh, 1 second. I think I'm on
presentation. In the PowerPoint on the bottom right, the slideshow is there. Yes, little down, little down.
The last icon, sir.
Last icon.
The last icon at the bottom.
Not the
in the
last.
bottom.
Little on your left.
Let me see. You mean I should remove the slide? I should remove this from the.
No, not
right?
this. The slideshow mat. I mean, you see there are 4 or 5 icons on the bottom line. That is.
Yeah.
On the right, right, and the next one.
Yeah. You wanted the slideshow.
This is the slideshow. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
So nice.
All right.
Thank you.
So with this new illumination as to what a training aid actually is, there is need for a redefinition of training aids. Not just based on just a word of it being real, or just not based from the material perspective, but based on its odor characteristics. And here is this new classification, plus definitions of odor itself. Now, let's assume, for instance, that we want to send training aid to use to train our dogs for exercise, like it's an explosive or narcotic. We have 2 choices. We could go find somebody that has cocaine, in which we could use their cocaine, for instance, using the real target material as a training aid. Or we could go onto the right-hand side of the screen and get a non-target material, get a non-cocaine material that has been chemically engineered to give out cocaine odor, the odor of pure cocaine, or any other derivatives, or the odor of TNT or cocaine or methamphetamines or RDX. But let's go the qualitative route first. Somebody wants TNT, for instance, and he gets real TNT. Now, the first thing when you get such a target material and you decide to use it as a training aid is, since nobody checks the odor, nobody knows whether that material is either live or dead. What I mean by live or dead is whether the material is actively producing odor or not. Because odor is only produced on the surface of a material. And if that surface is oxidized, that surface would produce no odor. So the mere assumption that because I'm holding a pound of C4, I'm holding a block of C4 in my hand, so that C4 would be providing C4 odor without knowing whether the surface is oxidized or not is unfortunate. So let's assume that the material produces odor and the material is live, not dead. Left side of the screen. Now, the material is pure only when it's naked. C4 is pure only when it's naked. Cocaine is pure only when it's naked. Now, the moment you wrap up the C4 or you put the cocaine in a plastic bag, you've changed the odor. Why? Because now the odor that will be permeating out will be different from parent odor. How different could this be? It could be extremely different. For instance, the difference would actually depend on what kind of containment you put it in. Now, you gave me you gave me a 10 grams of cocaine, and you put it into my hands to use as a training aid. If I put it in glass, let's assume that the odor coming out of that pure cocaine is 1. Let's classify the odor that comes out of that cocaine, which we would call the parent odor. If that was 1, the odor that will be coming out of the glass, which will be the training odor, will be 1. That means glass doesn't change odor. It doesn't interfere with the odor, dirt to odor. So it makes the best crucible, the best container for an odor producing material. Now, if I took that cocaine and I put it in a plastic bag, oh, thank you very much. Wow, I can train my dog now. And I put it in a plastic bag and I seal it so it doesn't spill, like it's normally done within police departments all over the world. What is not normally remembered is that plastics are semi-permeable membranes. They are not fully permeable, semi-permeable. So based on the kind of plastic that's used, the pore size and the thickness, it would filter the components of the scent signature of the cocaine that's inside the bag. To the extent that the odor that will be coming out now from it will be different from the odor that the cocaine itself is emitting inside the bag. If the parent odor of the cocaine is assumed to be 1, the odor that would be permeating through the plastic bag would be 1 minus X, where X are the components that are lost from the scent signature of 1. Now, you have another scenario whereby I can say, okay, thank you very much. And I take the cocaine and I put it in an envelope. Now, or I put it in a canvas bag. These are porous materials, of course. So these odors would pass very freely through the envelope. However, of the envelope or the canvas bag too would contribute to the final odor. So if the odor of the cocaine in the bag, which is a parent odor, was 1, the odor that'll be coming out of the canvas bag or the porous material will be 1 plus X, where X is the contributory odor, the porous container. Now, if X happens to be 25% of 1 in odor intensity or greater, then the dog would also mistake X to be a part of what it's supposed to detect. In that case, the dog would detect it too. So if you put your odor or your training aid provider in a canvas bag, and the odor of the canvas and the odor is 1, and the odor of the canvas bag is 0.25 and above, after training your dog would alert on the cocaine and your dog would alert on the canvas bag. I say 0.25%, but I think it goes down to 5%. And why do I say 5%? Because dogs that are trained on fentanyl laced heroin end up detecting pure fentanyl by itself. And in fentanyl laced heroin is never more than about 8 to 10%. So in that case, one could translate, but for 20 years, I've been saying 0.25%. So when the odor of the container is 0.25% or above of the odor intensity of your training, your parent odor, then your dog would also alert on that material, that container too. So within these kind of porous materials, you have a situation where, it's 1 plus X. Now, the fourth scenario you would have, if I said, oh, thank you very much, keep this cocaine very well, and I put in a metal container. Now, metals are called metals because they have the property of conducting electricity. What is the conductance of electricity? The conductance of electricity is the movement of electrons. So that means that metals have electrons that move. Yes, metals have electrons that are located on their surfaces, and these electrons are capable of movement. In a situation where you have a metal container and you have gas molecules hitting the metal, if that gas molecule hits an electron, it would either pick it up or it would donate one to it. If it picks it up or if it donates one to it, whichever one, the odor becomes a radical. Radicals are highly reactive. It would react with something. So by the time it comes out, it is a product of a free radical reaction, and it's not what originally came off the material. Yes, in chemistry, we typically call metals catalysts, and we normally use them for gas phase reactions. The simplest commercial application of the gas changing capability of metal that I could think of is in a catalytic converters. A car catalytic converters convert carbon monoxide to carbon dioxide with ease. And that's how metals are, and that's how they catalyze odor. So in this case, if the odor that was coming out of the cocaine was 1, the odor that would be coming out of the metal will be X, where X is not equal to 1. So here you could see the importance of containers, where your odor 1, your parent odor 1, in its way to becoming training odor, could remain as 1, could have become 1 minus X, could have become 1 plus X, or could have become X. A lot of people don't like to say much about the importance of containments, but as you can see, it is that important. Now we're still on the left-hand side. Now, like I said, now you have the pure material. Just by wrapping it up, now you have the impure material. And I put there in brackets unintentional. because I don't think anyone intentionally tries to turn their pure odor into impure training odor. Now, when the material is pure, like when the cocaine is pure, when the TNT is pure, the odor is crude. And at St. Logics, we call it crude true odor. We call it crude true odor because even though the odor is true, the material is not a good candidate to use as a scent reference material because factors such as its age, his surface area, the manufacturing processes, the storage conditions have not been standardized as things that should be taken into consideration when using a training aid. So even up to the present day and age within our profession, if you're using C4 as an explosives training aid and I'm using C4 too, we just know we're both using C4. We never ask, oh, what's the surface area of C4 you're using? What's the of the C4 you're using? What is it contained in? And most times, unfortunately, they are contained in ammo cans. So the crude, what is considered a pure training aid, the odor is crude, even if true. And by the time you've wrapped it up into something as a containment, it becomes blended and modified. So what you end up having is blended and modified odor, even though it's still called real. Now, on the left, on the right side, now you have the non-target material training aids. Non-target material training aids are aids that you would probably hear being referred to as pseudo. You know, back in the days, now we're trying to change that. If they're chemically formulated training aids, they're chemically engineered training aids, and there are two kinds of these chemically engineered training aids. One is based on the use of the target material within the formulation, and one is based on the use of the target material's odor within the formulation. The one that uses the target material's odor, the one that's used the target material within the formulation, I believe that these materials came as a result of pressure from the community itself. Who were the ones who screamed for a non-hazardous alternative, but they felt that the best one that could be made should still incorporate a component of the target within it. They believed that seeking a non-hazardous equivalent of the target material simply entails diluting that material within an inert non-odoriferous matrix. You know, however, I mean, how it sounds very easy, but how easy could such be? Well, it's not as easy as they think it is, because in scent theory, every new material has its own distinct odor. And when you mix water with flour, you don't have water and flour. You have dough. So trying to mix real explosives for so because they're all man-made with inerts have resulted in training aids that have blended and modified odor. And as you can see, at least now, this is intentional. However, at the same time, the odor consequences are the same as the unintentional. Whereby, for example, more examples of unintentional would be imprinting a dog with prescription drugs in order to detect the drug. So you want to detect MDMA, and then you imprint the dogs with MDMA tablets without realizing that you only have like 2 milligram or 5 milligrams of MDMA per tablet. And now, what is the rest? Starch and the binder. That's why dogs trained with that, yes, they would find MDMA, but they would also alert on any tablet that has the same starch and the binder as the MDMA that you used as your training aid. Impure drugs are also could be unintentional. Sometimes cops would say, oh, my dogs are looking for street drugs, so I will train with street drugs. Training with street drugs that you don't know what else is in it means getting a dog that'll be detecting things that you don't know. It's best to have a gold standard odor that you use, something you've designated your gold standard, and it is from there that your performances of your dogs will be judged, and not from things you've just picked up from the streets and might just test positive in a test kit, but doesn't give you what kind of purity it is. So with the use of the use of the target material in the formulation, you have a pseudo material training aid. Even though they don't like calling themselves pseudo material training aids, they like to still call themselves real because it contains a little bit of the real stuff in there. This is particularly with explosives detection. With narcotics detection, it's not possible to do that. So on the other side, you have those training aids based on the use of the material's odor within the formulation. Now, this is in an attempt to have a non-hazardous and non-illicit training aid. Sometimes, particularly, you have three kinds of training aids in this. You have those based on the full parent signature of the target material's odor. And the only company that releases that makes such a training aid right now, where the odor is full, it's full parent odor, it's 100% pure, is Senlogics. Why? Because we started out at a time where we went against what the community demanded and went for the truth. The community's definition of real, and it still is, it's the real McCoy. They think it's using the real target as the training aid. But we believe that we use the real target's odor and not just a component, a fraction, or a fractal of it, but the full parent signature. Now, next to us are those training aids whereby they use fractions of the full scent signature. They use one or two components most. And that was they were the first that actually tried. The only company that does that now is Sigma Pseudo products, and they were the first out there that provided training aids that had incomplete scent signatures, but they still worked, you know. And now the third chemically engineered scent signatures that come from a new group of materials we call soaks. The scientists that produce them have names for them like polymer, polymer absorbed materials, polymer odor containing materials, but these materials just soak up the odor from a training aid, and then it's then used as a training aid itself. The company called Get Scent does that. A piece of it looks like a piece of plastic that you could use to absorb odor, and then you take that out, and then you use that for your detective abilities. I wouldn't say what we recommend or what we don't recommend out of these products practically, because we encourage practitioners to use all products. Of course, many ways lead to Rome. And of course, some ways are a lot quicker, faster, better, and more convenient than others. We advocate the use of full scent signatures because of the benefits using full scent signatures in part to a canine's performance, and also in parts to the range of what they could find. So here is our new classification and definitions of scent training aids. And these different classifications and definitions also provide different training outcomes. I don't know, PK, how much time do I have?
You have all the time. We gave you a couple of hours for your presentation, but we are open to if you extend and decide, and if you are awake and you are happy to extend your time, we would be so grateful, because we are all excited to hear you and hear you directly from the source. So please feel free and don't have any inhibition. It's up to you how much you want to feel comfortable.
Okay. All right. Out of my remaining time, how much time do I have left?
Yeah. No, you please, no restrictions for you.
Okay. Now, thank you very much, PK. I appreciate it. Now, like we said, a training aid should be known by its odor quality. And the odor quality is something that you get, from knowing scent signatures. But now, is your scent signature right or wrong? That is something that you know from your training outcomes. Coming back to our last equation, or our last measurements of a good trainer, well selected, or than a good training aid getting a good detected canine. Even within our community, we might say we want a good detector dog, but what we typically get, the dogs we typically get and call good detector dogs, are still not the best. Why? Because they still have some problems. What kind of problems are we talking about? They still have problems. They still have problems based on false alerts. What do I mean by false alerts? There are materials that are not what you've trained the dog to detect, and the dog goes and sits on them like those were the ones that you trained to detect. Sometimes the dogs, they still don't know a true the true scent signature of the target. They just know a fractal of it. Sometimes they ignore large targets, whereby you train them to detect TNT, but they get to 25 kilos of TNT and they look like at it like they've never trained to detect it before and they walk right past it. Sometimes they indicate an undesirable distance away from the target, whereby they have the explosives and the narcotics there, but then again, the dog the dog sits 10 feet away from it instead of sitting to source. And then sometimes the dog will generalize items that are not non-target as targets. But we have words to make ourselves feel better within the community. Like, oh, the dog's just falsing. Oh, it's a threshold issue. Or, oh, yeah, that is normal. Your dog has to go for large height training to find large heights. But why should that be the case? Is that what we should expect from normal training aids? So are these limitations that we still know are within a good detector dog? Are these limitations normal? Are these limitations due to bad training? Are these limitations due to a badly selected canine? Or is it just due to the bad training? These are the questions. That we live with within the community. Now, without foraging to older science, we were able to realize where these limitations were coming from. These limitations were coming from the dog's knowledge of the scent composition. Now, the difference between real TNT and our TNT, as you can see, is that all the components within our training aids are above the olfactory threshold of the dog. Whereas when you use real TNT, for example, the components, whether the components are above the olfactory threshold or not is dependent on the surface area of the material that you're using. So if you, for example, use 1 gram to 2 pounds of real TNT, your dog would only know 2 of the 5 components of the TNT odor. You have to use over 60 pounds of TNT for the least volatile component in the headspace of TNT to be above the olfactory threshold of your dog. Now, when a dog is trained on 2 pounds of TNT, as the dog is coming closer, when the dog is trained on 2 pounds of TNT, the dog only knows the most volatile components of the headspace, which would be 2 of the 5 components. Now, the dog now is faced with 80 pounds of the same TNT. If the dog moves towards the 80 pounds, then the dog will start finding 3 more components that it's not been trained to detect. So what does the dog do? The dog moves back and moves back and moves back to the beginning of where the blue line, the middle line starts. And it stops there just before it gets to, because as it goes to the blue line, it starts smelling stuff that it's never been trained to smell. And it would move that far back an undesirable distance away from real TNT. A lot of trainers try to coerce their dogs to go to source, and the dogs refuse and they think it's a bad dog, or they think it's a bad trainer. Nobody blames the training aid for such things until we started doing our research at SandLogix. Now, and it shows the importance of sense signatures and also the training consequences that comes um, from either using the wrong sense signatures, which might actually translate to using the wrong training aids. One thing that I'd also like to introduce into programs is for practitioners to charge scientists with bringing in proof whenever they have things that sound fantastic to say. Just like this. Because I think that sounds a little bit fantastic because we're the first to talk on this level about really bringing out sense signatures and correlating it to canine behavior in detection. But this is something we've seen in many dogs, and I would like to show you a video of one of such. This is a case study for TATP. TATP is the most dangerous explosive of our generation. It is the most dangerous one because it is also it is the easiest to also make. So it has 80% the power of TNT, but you could go to your supermarket, get a few things, go into your kitchen and make them. All terrorist bombings over the last 10 years in Europe have come from dogs that have been, has come from terrorists that have used TATP. TATP is also called the mother of Satan. It is easy to make, but it's also extremely sensitive. I have seen people explode just because they were holding TATP and they walked past a tractor trailer that blew its horn. So even sound energy could blow up TATP that's carried in a rucksack. Now, we typically in the United States, we certify dogs on TATP. However, we use only 1 gram of TATP, most of our certifications, because everybody's afraid to make TATP. Nobody wants to blow up. However, we do charge at Logics that since the average weight of TATP in a suicide bomber's bag is about 14 kilos, can a dog trained on 1 gram detect 14 kilos? So that's the question that we've always had, and we do not think that is possible. Our explosive aids represent about 100 pounds of each explosive. So, and since we have a national squad of dogs trained on TATP, and they certify 1 gram, we wanted to see what would happen if a dog that's trained on 1 gram, the dog is then told to detect 100 pounds. And here's a case study that we did. Here, the first slide shows the location of the training aids. The first TATP you would see is the 1 gram that's used in the certification, that's in the second cinder block. And then on the last cinder block is the Logics TATP. Sorry, I must have done something there. indications. And that's the same logic. So now the second question now is, what happens when a dog that's been trained on that first one, the little one, the 1 gram, what does it do? What happens to it when it's exposed to 100 pounds of the same TNT, TATP, as represented by our St. Logic's training aid? This practitioner decided to help to see what his dog will do, because he had been certified on the little blue 1 gram one. When he went for the St. Lot, he of course he avoided the first 2 cinder blocks and he started from the third one. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
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 sir,
we can hear you comfortably.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So since he had just certified on the 1 gram, he started from the third cinder blocks. Now remember, the St. Logics is on the last cinder block. So let's see what happens.
Hello, sweet. See you in an hour. I'll see you in 1 hour. I'll be there late. Yeah, there. It's fine. Yeah, I'll meet you there. Pardon? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Take care. Okay.
Then he called the dog off. Now, would anybody give me an idea of what they think might have happened there? Are we thinking about it?
In the instant case, the dog has not been able to reach the source. So from sand to source, which we emphasize is strength with the dog. So this dog is not able to reach, and the reasons may be multiple, but in this instant case where you are discussing is certainly the training aids which are playing a wrong way to imprint their dogs, and dog is not reaching down to the source and giving indication away from the source. So he's getting the
Yeah.
order, but he's not able to focus on through the source itself.
Yeah. This is what, thank you very much, Doc. This is what you would typically see when a dog trained on small heights is it now encounters a large target. You see it with search and rescue when a dog trained on a finger now approaches, that's on a finger, a leg, when it approaches a real corpse. You see dogs alerting undesirable distances away from them. Even with narcotics, when a car is, we've seen many instances of a car laden with drugs, and the dog alerts on the next car instead. Now, there are also other instances whereby if the dog is trained on small amounts, and now the dog now is exposed to large amounts, because the dog was trained on small amounts, the dog only knows the most volatile components of the headspace. Now, if this dog now is exposed to large amounts, it has 40 seconds to find that target, or its nose would desensitize against that target, and it will walk right past that target. In order to prove the validity of this claim, we also used SenLogix. And what we did was that we took one of the gentlemen, the practitioners, the canine team, that had just certified on 1 gram. We took them to the SenLogix 100-pound. We made them stay alert on the SenLogix for 40 seconds. And then we told them to go back and repeat the test again to see that whether the dog would alert on SenLogix after a 40-second, whether the dog would alert to the 1 gram after exposure to the 40 seconds, because we think by 40 seconds, the dog's nose would have desensitized itself to the volatile component it had learned to use to identify TATP itself. So we got a gentleman, got him to alert on SenLogix for 40 seconds, and then told him to go to the 1 gram to see what his dog would do. Remember, the 1 gram, which he had just certified on, is in the second cinder block. This dog never initially alerted on SenLogix, but it was taken to SenLogix exposed to 40 seconds, and then after that taken to its own training aid that is just certified on, double presented. The dog didn't alert. Why? Because the dog, after being continuously trained on just 1 gram, how much odor would 1 gram present? There are 6 components in the sense signature of TATP. So the dog probably knows only about 2 based on the amount, the surface area of the odor it's been trained with. So now the dog missed it, and we told the guy, wait 20 seconds, go out for fresh air, count for 20 seconds, and then come back in and do the same test again. So he went out for 20 seconds, and he came back in with the dog, and he tried the and then he tried it again. And there you see that the dog found the aid. It is very, very important to know what you're training with, not just from a material origin perspective, but from the perspective of odor. The age of a material matters. As you can see in this graph, we have the training We have the odor profile of 3 odors. First is the one they called, this was done by other universities. We like to use other people's data of us to prove our science rather than our own data, so that there wouldn't be any aspects of people saying that we've doctored anything. So here in the first week, for cocaine on the left, you would see in the first week there was odors. There were odors for the 3 aids, for pseudo, which is Senlogics, for fresh, and for old. And week 2, the odor of the old had disappeared. The odor of the old cocaine was no more. Week 10, was a little odor of the old cocaine. And week 12, there was no more odor. And if you look at the scent signature down there, if you look at the scent signature left to right of cocaine, as you can see, cocaine had a full scent signature when it was fresh. But when it was old, it only had 1 scent component left, methyl benzoate, which is the one that a lot of people know about, which is a component of sigma pseudo. Now, to the right, you see heroin shared the same fate. Our training aid had consistent odor. The fresh one had consistent odor, but the old heroin, as you can see, week 3 had no more odor. Week 6, the odor had gone. Week 10, the odor came back. Week 12, the odor came back to, the odor was there, but was little. So as you can see, when you use old training aids, the odor profile changes. And sometimes you might have no odors at all. You can imagine if you were week 0, you were using heroin, you trained a dog for a whole week. The dog was wonderful. And I'm like, oh, wow, I love your dog. Please borrow me your training aid. And then it was week 5, then you borrowed me your training aid, talking about the old heroin. But then there's no odor. But I'll be training the dog on the premise that, oh, it's real. And I just got it from my friend who just trained a champion dog from it, the dog that detected heroin. So what is wrong? Must be a bad dog. Let me go get another dog, or am I a bad trainer? But the problem is something that's not really considered to be that important, which is the training aid. So you can see when a training aid is too old, there are other consequences that translate to performance consequences. Sometimes we have some errors with using this target material training aids that we've spoken about. Oh, sorry. It keeps on jumping. Yeah. So, yeah. There are major training errors too that's involved with using target material training aids. The training errors based on using unoptimized aids. In the United States, we have a pride of using DEA, narcotics and drugs, because the DEA, they're gracious enough to provide us with drugs to use. However, we do not provide the DEA with specifics with which they could serve us better, with providing them with maybe age criteria or purity criteria in which we could get better aids from them. But since our statute of limitations is 10 years anyway, by the time we get our training aids, they're too old. The amount that are also issued to, between 20 and 30 grams, is too little to afford us the kind of scent signatures that we need for high performance training. And then again, these drugs, since the DEA, they don't manufacture drugs and they don't purify either. They just give us these drugs, so we get what purity they could give us, and they're never 100% pure. So the training aids we get are also impure, but because they come straight from the DEA, some of us feel that they must be pure, but they are seldom pure. So these training aids come, they are unoptimized, the ones we get from the government, you know. And then the second one, training errors based on the use of misconceived training aids. We have spoken about these training errors developed out of a misconception of real, whereby we think that just because we've put a little bit of explosives and mixed it with sand, that what we have is an inert of the explosive, without really knowing that it's more like mixing flour with water. So we make that mistake, and we suffer the consequences of such a mistake. You know, and then of course we have based on the use of prescription tablets, and saying that we want to find the target. We, instead of imprinting with pure ecstasy, we use ecstasy pills, for instance. Instead of training with pure fentanyl, we use fentanyl tablets, forgetting that these tablets only contain minuscule amounts of this target material. So the scent signatures we're using are actually full of artifacts. And of course, we have training errors based on misconceived understandings of a training aid's odor. And with this regard, we have imprinting through bags and envelopes, imprinting with soaps, imprinting in paint cans. And then the final training error that we typically have within our community is incomplete imprint contact time. With our training relationships with a few, with Highland Canine in the United States in particular, we realize that there's a minimum amount of time required in imprinting for the dogs to know the full scent signature of a material. And whilst a half imprinted dog might show an anomalous behavior of doing well and passing certification, a fully imprinting dog will perform better. And so complete imprinting can only be achieved if the training aid itself has a full scent signature available for imprinting. If a training aid is too old, too little, impure, misconceived, complete imprinting cannot take place. I'm sorry, my computer keeps on. So this will be the last full slide. And this slide, I will briefly go through it. It's just about how your training aid affects your training consequences. And initially, we're looking for a target odor. And like we said in the previous big chat, then we have a requirement for target odor. And then we have odor selection. We can select the source from natural materials, which are the natural target materials, or from synthetics, which are the ones chemically engineered that we spoke about earlier on. Now, if we assume that the target material itself is live, of course, the odor could be pure for the naked materials. When it's wrapped, it's pure and not naked. You know, and when it's that's when it's wrapped. Sometimes it's pure, not naked. Sometimes it's pure, not naked. I'm trying to be fair, but then sometimes it's impure. Now look at the odors that you have for these different kinds of configurations. When we get the first pure naked material, which is true odor, okay, you got true odor. But if you use 10 grams of it, you have low threshold training outcomes. If you use a desirable amount of it, of I would say like 30 pounds, then you have high threshold, pure odor training outcomes. So the training outcomes you get when you use odor actually depends on how much of it do you use. Did you use enough for the dog to know the full scent signature, or did you not? And that would determine the training outcomes of your dog. Now, if you used blended odors, you have the same thing too. However, the situation is worse. Why? Because since the odor is blended, you're gonna have blended odor impurity outcomes. What does that mean? Your dog is gonna be falsing. Your dog is gonna alert an undesirable amount distance away from the target. You know, now all blended odors will do that, whether you use small or large amounts. As your odor tends to be impure, you have false alerts coming in. You have generalizations coming in. You have pure target alert issues coming in, because we've seen instances where the training aid has been so impure that the dog actually alerts on all the impurities within the training aid but does not alert on the target itself. We call that the hair anomaly. And that's another story for another day. Now, when you go to the synthetic sides, as you can see, you have three different choices. Using odor, you can use the full odor profile, which at the current state of time, Senlogics, they are the only company that make full odor profiles for as training aids for detection industry. And their odors are true odors. Their odors are standardized because every Senlogics training aid is the same. Every cocaine is the same over the last decade. It has the same surface area. It has the same generation rate. So all these materials, all these with Senlogics now, when you train a dog with it, we have an optimized all threshold pure odor outcome dog. And those that use Senlogics know it gives the best outcomes of all. Now, when you're using target materials in the middle, like those materials that are blended, those materials based on origin, the one in the middle where you have a little bit of a real explosive mixed with an inert material, you have a blended modified odor. And even though these might be standardized, they have very low thresholds. And because they have very low thresholds, of course, they have limited performance outcomes, and they have incomplete scent profiles because of these thresholds. Now, you have to, in our efforts to bring definitions onto the table, onto the general mainstream, onto the table where the community could argue and accept, we have made some definitions whereby we have differentiated scent from odor. And we have defined scent as low intensity odor, just like the scent of a woman. So we've used sense and odor as a measure of intensity, whereby you have when odor is of a low intensity, you can call it a scent. Just like you could say David whispered at me, or David screamed at me. And so in that, when people train with sense, they have limitations to what they could smell. When people train with odors, they're able to easily identify scents. And in the creation of a training aid, you could make scents out of odors, but it's very difficult to make odors out of scents, because as you multiply the scents, you're also multiplying contributors from packaging and also the impurities. It was on the basis of all of these that after doing our research, now when we go back to the first question, a good trainer, a well-selected dog, and a good training aid, we have a good detector dog. However, this good detector dog still has these limitations that we've learned to live with. False alerts, ignoring light targets, indicating an undesirable distance away from the target, and the generalization of non-target. Now, we can now answer these questions again and say, are these limitations normal? And we can say, no, they're not normal. Why? Because because Logics has proven that when the odor is parent odor and it is pure, the canines don't ignore light targets. Canines don't indicate an undesirable distance away from the target. Canines don't generalize non-target items as targets. In fact, they discriminate, which is the job of a detector dog. And the dogs don't false either. So we know these limitations are not normal. Is it due to a bad trainer? Well, if your training aid is good, then the trainer would be the second person to point at. Is it due to a badly selected canine? I don't think so. That's very unusual. Would it be used to the use of bad training aids? Yes. As you can see, we have proven without a doubt that it's the training aid, the cheapest of the three things needed to beget a good detector dog, is the one that's actually its selection is just as important as the other two, because the consequences are a lot more dire than any of the other two. So when we look at how a training aid impacts training outcomes now, as you can see, it's not that we like the math, but as scientists, we have to be able to break things down. And trying to break down now the characteristics of a good trainer, the characteristics of a well-selected dog, and the characteristic of a good training aid. As far as we are concerned, the training aid is our forte. So, these are the characteristics that we consider should be that of a good training aid. And we know now that once you have a training aid that has all these characteristics, and and the trainer knows these characteristics to look for, you'd realize that a dog would not ignore light targets anymore. A dog would not have false alerts anymore. A dog would not indicate an undesirable distance away from a target anymore. And there will be no generalization of non-target items as targets. So it was on the basis of that, of trying to disseminate this information, that we instituted Sensors. It enem nasus, the nose knows. And Sensors stands for Sense for Canine Evaluation and Non-Hazardous Training System of Unified Research, Certification, and Education. It will be the first walking dog system that uses odor as the foundational basis of its education, training, and certification. And we hope that this would make everyone to wake up, to understand that odor is the real tensor, and for us all to unify together both science and practice to really unravel this enigma called odor. We were the first group of scientists to actually stand up to the profession and go against what the profession felt they needed, because we knew better that it was not good for them. I mean, one unifying factor about joining a profession like this is that you must have a source of integrity with you, and probably a patriotic spirit too. It's an unspoken requirement that would practically want to even drive you to be involved within a profession of this nature. And it is a profession where failure is not an option. So it is important that we scientists, we know that this is a place where science meets practice. And it is a place where practitioners would know that, yeah, there might be old school ways in which things are done, but there is a science behind it. There's a scientific basis towards it that could only make you better if you learned. So it is that in mind that we're introducing sensors as a basis of pure science and also pure collaboration of scientists with practitioners to be able to bring out, to be able to derive results and uncover knowledge that would be of that would be game changing to the industry. So it's on that note, that I thank you very much. Now, when we talk about training aids now, we hope that there will be older understanding by the training aid manufacturers, which we have. And when you multiply that with training aid selection, when that older understanding is transferred to the trainer will be able to make smart training aid selection decisions that we guarantee would bring market differences in training outcomes to the industry. When we talk about training, when I teach and when my colleagues teach, we try to be fair because this is a new science. This is not the time to start lying or to start giving out information that has not been confirmed, because everything we believe we're learning at this stage, not just Logics, but everybody, are foundational stepping stones to the industry where the science is new. And as you can tell, standardization of training aids now is going to start as other things have been standardized, as other professions have standardized their measuring units, and it is on this level, on this basis, that I've presented my presentation. And I hope that it has been simple, and easy to understand. And I look forward to coming to India as you guys progress within your educational dreams, goals, and do some practice, and also train more, and would also train more. I'm a scientist, yes, but I'm also a NIPOPO gold practitioner. So I'm a scientist that loves to get his hands dirty with the dogs too, and get involved with imprinting and training. So on that note, I thank you very much. It's been an honor to be able to speak with you, and a pleasure too. God bless you. God bless India. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Before the organizing president and secretary of Budding Experts say a few words of gratefulness to you, I must personally thank you for agreeing to my proposal and coming down and speaking in the middle of your night. So your
My
darkness,
pleasure.
US is bringing lights to us here in India, among the professionals and the aspirants who are practicing. And your presentation was so insightful that it has clarified a lot of confusions when it comes to the use of training aids, real versus
Thank you very much.
artificial, and which are like scientifically based. And we truly value your product, Logics. We've been using it for so long, and there's immense trust built around the product, and we have been using it very, very like confidently, and we got great results, and the dogs have really, really improved with a great and significant manner. And I'm sure today's presentation is going to really help us further. Yes, we are going to invite you for the physical seminar very soon, somewhere in February, March. We'll try to plan, and you already promised us to spare yourself for that. Going to have 2-3 days session, and we'll plan accordingly. And the audience and listeners would definitely come again to listen you in great numbers and interact you physically with you to have more clarification on the science of order. And your sent source is definitely, we are looking towards it, of collaborating with it, because your objectives, the education, training, and certifications are the same goals which we were just talking about during my presentation, where we've established this unique venture with the National Forensic Science University. So definitely our objectives are merging, and there's a synergy in our objectives, and that would definitely take us forward and lead in this world and show others also to really come up with discussing with their challenges and issues and finding ways to succeed. So we are all grateful on behalf of all the Indian canine fraternity, forensic canine fraternity. I hand it over to Astha and Milik to formally express their gratefulness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chug sir, for extending our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. David sir. I am immensely grateful for the remarkable presentation you have delivered on the science of odor and how it impacts the detection work among forensic canines. Your ability to seamlessly blend scientific intricacies and practical applications made the topic both accessible and fascinating, sir. The depth of your knowledge was evident, and your passion for the subject resonated with the audience. Thank you for sharing your expertise and contributing to the advancement of our collective understanding. Your insights will undoubtedly leave a lasting impact on our perspectives in this field. So, sir, there are a few questions in the chat box. I'll just go through it quickly. So,
Okay.
Mark DeCosta, sir, says, "Thank you, doctor, for your valuable time and knowledge." He is also a gold grad in NEPOPO. So, he is very happy to interact with you.
Nepopo.
And, sir, there is a question from him asking, "Is dog's life lessened with the use of explosive scent logic training kits?"
No. I don't know whether you can still see me on camera. Something went dark.
We can see
Can
you.
you see me? Okay, you can see me?
Yes.
You are
Fantastic.
visible, sir.
Okay. All right.
Now your video is off. If you
Okay,
can see.
yeah, so I think I thumbed it 1 second. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now you're
okay.
visible.
All right. Fantastic. Well, odor is odor. And I think the day we start to live is the day we start to die. The day we start living is the day we start to die. There's nothing particularly unnerving about the odor of explosives, except that we just have to be aware of some things. Number one, the odor of explosives comprises of nitrates, and nitrates are vasodilators. Back in the days when I was young, if you gave me something and you told me it was dynamite, I test it by holding it to my nose. I take a big whiff of it and then I wait for the headache. Because and of course we use a lot of nitrates too in our medical world, to as vasodilators. So just like I get headaches when I sniff explosives, I think dogs might get headaches too. I've always been concerned of that. And when I train dogs, I make sure I don't let them stay too much in a training environment of explosives. They're alert, I give them their reward. And I try to if I try to take them away from that environment to a more air diluted environment, because I'm always assuming that since their noses are more sensitive to me than mine, they might be more susceptible to getting these headaches too, as they would, of course, if they were exposed to nitrates. I don't think it diminishes their life. I've never seen anything in the headspace of explosives that I could say would be detrimental to a canine's life or a human, just apart from the fact that with nitrates, you do get that headache. With Logics, since Logics is non-hazardous, that means it doesn't contain those nitrates. So that is one of the added values of having Logics, because it is non-illicit. And it also, the train aid was made, really, one of the requirements was that it was non-hazardous, so you wouldn't have those problems with Logics, even with real explosives, they won't kill a dog. But Logics is a lot more non-hazardous because it wouldn't give a dog a headache.
Thank you, sir. So there is another question from Mark sir, asking if glass is the best storing container. We hardly have glass lids. How do you counter this?
That's a good one. That is true. There are glass lids that have Teflon innerlays. Teflon too is a material that's known to be quite inert. Some of the odor might be absorbed, however, it will not contribute to the scent signature. However, there are there are glass jars with lids, and I think since now we know it's the best thing for us to use. If we searched harder, we have glass lids. We have jars with glass lids, even though we also designed our own too, at Logics, But yeah, I think now that we now know that there are some things that are better than others, we could now start to seek, for the right tools, to give us the best productivity. But yeah, those glass jars have Teflon. They have glass, just like you can buy jars separately, you could buy lids separately too. And most times you have those with Teflon in that regard.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Sandeep sir expresses his thank for the great informative presentation. He, being the canine forensic student, is very grateful that you shared your deep insights and which will help him and all the members of the canine forensics community to do better. Thank you so
It's
much,
my
sir.
pleasure it's my pleasure and my honor. As Doc knows, I have a deep love for India, and I would suggest for everyone that I will let you know I'm at your service. Please don't hesitate to get in touch with me, either personally through Doc, through Facebook, through any other forum. I'm always very happy, to answer any questions and help those within the profession along the path, of knowing Odo a lot more, and also collaborating with professors and enthusiasts, research enthusiasts, in trying to demystify the enigma of Odo.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, also we have Colonel Sanjeev Chauhan sir with us, who says that the Scintologic training aid is used optimally by our organization to ensure our force multipliers are operationally effective. So the Indian Army is using it perfectly in their operations, and he is thanking you for touching this subject in detail.
Oh, it's thanks. Our job is to share honestly and truthfully, because we know that for most of those that use our aids, especially in the explosives and narcotics realm, failure is not an option. We respect that, and you should know that anyone that wants to serve you has to come with full integrity, and not just want to take advantage of a whole, within a community that needs us and doesn't deserve such exploitation. So you can be guaranteed that anything you hear from Logics, we are characterized by our integrity. We're also
Thank you so
characterized
much,
by
sir.
our
Yeah.
intelligence. Thank you.
Correct. Sir, there is one question that is more for Chug sir. As Mark sir asked, does import of Scent Logics kits have any legal hurdles in India? So can we use them, or are they not admissible?
Yes, yes. There is no difficulty with regard to the use of Centrologic kits. They can be imported. In fact, we have the authorized distributors on behalf of Centrologics. There is a firm called Canine India Solutions. That's Gurgaon-based firm. And I will share the contact details in the message box. So for those, some of those who are interested to procure these kits and use it in your profession and bring into applications, so kindly approach them. They would facilitate and provide you. Most of us are like procuring from them, and they are very reliable suppliers. We can easily get. In fact, David is the one who is supporting in this endeavor, and there is no issue, no legal problem on that. And they are very reputed brands, so definitely we can prepare our detection dogs based on these kits. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, so I have my personal question from both of you. I am currently in my specialization of forensic chemistry and toxicology. So, do I have any spheres of research work with canine forensics and involving toxicology aspects? If
Mm. If you ask me personally, I would say yes, which would be in certain identifications. You could use dogs in the identification of poisoning, for instance. I believe that we could train detector dogs to identify if the blood contains certain components. For instance, if blood is used for the analysis, most things that machines can do, dogs can do too by odor, because most materials have an odor associated with them. So I believe within toxicology, yes. But I mean, the main theme of a dog is detection. I mean, in our world, and yes, things that you might find in maybe even organelles. It's the way you train the dog to detect what you want to detect, and I think with that, yes, there's a great um, there's a great need for dogs in that budding area of forensic science.
thank you
I
so
would
much,
add,
sir.
I would add, Astha, in my presentation, there were a few aspects which I tried to, highlight with regard to the future areas of research.
Yes, sir.
So one is the contamination of the training aids, definitely is a challenge. Secondly, at what rate, which David also highlighted a gray area with the real training aids, that at what rate the odor is dissipating from the real material. So that is also a question to be asked, that how much the odor is available, because as the material is getting old, is there any effect on the rate of volatility or rate of
Yes,
dissipation
sir.
of the odor? So these are some of
Of
the
course.
areas which would eventually affect the performance of the dogs. So these are definitely areas which we would like forensic experts to come forward, share the concern, come out with some scientific uh, output and some proven things, so that it helps the practitioners. Thank you.
Correct, sir. Sir, I'll surely connect with you personally to discuss with you some research topics which I have come across through the presentations of both yours and David sir's. And it would be great if I can be a part of this community through the research work also.
Definitely. Thank you.
Sir, there is
Yes,
one more
please,
question.
please get in touch with me too, because it's nice to we have very few of the younger generations that have the passion, and we need more of you. So please get in touch with me too, and I'd like to be a resource because
Sure, sir.
it's
So
heartwarming.
that would be my pleasure. Thank you so much, sir. So there is one more question. This is the last question we are taking for this round, as we are running short of time. So, David sir, Dr. Mansell is asking, if scent logic needs to be stored in cold storage, can storage of scent logic in room temperature would give the same results or indications, as most field scenario do not have cold storage?
Yes, we of course. What do we call a training aid now? It is a training aid is a material that produces odor. What is odor? Odor is a material that has reached its boiling point at the temperature of our planet. So of course, if we cool down the odor producer, it will abate the flux of odor. So yes, the cooler it is, the better the better it is for a training aid. However, in order to try to circumvent any effects that the inavailability of trade of freezers might cause, one thing that we could do too now is to put the training aid in a scent barrier bag, whereby by virtue of the different vapor pressures, the odor integrity will be contained. And that's what we did with our packaging. Now that's what we did with our packaging. So our packaging has scent barrier bags. All you need to do is store in a cool, dry place. That being very, of course, it's a training. I mean, it's not nice to put training aids on hot surfaces. It's not nice to put training aids on absorbent surfaces, because of course you are contaminating the area, but then again, you are depleting the odor a lot quicker. So I'll say a cool, dry place is good enough. You don't need to have a freezer, but we recommend freezers for all training aids for scientific and logical reasons, but ours don't really conform to that need, because it's packaged in scent barrier bags that are vapor pressure controlling, and yeah, and
Thank you
their
so much,
odors.
sir. Thank you. We are immensely grateful for our audience that who ask such relevant questions and who are hearing patiently to our guest speakers. And we are
And
thankful
my
to you,
pleasure.
sir, once again. We will surely be in collaboration for our future events. Moving
Thank you
ahead,
very much. It's been a pleasure. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, sir. Merry Christmas to you too, and a Happy New Year. So, moving ahead, we now have our next round of speakers. So, we are not taking a networking break because we are running short of time. I would now like to call upon Divendu to introduce our next speaker.
Now we are honored to extend our warm welcome to our guest speaker, Ms. Veena Rao. Ms. Veena Rao, a distinguished superintendent at Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, Ministry of Finance, has showcased exceptional progress across various phases of customs and excise. Her remarkable achievements encompass the deposition of 700 notices, the recovery of 1.25 crores in service tax, and the pioneering establishment of the Customs Canine Center in 2019. A pivotal figure in canine training, she has played a crucial role in the detection of 319 kilograms of narcotic substances. Her outstanding contributions have been recognized with the prestigious President Award, underscoring her commendable service and their pivotal role in drafting the Indian Customs Canine Manual. Beyond national borders, Ms. Rao has been a distinguished representative of India in customs on the international stage, delivering captivating presentations on the Customs Canine Center and the indispensable roles of canine units in the anti-smuggling efforts at various esteemed forms. Welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dipen. I'll share my screen first.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, the screen share is in progress. I guess it will share.
Is it visible?
No, ma'am, it was showing that it will be shared, but it is not visible now. You can retry once again.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can press F5 and it will be in the full screen mode.
Yeah. Now is it visible?
Ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Is it visible?
Yeah, ma'am, yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Earlier it was visible. Just press F5 so that it's in full screen mode, and then you can please continue.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Now is it fine, sir?
Yeah, please carry on.
Morning. For I thank Dr. Richard over the members of the Budding Forensic Club. I thank this, which is it has been a great learning experience with all students and great faculties around. And definitely the knowledge we gain here is going to help us and perform in a better way. It will help our organizations. So today here, in one of the seminars, which was online. If I David that we use for our department. So with this from the military or the security forces, because it deals with smuggling of the contrabands into the country, or contrabands that are leaving the country, because we are a transit point also. And briefly after that, like of course you are all students. Canine forensics is new subject to you, but you've learned a lot through presentations. Small canine's ability, how to sniff, and like what masking orders we could crack in our cases. This we try to improvise with our trainings. We had our own problems, our own like hurdles we had. We've tried to sort of get through them, and I don't know how far we've succeeded, but yes, of course, improvising the training methods, or whatever like comes in our day-to-day functioning, that definitely going to lead us into a better force to guard our economic frontiers. So what is the importance of canine in customs? Like the presence of customs, you must be knowing, is at the borders of the country. They are borders, the land borders, we could say, or the sea borders, but even the airport, an international airport inside the country is a border because international passengers and baggage is entering the country to that point. Another border could be an inland container depot where the container is landing. It is a notified customs area where the container is landing, which comes from another country. So we are importing goods into the country. The cargo is coming. Another landing point is foreign post offices where foreign parcels and couriers and everything come into. So even these are borders for us, right? So the customs canine are trained in such a way that they help us in detecting any contraband being smuggled into the country at these entry points as well as the land borders, actual physical borders of the country. So we routinely task our canines to search the baggages of the passenger that are arriving at the international airports, and we take their work in foreign post offices. Currently, we've deployed only 2 canines in the inland container depot. This is just a beginning, but at least international customs airport, we have canines at all over the country. Foreign post offices, we've introduced. Courier cell, we are going to introduce this year. So that means we are expanding our horizon. So our canines, when they get deployed, they're going to search the passenger baggage, the luggage, parcels, the mail, air cargo, sea cargo when we deploy them at ports and inland container depots. Then we have vessels and vehicles coming at land border. Like we have a training center right at Atari. So we have integrated check post where we have vehicles coming from Afghanistan into the country. Or if we look in that case, if we have this Bangladesh border, Petropol Land Customs Station, we have vehicles entering the country with goods, with cargo. And if buses are operative with passengers, they enter the land border of the country. So all these points we have deployed canines at integrated checkposts. At Atari, we plan to deploy them on other Nepal border, Bangladesh border, all these places, wherever we have land borders. So this is what is the utility of the customs canine. Now the thing is, we have a lot of detection tools for scanning our baggage and cargo. Like we have, you must have heard about container scanners, which are present at all the ports of entry. They scan their drive-through truck scanners. We have metal detectors, handheld metal detectors, trace detectors are there. Then undercarriage inspection systems and full body scanners and everything are there. They are there to prevent smuggling, to see any contraband being entering the country, to stop that, right? But then why this canine thing? See, all these are the things that are available with us for detecting any kind of smuggling that is happening, to prevent that. But we would say canine is the most effective detection partner with us because no machine or no instrument can match the olfaction capacity of a canine. That's a God gift to the canine, and it is the best anti-smuggling or the preventive partner with customs. Now, being in customs, what challenges we face? Because we are manning those areas where the passengers are landing, they're coming with their baggages, we encounter different methods of concealment. Now, there are methods of concealment which could be double-layered suitcases, or it could be, say, factory-made suitcases with those narcotics sealed in plastic covers and all. We could have folders made, factory-made folders where it is concealed inside the body of the suitcases. We've seen such concealments. There are concealments which of factory-made machine parts where they have been concealed. But one more factor we've seen, that if they are not concealed in like factory made settings, they are masked with scent, which is a stronger scent or a scent that can distract or deter a dog to detect that. You have trained a dog in a particular target scent. Like we train our canines on detection of narcotics because that is our jurisdiction. We're supposed to stop the smuggling of narcotics. So when we've trained our canines in narcotics, we have seen narcotics coming in with many kinds of placed with many kinds of additional objects which emit stronger scent. And this was possibly to deter the dog to detect that particular consignment being imported into the country. Then the second challenge is the time, which is very less. When the passenger is moving, he's come out of the flight, he's waiting for his bag on the baggage belt, and he's picking up his baggage and just moving out. So very less time, screening time is available to the canine. Moving in between the passengers who are in a rush to leave the airport. So that makes our canine team, like that's another challenge our canine teams face when they work at the airports. So here, like when we see in a small slide, I'll just try to clarify, like this is a very common thing available over the net also, like our nose and dog's nose. You just compare, it's far way better, 220 million highly specialized olfactory receptor cells, 44 times better, and 1,000 to 10,000 times better in sniffing. The way we interpret this world by our eyes, the dogs, they interpret this world with their olfaction. For them, it is scent A, scent B, scent C, scent D. It is not face A, face B, face C, face D. So that is how it is. The world is world of scents, and they can interpret, learn, remember, and identify amongst so many scents. They can identify the target odor on which they have been trained or reinforced. So here, one more thing is, because there is a continuous flow of molecules into the nose of the dog, continuously it is getting the scent odor. It is not, the trail is not breaking. That is the reason it can follow a scent. Suppose we have a bag on the conveyor belt or a passenger moving with a bag, and he's just like, it passes through X-ray or something. That dog is able to pick up the scent because there's a continuous flow of the scent molecules. It is not broken. So he can lead us to the source. And the wet nostrils help that dog to lock the scent molecules. The remarkable aspect that helps the customs is the quality of a dog to discriminate between complex mixture of odors. Suppose we see a baggage. Tomorrow we are going to a tour and we pack our bags. There are so many things. We have our clothes, we have our cosmetics, we have medicines, we have many other things. And in baggages, you can see all these perfumes are there, and strong smelling you could have eatables also. So all this complex mixture is present in the baggage. And if drug is concealed in that particular baggage in any way, either it is concealed in, say, shoe, this thing, soles or what, and it is tried to be masked with some strong agent, then it becomes a challenge. Machines, it is not possible. When the dog comes to our rescue, it can separate orders. It can separate orders in a way that it can break down the entire complex mixture into number of smells, and it can identify the target odor it has been trained on. So there's a distinct capacity of odor separation makes it possible for the dog to crack the masking odors. Now, in fact, this cracking is odor layering. Odor layering is they smell the scents in different layers, and they smell in such a way that they can differentiate multiple smells coming, and still they can identify the target which is present inside that complex mixture. So they can filter it out and they can indicate. This is the quality of a dog, and now the thing comes that we need to train them on this type of a indication. So during the training, what we do is, first of all, introducing, we use scent logic kits for our training as our training aids. And the very first thing is we introduce the canine to the target odor. That is how we do it. Like, we introduce from a small quantity, we start, that is a small napkin that is available, a towel that is available inside the scent kit. We keep that with the scent kit, and we that sort of collects molecules. We start introducing the dog to the scent in the initial phase of training. Slowly, when the dog is imprinted with that particular scent, see, we try to handle that scent very carefully by forceps, not contaminating it, not keeping it on different surfaces. We try to use those glass balls. And again, but yes, we have this problem where to get the glass lids from. And this is a bottleneck in our thing. But then we, since we could not source, we are continuing with whatever we have. So we keep that scented very, we try to handle without adding extra scents to it by handling with hand or all that. We try not to do that, not even with gloves. We try to pick that up with forceps and all, so that we don't contaminate the scent. After placing that, when the dog is reinforced into the scent, then what we do is start adding those non-target odors into the training in different boxes, which these dogs are going to encounter at the airports, in the baggages that they screen or they check. So now here, this 2 small videos of our canines. Like, one more thing, any scent, the vapors to come out takes a layover period. So when this bag was packed, or say when this was taken by the passenger and he has traveled all the way for 10 hours, 12 hours, and he's landed at the airport, already that layover period has like been over, and the vapors have started coming out of the bag. Now we find all sorts of baggages there. We have hard case baggages, we have soft luggages. So mostly we train our canines and are like the zip areas, whichever are the areas from where the scent can come out. So that is the best way to identify, because sometimes what happens if the layover period has not been there, the dog is not in a position to detect or say indicate. But we have other areas also, which at the end of presentation I'll bring to this discussion. So here, this is our canine. This is under training, still under training. You can see the long leash.
Very good. Very good, guys. Shabash. Shabash. Baito. Baito. Go. Shabash. Shabash. Very good. Baito. Baito.
And for that matter, I would say here, even the baggages that we have used for training are actual passenger baggage that we got from our Malkhana after the cases were ripe for disposal. These are actually seized baggages. And one more thing we encountered, that our canines had to work near the conveyor belt. And this became difficult when the first batch actually landed at the airport. And they were unaware of this because we didn't have any training setting for this. So this also we introduced so that the canine is comfortable walking on a conveyor belt, and still he's able to identify, or he's able to indicate to a source. So all these baggages are actually passenger baggages, which were seized during different cases. So when we had our handlers discussing with us about the cases, whenever we take a brief session with them, we came to know that they had faced problems when a dog was indicating, and it was thought that he was indicating to the food or some other article inside the baggage, was actually, it was drug, either masked or dissolved in some kind of a chemical, right? Or it was a viscous liquid which contained drug. So During these sessions, whatever we gathered and whatever we had our past experiences on, we tried to train all the canines in non-target odors, which were actually the baggage articles with the passengers. So we exposed them to spices with strong smell and tea, coffee, perfume, cosmetics, soaps, toiletries, other disinfectants, meat, then fish, because we had one case where fish powder was used to mask the scent of cooking. So all these were introduced. Now these are actual cases, the real cases that were detected here. This was kept in between cabbages and vegetable in order to mask the scent. But our canine, like when she went around that, she was a little doubtful, but then ultimately she indicated. She sat near the source, and this thing, when they opened it, they found that this marijuana was there inside the package. These are actual cases, and I've specially taken permission from my department to showcase this here in this presentation. I could not get permission for more cases because they're still under investigation. And these are few pictures that I'm going to show you. These are real cases. This was a recent case. Again, see, you can see lettuce leaves. The drug was concealed in that, and it was, you have a smell, a particular smell to this. So again, this was the same canine which detected marijuana in vegetable, detected this particular case. So this was again like added scent. And there was, this case was very interesting. Our canine, like, she kept on indicating on a particular bag, but when this bag was opened, these shampoo bottles were there, and there was dry fruits, almonds, and kishmish, those dried grapes. So the officers were thinking that she's indicating on this, but as we've already trained our canines on non-target odors, food as non-target odors, different foods which come through baggages, she still kept on indicating. And then finally it was decided to check, and ultimately it was seen that this black viscous liquid was present inside the bottle. This was actually shampoo, and it was so another was, this case again was attended, and the doctor on indicated he was trying to give him sufficient time, and ultimately because chili, you know, might be knows of what, like, bag, because you ultimately have a reason. A few months back, this was every canine has a method of indicating. Our canines pause, bite, some sit at the source. So whatever method they prefer indicating, here you can see these are two canines. They confirm.
We are not able to see. I think your presentation is not visible. If you can reshare the presentation.
Presentation is not visible here.
Yeah, it's some connectivity issue. I think the voice also in between gets cracked. So nonetheless, you can reshare your presentation.
Should I from since where should I start, sir? Again?
Just till until then.
Okay, last.
Was visible.
Okay, sir. Okay. Now is it visible, sir?
Yeah. Press F5 and then continue, please. Yeah, please.
So this was one canine. Simultaneously, another canine also confirmed. Now, what could have been the extraction process once they have smuggled the drugs in is a different story. And this is another case at a foreign post office where whey protein powder was there and hashish was ganja and hashish were concealed in this. Now this again had a scent. This was sealed, air sealed, like properly vacuum sealed. Here you can see this was again detected by a canine. So you can see this protein powder, the scent and the scent of the narcotics. Again, this was next case. This was ganja and coffee beans. This was Arabica coffee, green understraight beans inside. This whole lot of bag, this bag was full, and the ganja was placed inside it. So they could crack this also. The dog indicated on this, and finally, when they opened, they found this marijuana inside. This is heroin was around 35 kilos of heroin was detected in this. These were salt bags actually. And packings were placed inside these salt bags. And finally, this is again our canine who has many cases to his bag. Like he's super detective, I would say, as per customs nominations. More than 7 cases has been detected by this canine. He's Khali. And this case again led to detection of 35 kilos of narcotics. Another which I don't have access to the picture and all, and there was a case of cocaine brought in a baggage which was sprinkled with fish powder actually, and this was again indicated by our canine. One case was where due to APIS is Advanced Passenger Information System, we shortlist passengers at the airports for check-in, and one of such passengers was stopped for check-in, and he had a few bottles of body lotion in his bag. Now, body lotion is a normal thing. You could bring, say, 5, 10 for your guests, for relatives, for friends, for family members. But then ultimately, when the canine indicated on those bottles again and again, they were like checked for this thing, and heroin was there inside the body lotion pocket. This is how our canines have done. Like these are few cases which I could lay my hands on, and I got permission to present here. Rest there are a few more, but like I don't have permission from the department to present those. So this is how our canines work at the airports currently, and we have 1 or 2 cases at foreign post offices here at Delhi also, where different types of strong smelling substances or items have been found with the drugs, but our canines have been they guardians, canine teams who are doing an excellent uh, drugs for trading. It is either a small sample, say, of 100 kilos of parts, large quantity. It authorities say 90%. It could be a variety of varied authorities. And that we don't powder that you see. Finish the has the scent odor of that particular should we expose her? Definitely. So I will definitely otherwise training success at their patient.
Sorry for interrupting. I think your voice is getting cracked quite often, so we're not able to hear you out.
Am I audible now, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Yeah. I mean, it's consistently getting interrupted or getting cracked. You can please conclude.
No.
Have you concluded your presentation? Milik, please carry on in case we have concluded her presentation. Then carry on.
Sure.
Veena ma'am, are you there?
Are you there?
Sadal, please carry on with the next speaker or next activities we have.
Okay, sure. So I think Veena ma'am is facing some network issues at their end. So that is why they are unable to join us right now. So I would like to thank her on behalf of the entire budding forensic community and the entire audience for having her grateful insight into canine forensics in custom departments. And her insights have been remarkable contributions that animal make in enhancing the security and detection. They were an eye opener for all of us. We have few questions, but since Veena ma'am has some network issues, so if she'll be able to join back, we'll have the question answer session after that. So for right now, it's 12:40. We'll be having half an hour lunch break and we'll be continuing our sessions after that. So it's 12:40. So since 1:10, we'll have a lunch break and we'll continue the sessions after that. Thank you, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Yes,
Is
ma'am.
anyone there?
Ma'am, actually, the team, everyone has left on a half-hour break. That is a lunch break for half an hour. We will be continuing the session from 1:10. We have waited for you, but probably the network issues were there, so we were unable to contact you that time.
But people like us are still waiting for your talk, Vina. It was a good talk. We would like to hear the end of it.
Yeah, ma'am. We will be continuing the session from 1:10.
Fantastic. So 110 then. Vina, are you there?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, David. Nice to awake and with us still. We are very happy. We'll start at 1:10 when
Hello,
I think
sir. Am I audible now?
we'll again be there. Yes, we are there, Veena. In fact, there was some audio connectivity issue, as I told you earlier. So there's a half an hour break and 10 minutes past one.
Okay, sir. Now,
Yeah.
now is it clear? Now is the audio clear? I've switched to my phone, sir.
Yes. Now it's clear. But I think there's some poor
Veena.
connectivity in that area. So maybe
Yes,
that
sir.
must be the issue. But
Yes.
notwithstanding the questions, we were waiting in case someone asks. So if some question comes up, we'll definitely put across to you.
Sure, sir.
Otherwise, you will be there to contribute, whenever there's an issue comes up.
That
Yes,
was
sir.
a beautiful presentation, Vina, and I look forward to hearing the end of it.
I would really love some help from your side because a lot of send to things like our training aids because ours is all nose work. Customs is just nose.
That is very true. I mean, I'll be delighted to to be of I mean to give suggestions. It was interesting hearing. I mean, as you could, I think you could see the difference between my recommendations and your Ram, for instance.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible now.
Ma'am, the entire participants are waiting for you as well. So kindly please be there. We will be continuing the end of your session since 1:10, from 1:10. Ma'am, your voice is not there if you're saying something.
Yes, yes. Nahi, even now it is not there. Like I've switched my.
No, ma'am, it's audible now. It's audible now.
Okay, okay.
Hi, PK, you're not going for lunch?
I I had my lunch while I was listening to you. So sorry
hope,
about that, but I was feeling a little hungry, so I had a bite when I was equally listening to you.
no problem. I hope you liked it.
Yes, yes,
Was it good?
definitely. Your presentation is always a lot of information, and I'm used to comprehend the way you present, and it's always very inspiring. I remember my DG commenting on your presentation that he was telling all the officers that we must learn how to give a presentation and how to connect with the audience. so, so I remember that comment definitely.
Yes.
So
Yes.
yeah, yeah. And in fact, this
Well,
is a new and emerging subject. So we're just trying to bring in everyone and explain about the subject so that it
yeah,
becomes look at there are two aspects to it. One is mainstreaming. So unless this subject gets mainstream, we'll not be able to realize its full potential.
that's
So
very
for
true.
mainstreaming, the main academia has to come forward. The students, which I can see the enthusiasm once they are understanding the subject and trying to ask that if they can really pick up some project. So I would love you to invest more in India with your products and focus, and we'll take some projects taken up by the students of the National Forensic Science University, where you can also support and
Yeah,
collaborate.
I'll be very, now I'm transitioning into scientific publications,
True.
scientific justifications, via publications and via censors, with
Yes.
a strong relationship with practitioners, because without practitioner validation, scientific utterances are just opinions. Not only should we try and set standards, but we have to set standards for scientists too. Because here in the United States, we're also experiencing rogue scientists. Those are just using the fact that they have a PhD, to advance opinions as fact. That are being gobbled up by the community too, because for the first time, the community has shown an acceptance for scientists. They've been hostile to scientists, but we seem to have a generation, maybe because of the 9/11 need. But since then, we've just found it as an exploitatory avenue, to publish. Practitioners don't really understand that a scientist's main goal is to publish. Publication is like going from a corporal to a sergeant, from a sergeant to a lieutenant,
So
to a
what we are
captain, to a major.
now what we are trying to hit, we're trying to provide an opportunity to the practitioners that they can pursue higher studies by terms of PhDs. So from the next session onwards, we are going to have at least 8 vacancies or 8 students who are actually pioneering this subject in the different police and central armed forces. They would be pursuing their PhD degrees. So when they are doing PhDs, I mean, they will be allocated subjects of their interest, which they are encountering in the field, whether it's a training aspect or a deployment aspect or an application aspect. So they are going to, identify those subjects and undertake organized study. I'm sure we have scope for collaboration over there, or the issues which are interest to them. At the same time, which you can also help and support. We'll definitely try to.
Well, I could understand your reaching out to FIU, and I know that this institution of yours is affiliated to FIU. But like you always say, and like I always say too, we all share the same goal.
True.
I mean, the more of us, the more the probabilities we have of being able to snatch knowledge from Mother Nature, to use to advance our goals of just having pristine and well thought of and highly efficient canine programs. But then you understand the difference between us and FIU.
We can discuss those issues, maybe have a one-to-one discussion,
Yeah.
and find out the.
No, it doesn't. I don't think it needs a discussion. It needs for you to be able to integrate them effectively.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Because I mean, it would be advantageous to the advancement of knowledge, and hopefully to India, which
Definitely.
is the goal.
In fact, there are a lot of students from NFSU who are currently pursuing higher degrees from FIU. So we have already.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, there are a large number of students who are going from NFSU to FIU and pursuing higher studies in diverse fields. The only thing, the canine is added now in that umbrella, and we hope they are benefited and our objectives are achieved through that mutual collaboration.
That is, I mean, yeah, it's for our young ones to be better than us.
Yes.
And knowledge is the key. So
Yes.
I just census is really a stand, and it is where there is now a divergence of ideologies that pertain to the interpretation of detection. I mean, for I have stood against that definition of pseudo versus real. But I think at the end of the day, the fact is that there are two ideologies. There is nothing wrong with that. Those that believe in pseudo and those that believe in real. But then what is pseudo? Pseudo is anything that's not the material itself. What could that be? It's odor. Of course, it's always been odor. We've always advanced that. We were odor scientists. The packages of Senlogic's aid since conception has always stated odor. But since it's not real cocaine, real TNT, it was called a pseudo. It is so unfortunate that it's taken this long for the word odor to actually come into our nomenclature. And now that it has come, it's also being loosely used still, because they are being used by entities that actually are still coming from that materialistic concepts of what a dog is being trained with. It takes a mental switch to really accept the fact that a dog doesn't find TNT. The dog finds the source of the odor we've trained it to find, as well as it over with materials we want it to find. So there is an ideal sense signature that represents every single material. And as you know, with the research that you've done in India, Doc, there are limitations to actually using real target materials. There are regional differences, not to even talk about international differences to what you'll be able to detect. Then they'll tell you, oh, this is Russian TNT. Oh, you trained with Indian TNT. They're not the same. Why shouldn't they be the same when it's just TNT? We should know there's a problem somewhere. And when you take it, it's because with these manufacturing differences, there are odoriferous differences related to such materials. So when are we gonna start looking for that ideal sense signature that represents the materials we're trying to target? It's an arduous course for scientists, but it's necessary. And we shouldn't just try to hide within a community that unfortunately doesn't know enough but still needs us. And that's where we stand. Demystifying the enigma of odor in our generation, and just not knowing that it needs demystification, and we just trumpet that without finding solutions to it. I'm sure Vina, with my talk, I'm sure that you were able to, Vina, see some overlaps and some of the things I emphasized on.
Yes, definitely.
I emphasized on an understanding of sense signatures and an understanding of all the components within that sense signature, and how that is only possible when you train with odors and not scents. Because when you train with scents, some of those components will be below the olfactory threshold of the dog. They don't know it exists. They don't know it's there. So if there are 5 components, the dog would only learn the 2 most volatile components, because those are the only ones available. He swears to God. Because those were the only 2 with the intensity of odor being in the scent regime. Those were the only 2 available. So, and your truth is what your eyes tell you. That was no sight told it. So now, going on with that, it works well until the dog is now confronted with the same target with a higher surface area that pumps out odor, where these other 2 or 3 or 4 components are now non-negligible because they are now above the olfactory threshold of the dog. When the dog goes to it, they don't smell the same. But as he walks away from it, he walks to a region where he doesn't smell those 3 less volatile areas anymore. He only smelled the 2 more volatiles that he was trained on. and he sits there because that's the source of his odor. He goes further, the source changes because he smells other things. Even if he'd known those three, he finds better. We have a saying, we say when you train with small, you find some. When you train with large, you find all. I would recommend, also plead, that you start with large amounts. Have you ever started a training with SendLogix itself? Have you started imprinting with SendLogix itself?
Yes. We do
Okay.
with CentrLogix, and then we introduced them to original narcotics which we got from our department, government department, pure.
Okay, but do you imprint with pure SendLogix or with SendLogix soaks?
No, pure CentrLogix double 8 kit we buy.
Yeah, but when you're imprinting with the training aid, do you use the bag itself or
Yes,
you?
the pouch itself.
How do you present it, if I may ask?
Present.
How do you present it when you imprint?
To the canine.
Yeah. How do you do the presentation during the imprinting process? What's your imprinting procedure?
We take an inert box, sort of. The very first step is to have a box where we place this aid, and the dog at the source, when he strikes, we impose that behavior that yes, this is it, and reward the dog.
Okay. Okay. Do you use a clean sterile? Do you use a clean box?
Yes, a clean box, a wooden box. We take
Okay.
we have wooden boxes which we use for training. The first imprintation. First
Okay.
is given through that. And
then you,
yes.
yeah, that's good. I mean, that's our recommendation is always use SendLogix, and then after that, start reducing the intensity of the odor by using soaks. So that way,
Soaks we place at the later stage when the dog is fully trained. Then we put the soaks in vehicles, in human pockets, and in baggages. And then we bring the dog to that threshold. We start with the entire kit first, the entire pouch of
fantastic.
things that we, and after that, sometimes during our proficiency testing exams that we take, we plan those soaks only. We don't plan the actual thing.
That's fantastic.
That is how we.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, it's nice because SendLogix, it's real odor. It's so intense that it makes the job easy for the dogs. So,
like, how much quantity this entire pouch represents? Like, if a dog is trained on this particular pouch, how much large quantity a dog can detect? Say 50 kgs, 100 kgs, how much? Like,
I like your question, Veena. You see, the question also impinges on some important science because odor has mass. Solids and liquids have weight. Now, so there are two different things. What's weight? Weight is mass multiplied by gravity. When you a solid or a liquid, when it leaves your hands, they fall down. Odor goes up. It defies gravity. Solids and liquids, they weigh different on different planets. If we all went to the moon, we'll weigh different. If we went to Uranus, we'll weigh different. Odor weighs the same on all planets. So weight equivalence cannot happen. And anyone who tries to define it in terms of weight is lying. Now, the more appropriate unit to use is surface area.
Surface area.
Yes, it is surface area. From the surface area, we could start to equate the equivalence of the material, and we know the density of the material. So, as you can see, there are some fundamental errors we've made that we need to change. You know, these fundamental errors actually start from our definitions and the units that we use within our training records. You know, surface area is the unit that we're supposed to be using, but we don't.
The smaller,
You know,
lesser the surface area, the larger the quantity, larger the surface area.
yes, the larger the quantity, the larger the surface area. But then you could imagine, for example, I have this bottle of, let's assume this is a bottle of vinegar. It's a bottle of Coca-Cola. We know the weight of water is 1 ml per gram. So, okay, if this was a 1 liter bottle, that means this would be a 1 kilogram bottle of vinegar. Now, okay, it's 500 milliliters, so it's half a kilo bottle of vinegar. If I open the bottle and I took this bottle and I took this one and spread it across 5 tiles, and it's somewhere, and I have this bottle somewhere, which one weighs more? Is this training aid? Which one smells more? That one.
The spread, yeah.
Yeah.
Larger
Now
the
this one. So as you can see, it is irrelevant what weight is, because this might be big, but this is the active surface area. Just this. So it's the active surface area of a material that is the most relevant. So now you can imagine you're in India, you're using a bottle that has a wide neck like this of 500 milliliters, and I'm using a standard hole like this. We're not using the same training aid, but in our correspondences, we will think we are, because we're not using the definitive unit, which is surface area. If we use surface area, then we will now see why your dog's getting a better performance using your bottle than I'm using my bottle. There are a lot of things we need to change to be able to get better, because we're just using the wrong tensors. So with weight, I would like to recommend also having surface area as a side note, or also as an addition, because then you would actually have better insights into what you're really using. You know, however, we have that institutionalized misconception, this internationally, you know, so they might think you're strange by advancing surface area. But logically, it is time we started
Sorry
advancing.
to disturb you, sir. Excuse me, sir. Sorry to disturb you. We are about to start our next session, so we will definitely continue this conversation till by the panel discussion. So, after that, I'd request you to please continue with the session.
So we welcome everyone back. So, Veena ma'am, would you like to continue your presentation that was left due to network issues?
My presentation actually was complete, like I finished with the case studies. So was everyone able to see the cases there?
Yes, ma'am, the cases were visible. We have a question for you.
Sure. I've changed to my phone because I think there's some network issue. So I can hear, I can at least, I'll be able to, am I audible now properly?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. So, ma'am, we have a question for you in the chat box. If drug packages are concealed in fake pregnancy belly, then is it possible for the canines to detect that?
Yes, actually, see, when we train our canines, we
try to understand the scenario they're going to work into, like baggages, vehicles entering the country. Then we have humans, there is body concealment, and we have they could be hidden somewhere in the building, they could be left somewhere in the building, and our canine just happens to go there, concealed in some, say, dustbin or some places. So we expose our canines to all these scenarios where actually at the workplace they might encounter. Now, what happens is if it is concealed, we've seen cases at Delhi airport, a lot of cases have been there where the drug was concealed in pallets. It was actually ingested into the body. Now, that is difficult for the dog to find. When the drug is inside the body, no, they can't. But in one of the cases, what happened is those pallets, he could not ingest all of them. Few were in the suitcase. So we could catch hold of that person. And finally, after we saw those pallets there, we x-rayed the person, and these drugs were taken out, like under medical supervision. So if it is on the body surface, yes, they can. If it is inside their clothes or pregnancy belly, of course, it is an artificial thing which is pasted to the body, right? And drugs are inside that. So definitely, if it is over the body, they can detect. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ma'am, I have another question. Like, is there any limit of detection, that around what limit the canines can detect through their order? The minimum limit or something?
Scenarios. We teach our handlers also this thing that suppose you are working as a foreign post office, you'll have a package, you can have cases up to say 500 grams, 1 kg of drugs, 2 kgs, right? If you're at the baggage, you have a limit of say 30 kgs. So we've seen maximum 18 kgs detection at our airports. So it is actually the mode of transportation that decides the quantity of drug that will enter the country. If it is through baggage, you can't bring beyond your baggage limit. So if your baggage limit is say 30 kgs, you might have drugs up to say 20, 25 kgs. So 18 kgs was the maximum that we detected. Then there are cases where goods are entering through land borders, or if they are entering through container. See, recently we saw Mundra, we must have heard, we don't have a canine there, but because it was coming through container, naturally 100 grams, 200 grams of 1 kilo will not come. Then bulk will come. We had at Atari, we've had 2 cases from Afghanistan. It's actually through the dry fruit trucks. One we had through Muleti, which is again a strong smelling crude drug. Drill, they had made holes into that and put drugs into that. That was one case. Another was again in salt bags. That was there. So 532 kgs were in the salt bags and more than 100 kilos in the Muleti bags. So you can see the mode of transportation matters. And again, it depends on how you train your canine. We are having discussion with David, sir. When you imprint your canine on all the possible these things of the drug, your dog will be able to detect that. Ultimately, dog's job is to indicate the presence. After that indication starts your job, the human task. And it is for us to locate, detect, right? So dog, if you're printed properly, we've seen cases up to 35 kgs in the salt bags, dog could detect. So maximum limit is like, there's no limit to that. It is ultimately dog leading to that area, and then you might find out the quantity is immaterial there.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I have one more question, that what is the minimum limit, like a few milligrams or something of that sort, that the canines are trained?
We train the canine on soaks, which sir was discussing. What we do is we have the actual Centrologics kits. We have original drugs also. We put small pieces of cloth inside that which soaks the molecules, and then small pieces, this 1 inch by 1 inch also we have planted in a vehicle, and our dog could detect. So it is, once you scale down the scent, it can detect. I have a video, actually I did not add in the presentation, I thought it will be too long, but then I can a small piece of cloth, if permitted, like if I can join, I can show that video to the participants, we planted a small cloth inside at the back of the vehicle, and the dog was able to detect.
We continue with that in the panel discussion, if your time permits.
Some other time.
Okay, sure, ma'am. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your thought-provoking presentation on the use of canine and custom departments. Your insights into how these remarkable animals they contribute to enhancing the security and detection, they were a real eye-opener for all of us. And the symbiotic relationship between these officers and the canine counterparts is a testament to innovation in the law enforcement that our country is heading towards. So it was really great to have a session with you and to your insights. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable presence.
Thank you so much for having me here and giving me an opportunity to present. Thank you.
So as we move on to our next speaker, I would like to invite Niyati to introduce our next speaker and move on with the conference.
Greetings to everyone present in the conference. It is our greatest honor to invite Mr. Dinesh Pujari sir to our esteemed conference. Dinesh sir is seasoned dog trainer and animal behaviorist, boasts 7 years of experience since starting his animal training journey in 2015. Specializing in positive reinforcement techniques and clicker training, he extends his expertise to various animals and their interpretation and relation with forensic sciences. Dinesh sir is renowned for various private, personalized, covering obedience and protection training. Apart from this, he has also been known to teach tricks to a diverse range of animals by implementing behavior modifications and addressing their aggression. Over to you, sir.
Are you there with us?
Dinesh sir, are you there with us?
He's not in the meeting, probably due to some network connection. Can we please move to our next speaker till then?
Yes, please.
Astha, please take over.
Yeah, sure. So I would like to call upon Mishti Advani for introducing the next speaker.
2 minutes.
In the meantime, okay, sir
2
is there.
minutes. Some
So
technical issues, so that's why.
okay, no problem, sir.
All right, sir, no problem.
So in the meantime, sir will reconnect. I have an announcement to make for you all. So we have a special surprise for all the participants out here. So we'll have a quiz and the link for that will be shared soon. So whosoever wins that quiz will have some special surprise from all of us. The link would be shared soon in the chat box. So I request you all to kindly attend that quiz. It is entirely related to canine forensics only. So let's see how much you all have gained through the expertise of all the renowned guest speakers that we have out here.
Dinesh, you can join subsequently and we can try the next presenter who is ready to avoid wasting time.
सर आप यस सर यस यस सर स्क्रीन दिख रहा है क्या
No, you need to share your so far not.
हेलो गाइस मेरा नाम दिनेश पुजारी है आज का ये टॉपिक है पॉजिटिव रेनफोर्समेंट ट्रेनिंग इम्पैक्ट ऑन डॉग एंड अदर एनिमल
Dinesh, if you can press F5, then you will come in slideshow mode.
F5 okay sir
No, F5 on the top of the
in your keyboard, sir.
in your
Function
keyboard.
I.
सर स्लाइड दिख नहीं रहा है क्या मेरा
There's a slideshow presentation mode on the bottom of your icons. तो वहां जाके आप करेंगे तो आपका स्क्रीन पूरा विजिबल है
सर आपका साउंड नहीं आ रहा है सर
सर आपके लैपटॉप की स्क्रीन के बॉटम राइट एंड पे कुछ 4 आइकन्स बने हुए हैं 1 2 3 4 नीचे की तरफ जहां पर कमेंट्स लिखा हुआ है उसके बराबर में जो 4 आइकन्स बने हुए हैं उसमें जो लास्ट वाला आइकन है उसमें क्लिक कर दीजिए वो
वन सेकंड मैम हेलो यस मैम 4 आइकन थे वो उसके ऊपर क्लिक किया है सर
जिसके राइट में एक्सट्रीम राइट आइकन आपने मल्टीपल स्क्रीन वाले पे किया है उसके राइट में एक छोड़ के लास्ट आइकन है स्लाइड शो लिखा हुआ आएगा उसमें या someone is indicating
जी सर इसी पे
यस
क्लिक कर दीजिए सर All right, sir. You may continue.
Thank you.
व्हाट इज द पॉजिटिव रेनफोर्समेंट टेक्निक पॉजिटिव रेनफोर्समेंट क्या है तो पॉजिटिव रेनफोर्समेंट ट्रेनिंग इज अ वे टू ट्रेन डॉग्स बाय रिवॉर्डिंग देम for good behavior. This is the best way to teach dog and change their behavior. In this type of training, dogs are motivated to learn and repeat good behavior because they knows they will get a reward, such as a treat, praise, or playtime, motivation instead of punishment or correction. Dogs for bad behavior or positive reinforcement training focus on encouraging and rewarding the dog behavior that we want to see. This type of training helps build a strong bond between dogs and their owner, and it makes learn a fun and enjoyable experience for both of them. By rewarding good behavior and being consistent and timely, positive reinforcement training is a human and effective way to teach dog new skills and make sure they are happy and healthy. तो मैंने अभी तक जो पॉजिटिव ट्रेनिंग मतलब एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है जिसके अंदर हम डॉग को एकदम फ्रीली हम सिखाते हैं किसी भी तरह का लीश नहीं होता है उनके ऊपर एक प्रेशर नहीं बनाते हैं हम डॉग इसके साइन क्या है पॉजिटिव ट्रेनिंग की जब हम डॉग के साथ ट्रेनिंग करते हैं तो डॉग उसके अंदर अपनी टेल एकदम ऊपर उठाता है वो एकदम हैप्पी रहता है बार्क करता है
ओनर के साथ और डॉग के साथ जो एक बॉन्डिंग होता है ट्रेनर में और डॉग के अंदर, वो बहुत ही सुपर्ब होता है। तो एक इसका मैंने एक डॉग को ट्रेनिंग दिया था, ये मेरा स्टूडेंट है, इसका नाम चीको है। तो इसका एक वीडियो है, ये एक एग्जाम्पल। डॉग देखिए कितना इसके अंदर एकदम फ्रेंडली है, एकदम हैप्पी है, उसकी टेल ऊपर है, जंप कर रहा है वो अच्छे से। ये सैल्यूट कमांड है, ये क्रॉलिंग कहते हैं इसे। अगेन ये क्रॉलिंग है। या हैंड जंप कहते हैं इसे। डॉग इसके अंदर हैंड में से हमारे जंप करता है। इसे स्किपिंग कहते हैं, साइड स्किपिंग कहते हैं। ये भी एकदम पॉजिटिव रेनफोर्समेंट टेक्निक का एकदम बेस्ट एग्जांपल है, जिसके अंदर हम डॉग को हम सिखाते हैं कि एक रोप में से जंप करना है, इसके बेनिफिट्स क्या है। तो डॉग का इसके अंदर बहुत ही अच्छे से मसल एक्सरसाइज होता है, बोन एक्सरसाइज अच्छे से होता है, इसके मस्कुलर डॉग होता है। आप इस ब्रीड का नाम है बॉक्सर। ये फ्रंट स्किपिंग कहते हैं, जो मैंने अभी साइड स्किपिंग किया था उसके मतलब ये फ्रंट स्किपिंग है। देखिए डॉग ये एकदम हैप्पी है, उसकी टेल हिल रही है। प्रोज एंड कॉन्स ऑफ पॉजिटिव ट्रेनिंग के हर, जैसे एक पॉजिटिव ट्रेनिंग के हर चीज के एक प्रोज एंड कॉन्स होते हैं, वैसे ही पॉजिटिव ट्रेनिंग की भी है। अभी इसके बेनिफिट्स क्या है पॉजिटिव ट्रेनिंग की? प्रमोट्स पॉजिटिव रिलेशनशिप। ओनर के अंदर या एक ट्रेनर के अंदर, एक डॉग के अंदर एक अच्छा रिलेशनशिप उनका अच्छा होता है। इफेक्टिव फॉर मोस्ट डॉग्स, मतलब सारे डॉग्स के ऊपर ये इफेक्टिव है। रिड्यूस स्ट्रेस एंड फियर, किसी इसके अंदर डॉग डरता नहीं है अपने ओनर से, बिकॉज ट्रेनर उसके साथ फुल्ली पॉजिटिवली बिहेव करे, उसको मार नहीं रहा है, इसे जर्क नहीं कर रहा है, किसी भी तरह का उसके ऊपर प्रेशर नहीं डाल रहा है। उसके वजह से उसका और डॉग के अंदर स्ट्रेस कम दिखाई देता है, कॉन्फिडेंस उनका अच्छा रहता है, एडेप्टेबल, इजी। डॉग बहुत ही जल्दी इसके अंदर सीखते हैं। इसके कॉन्स क्या है? पेशेंस इसके अंदर आपको बहुत रखना पड़ेगा। पेशेंस मतलब कभी ऐसा हो सकता है आपका और आपके डॉग का बॉन्डिंग अगर अच्छा हो तो आपका डॉग बहुत जल्दी सीख पाएगा, या अगर आपको सिस्टम अच्छे से पता नहीं है, ट्रेनिंग आपको पता नहीं है, कंडीशंस आपको पता नहीं है, प्रिंसिपल्स अगर आपको पता नहीं है कि कैसे ट्रेनिंग करते, तो आपको थोड़ा सा ज्यादा समय भी लग सकता है। टाइमिंग इज क्रूशियल, टाइमिंग भी ज्यादा लग सकता है इसके अंदर। नॉट सुटेबल फॉर ऑल डॉग, अभी उन से डॉग के लिए ये सुटेबल नहीं है। जिस डॉग के अंदर फियर होता है या साउंड फियर होता है, तो उन डॉग के लिए नहीं। जैसे एक एग्जांपल, अगर आप एक पेट पेरेंट हो, आपने देखा रहेगा काफी बार कि डॉग जब दिवाली आती है तो उस समय पे वो थोड़े से फियर में जाते हैं, मतलब साउंड के वजह से वो डरते हैं। तो इसके वजह से ऐसे डॉग के ऊपर हम क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग थोड़ा सा, या क्लिक अगर हम करेंगे तो थोड़ा सा डर जाते हैं। मेंटेन कंसिस्टेंसी, थोड़ा सा आपको डेली आपको प्रैक्टिस करना पड़ेगा इसके लिए। डिपेंडेंस ऑन ट्रीट, अभी जिसको सिस्टम नहीं पता है, उनको फूड कैसे हटाना है, ये सारी चीजें अगर पता नहीं है, तो ऐसे ट्रेनर्स के लिए थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम आता है। बट अभी चूक सर ने हमारे जो कोर्स अभी हम कर रहे हैं, इसके अंदर सारे प्रिंसिपल्स ऐड किए। क्लासिकल कंडीशन क्या है, ऑपरेंट कंडीशन क्या है, काउंटर कंडीशन क्या है, ये सारे कंडीशंस भी सर अच्छे से हमें सिखा रहे हैं, एंड प्रिंसिपल्स भी अभी बहुत अच्छे से सर हमको बता रहे हैं। मेन है सर का फोकस सारे लोगों को प्रिंसिपल अच्छे से पता चले ताकि वो किसी भी डॉग के साथ ट्रेनिंग कर सके, उनको कोई प्रॉब्लम ना आए। नेगेटिव रेनफोर्समेंट ट्रेनिंग, नेगेटिव ट्रेनिंग क्या होती है एक्चुअली? नेगेटिव रेनफोर्समेंट ट्रेनिंग इज अ वे टू ट्रेन डॉग बाय removing avoiding something unpleasant when they do something good. This is not the same as positive reinforcement, which reward good behavior. In negative reinforcement, the dog response is to perform the behavior that the stop or avoid the unpleasant thing. For example, if you are training in your dog to sit, you might use a gentle leash pressure to encourage them to sit down. Once they sit, you release the pressure. This teaches the dog that sitting down makes the unpleasant feeling go away. If you use too much pressure to or discomfort, or if the if you are not consistent, it can cause stress or fear in dog. अभी इसका मतलब क्या है? अभी आप ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हो और अगर आप डॉग को सिट कमांड सिखा रहे हैं, वही अगर पॉजिटिव ट्रेनिंग में क्या होता है सिस्टम, अगर आप डॉग को सिट कमांड सिखाना है तो हाथ के अंदर आपको फूड रखना पड़ेगा। अगर आप आपका हाथ थोड़ा सा ऊपर लेंगे तो डॉग सिट हो जाता है। तो उसी तरह के नेगेटिव ट्रेनिंग में क्या करते हैं एग्जैक्टली? नेगेटिव ट्रेनिंग में डॉग के गले में लीश डाला जाता है या एक चोक चेन डाला जाता है, डॉग को थोड़ा सा ऊपर की तरह एक प्रेशर दिया जाता है, लीश ऊपर खींची जाती है और डॉग सिट हो जाता है। तो एक कंफर्ट होता है डॉग को। अगर बहुत ज्यादा अगर आप उस सिचुएशन में प्रेशर डालोगे तो डॉग बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रेस में जाएगा और काम एकदम फियर में उसका वर्क करेगा। बट अगर आप एक साइंटिफिक प्रेशर होता है, मतलब कितना आपको देना है कितना नहीं देना है, हर एक डॉग का एक ये होता है, कैपेसिटी होता है, उस हिसाब से अगर आप करोगे तो नेगेटिव ट्रेनिंग में भी ये कभी कभी अच्छे से काम करते हैं। अभी इसके प्रोज एंड कॉन्स क्या होते हैं? बेनिफिट इसके ये है कि डॉग आपका हर बार काम करेगा, लेकिन और अच्छे से काम करेगा। जो भी आप उसको बात बताओगे तो वो करेगा बिकॉज ऑफ फियर के वजह से। उसको पता है कि ओनर अभी मुझे पनिश देगा, इसके वजह से वो काम जरूर करेगा। डिसएडवांटेज क्या है इसके? डॉग आपका स्ट्रेस में रहेगा, काम अच्छे से नहीं करेगा, एकदम एंशियस रहेगा, स्पेशली इफ इट नॉट डन राइट कैन ऑल्सो डैमेज द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन द डॉग एंड द ओनर। इससे क्या होता है, ओनर का और डॉग का जो रिलेशनशिप है वो पूरा ब्रेक डाउन हो जाता है। डॉग हमेशा उनके पास आएगा, काम करेगा, लेकिन एक फियर में आएगा। जैसे एक एग्जांपल, कैसे पता लगे कि ट्रेनर ने या एक ओनर अपने डॉग के साथ बहुत ज्यादा डिसिप्लिन में रहता है? अगर जब भी वो कम बुलाता है, जब भी बुलाता है तो उस डॉग के ना कान पीछे तरफ से आएगा, उसका हेड थोड़ा सा वो नीचे करके आएगा, थोड़ा सा एक सबमिसिव मोड में आएगा, कैन मेक्स डॉग एग्रेशन और कॉज अदर अनवांटेड बिहेवियर। मतलब कभी कभी चांसेस इसके अंदर कि डॉग के अंदर एग्रेशन बिल्ड होने के चांसेस है, बिकॉज वो किसी के ऊपर ट्रस्ट नहीं कर रहा है या ओनर के ऊपर ट्रस्ट नहीं कर रहा है, तो वो कभी नहीं तो कभी उसका रिवेंज लेगा ही लेगा जरूर। कैन मेक डॉग फील बैड एंड कंफ्यूज, डॉग को ये हमेशा कंफ्यूज करेगा बिकॉज एक तो ओनर को पता नहीं है या हैंडलर को पता नहीं है कि डॉग के साथ क्या करना क्या है। वो बस एक प्रेशर डाल रहा है, तो डॉग के ऊपर भी वो प्रेशर बनाया रहता है कि आखिर हैंडलर चाहता क्या है। इसके लिए, इसके वजह से हमेशा पहले हैंडलर को एक सिस्टम पता होना चाहिए कि अच्छे से, तो ही वो अपने डॉग को वो सिखा सकता है। पनिशमेंट कहाँ पे देना है, टाइमिंग कौन सा ये करना है, वो सारी चीजें हैंडलर को अच्छी तरह से पता होनी चाहिए। ज्यादा जितने भी सारे वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस या एक्सपर्ट है वो नेगेटिव एनफोर्समेंट ट्रेनिंग को अवॉइड करते हैं ट्रेनिंग के अंदर, बिकॉज वो डॉग को हर्ट करता है। इसके वजह से ज्यादा करके जितने भी वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस है वो सारे के सारे प्रिफर करते हैं कि डॉग को हम पॉजिटिव एनफोर्समेंट टेक्निक से ही सिखाए। भी साइन क्या है कि डॉग डरा हुआ है, तो देखिए ये फर्स्ट वाला जो पिक्चर है, जो इसके अंदर एक डॉग है, वो अपने कान नीचे है उसके। एक साइन होता है कि वॉक करते समय अगर ओनर डॉग को चिल्ला रहा है या कुछ भी होता है, वो तुरंत अपने कान नीचे डाल देता है। सेकंड जो बेड के ऊपर है, अगर आप आपके डॉग को ज्यादा से बहुत ज्यादा डांटते हो, पनिशमेंट देते हो या हैंडलर ऐसे ही करता है, तो डॉग ऐसे ही करके वो कान नीचे रहेगा। और अगर आपने उसको बोला जाओ अपने जगह पे, तो इस तरीके से जाके ही बैठेगा। जब एक हम अच्छे से डॉग के साथ डील करते हैं तो उस समय पे डॉग इस तरीके से नहीं बैठे, एकदम कॉन्फिडेंटली रहेगा। यस, उन्होंने बोला है जगह पे जाके बैठो, तो वो अपने जगह पे जाके वहां पे एकदम कान उसके फ्रंट साइड पे ओनर के साथ रहे, ओनर को आई कांटेक्ट करेंगे तो इस तरीके से वो देखेगा। अभी मेन है पॉजिटिव ट्रेनिंग अप्लाई कैसे करते हैं, या क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग क्या होता है। ये हमारा जो केनाइन फोरेंसिक का कोर्स चल रहा है, तो इसके अंदर सर सबसे ज्यादा फोकस क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग के ऊपर ही दे रहे हैं। जितना ज्यादा अच्छे से लोगों को क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग स्टूडेंट्स को पता चले, उतना ही ज्यादा पॉजिटिव ट्रेनिंग अपने आप इसके ऊपर से बिल्ड हो जाएगा। तो क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग एग्जैक्टली क्या है, दिखता कैसे है, तो हम कौन से एनिमल के, किसी भी एनिमल के ऊपर आप क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग यूज कर सकते हो। इतना अगर अच्छे से अगर आपको क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग पता रहेगा तो। क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग इज अ टाइप ऑफ रिवॉर्ड बेस्ड ट्रेनिंग वेयर अ क्लिकर इज अ यूज्ड टू टेल योर डॉग that they have done the right thing. A clicker is a small device that makes a clicking sound when pressed. The sound works as a marker that signal to your dog the exact moment they perform the desired behavior. By pairing the click with a treat or another reward, you can teach your dog to associate the sound with something positive. This way, you can communicate more clearly and effectively with your dog during training session. Clicker training is a base on the science of animal learning, which says that the behavior that are rewarded are more likely to be repeated in the future. Clicker training uses positive reinforcement, which means adding something pleasant to increase the dog uh, likelihood of behavior. अभी क्लिकर दिखता कैसे है एग्जैक्टली, ये देखिए, ये इस तरीके से क्लिकर दिखता है। जो येलो कलर का जो एक बटन है वो प्रेस करना पड़ता है, तो उसके बाद में उसके अंदर से एक साउंड आता है। तो इसके अंदर क्या बताया गया कि क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग एक बिहेवियर मार्कर है। एक एग्जांपल, अगर आपका डॉग सिट कर रहा है और अगर आपने उस परफेक्ट टाइमिंग को अगर आपने क्लिक किया, तो एक 5, 6 या 7, 8 बिहेवियर के बाद डॉग को पता चलेगा कि ओनर ये चाहता है मेरे से, या ओनर को ये चाहिए, तो ये देने के बाद आप फूड दोगे। मतलब एक सिट किया, क्लिक किया, उसके बाद में फूड दिया। फर्स्ट बिहेवियर, सेकेंड बिहेवियर मार्किंग, उसके बाद में रिवॉर्ड। अभी मैंने क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग कौन से एनिमल के ऊपर ट्राई किया है, तो डॉग के ऊपर तो किया ही है। अभी जैसे कि अभी आपने मेरा वो वाला वीडियो दिखा। सेकंड, मैंने एक हेन को सिखाया है, मैंने एक रैबिट को सिखाया है, कैट को सिखाया है, एंड एक माउस को भी सिखाया है। मतलब जो चूहा होता है व्हाइट कलर का, उसको भी सिखाया। तो मैं आपको कुछ वीडियोस दिखाता हूँ। इंडिया, पाकिस्तान, चाइना और अमेरिका, ये फ्लैग है, 4 फ्लैग। तो इस 4 फ्लैग के अंदर ये जो मुर्गी है वो इंडिया को फ्लैग को सिलेक्ट कर रही है, मतलब चोंच मार के बता रही है कि यस, ये इंडिया का फ्लैग है। तो ये कैसे पॉसिबल हो सकता है, तो ये पॉसिबल है क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग से। अभी मुर्गी के तो मैं मार नहीं सकता, ना ही उसके गले में लीश डाल सकता हूँ, तो कुछ नहीं करना पड़ता है उसके लिए। बस मेन है क्लिकिंग। क्लिकर अगर आपको अच्छे से पता रहेगा तो जब भी मुर्गी फ्लैग के ऊपर चोंच मार रही है, तब क्लिक कर रहा हूँ एंड फूड दे रहा हूँ। जैसे अभी देखिए, बिहेवियर हो गया, मार्कर एंड देन फूड। ये है एजिलिटी ट्रेनिंग। जो हम डॉग के साथ कर सकते हैं, वही सारी चीजें मैंने इसके अंदर एक मुर्गी को सिखाया है। ये है प्रिंसिपल। ये मतलब हर किसी को ये आ नहीं पाएगा, जिसके अच्छे से प्रिंसिपल्स क्लियर है, कंडीशन सारे क्लियर है, वही ये कर सकता है। मुर्गी देखिए अभी मुझे फॉलो कर रही है, पीछे पीछे आ रही है, तो मेरा और उसका इतना अच्छे से बॉन्डिंग हुआ था। इसे वेव पोल्स कहते हैं। इससे जो बीच में है वो उसे ए फ्रेम कहते हैं, और लास्ट में जो सबसे है उसे कहते हैं हडल। देखिए, खुद से मुर्गी कर रही है, इसके ऊपर चढ़ रही है एंड अगेन उसके ऊपर से जंप कर रही है। मैं ना ही उसे कोई कमांड दे रहा हूँ, ना ही कुछ नहीं कर रहा हूँ, वो अपना काम कर रही है। इसे कहते हैं कलर टारगेट ट्रेनिंग। वो जैसे था तो वैसे ही सेम ये भी मैंने किया था। 3 कलर रखे थे। सबसे पहले मैंने मुर्गी के ऊपर ट्राई कर रहा था कि हम क्या क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग कर सकते हैं मुर्गी के ऊपर। तब मैं रिसर्च कर रहा था, तब उसके दौरान मुझे पता चला यस, मुर्गी भी कलर आइडेंटिफिकेशन कर सकती है अच्छे से। तो उसके बाद में मैंने फ्लैग ट्रेनिंग स्टार्ट किया। तो इसके अंदर अगेन एक ब्लू, ब्लैक एंड येलो कलर का एक ये है ढक्कन से जो, तो उसके ऊपर डॉग, ये मुर्गी चोंच मार के बता रही है ये ऑरेंज कलर का है। जिसे मैंने उसको ट्रेनिंग के दौरान मैंने सिखाया था। एक कोन रखा था, उसके उसे कहते हैं, इसे कहते हैं रिवेयर, मतलब मुर्गी उसको जा रही है और घूम के आ रही है। अभी देखिए यहाँ पे मैं क्लिक कहाँ पे कर रहा हूँ, कोन से जैसे ये यू टर्न करेगी वहां से मैं क्लिक कर रहा हूँ। तो ये हो गया पहला बिहेवियर। उसके बाद में मैंने क्लिक किया, ये हो गया मार्कर। अभी मैंने उसको फूड दिया। मैं उसे मोटिवेट कर रहा हूँ, उससे बातें कर रहा हूँ, यस गुड गर्ल गुड गर्ल गुड गर्ल करके। और वो समझ भी रही थी मेरी बात। तो मेन मुर्गी को सिखाने का रीजन क्या था कि मुर्गी को भी बहुत दिमाग रहता है। तो काफी बार होता है कि लोगों को लगता है कि यार इन्हें कुछ समझता नहीं है, ये तो लोगों के हमारे लिए खाने के लिए होते हैं। तो ऐसा नहीं होता है। तो जो भी नॉन वेजिटेरियन है वो वेजिटेरियन में कन्वर्ट हो जाओ। अगर आप सच में, अगर आप एनिमल लवर हो या आप डॉग लवर भी हो तो भी। हाँ, प्रोज एंड कॉन्स ऑफ क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग। इसके बेनिफिट्स क्या है क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग के? क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग से हम डॉग के साथ या एनिमल के साथ, किसी से भी साथ हम क्लियर कम्युनिकेशन कर सकते हैं। बिकॉज हमें पता है कि हमें क्लिक कहाँ पे करना है, हमें क्या बिहेवियर चाहिए उनसे। एक एग्जांपल, अगर आपको क्लिक सिट चाहिए तो जैसे मैंने कहा कि सिट किया, फूड, हमने क्लिक किया और फूड दे दिया। पॉजिटिव रेनफोर्समेंट है इसके अंदर, इफेक्टिव फॉर मोस्ट डॉग्स एंड अडॉप्ट कर लेते हैं तुरंत, कोई भी चीज को तुरंत अडॉप्ट कर लेते हैं। वर्बल, रिड्यूस वर्बल का कमांड्स, मतलब स्टार्टिंग क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग के दौरान स्टार्टिंग को हमें कमांड नहीं देना है, हमें शेपिंग कहते हैं उसे। हमें क्लिक करना है, उसका बिहेवियर मार्क करना है हमें। इसके डिसएडवांटेज क्या है? क्लिकर ट्रेनिंग में आपको पेशेंस बहुत रखना पड़ेगा। टाइमिंग इसके अंदर ज्यादा लग सकता है, बिकॉज आपको पता नहीं है कि डॉग को अगर आपको प्लेस सिखाना है तो कब जाके वहां पे बैठेगा। तो लूरिंग करना पड़ेगा, उसके बाद में शेपिंग करना पड़ेगा, तो थोड़ा सा टाइमिंग जा सकता है। क्लासिकल कंडीशन क्या है? मेन है क्लासिकल कंडीशन ट्रेनिंग के अंदर। क्लासिकल कंडीशन इज अ टाइप ऑफ लर्निंग दैट हैपेंस व्हेन वी स्टार्ट एसोसिएट विद टू थिंग्स टुगेदर। One thing is a neutral stimulus, which is something that doesn't mean anything to us as first. Okay. The other thing is an unconditioned stimulus, which is something that naturally makes us react in a certain way. After we pair the neutral stimulus with the unconditioned stimulus a few times, the neutral stimulus will start to make us react the same way as a unconditioned stimulus. This called is a clicker training. जैसे अभी मैंने कहा कि आपको क्लिकर क्या है एग्जैक्टली, क्लिकर से हम कैसे डॉग के साथ कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं, वो सारी चीजें।
Excuse
How
me,
to
sir.
use? Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, sir. I just have received a message from the team. We are actually having some time constraint. If you can please wind up a bit early.
Yes, yes, sir. हो गया।
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
ओके, वेट, तो मेरे कुछ वीडियोस दिखा देता हूँ। ओके, अगर किसी को अगर डाउट रहेगा तो आप पूछ सकते हैं।
Sir, there are certain doubts, but the doubts will be taken soon by you only in the upcoming panel session, just
Okay,
after
no
the
problem.
lectures of all.
Yes, yes.
Right. All right.
Okay.
We are having actually a panel session after this.
Okay, sir. Yes.
There. All right. Thank you so very much, sir. Asta, please take over the stage.
Sure. Sure. So thank you so much, sir, for having such a nice session with all of us. So, for the provoking presentation on the positive reinforcement training of dogs and your insights into the power of positive reinforcement in fostering strong bonds and effective communication with our canine companions, they were truly enlightening. The emphasis on creating a positive and rewarding environment for both the trainer and dogs alike resonated with our audience. Thank you so much, sir, for having us into this world of positive reinforcement. We look forward for your presence in the panel discussion for all the question and answers round. Now I would like to call Mishti Advani for the next speaker's introduction. Mishti, the stage is yours.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, Mishti.
Mishti. Yes, Mishti.
ओके देवियों और सज्जनों, मुझे कैनाइन फोरेंसिक में एक सच्चा पथ प्रदर्शक प्रस्तुत करने की अनुमति दे। 3 वर्षों से अधिक समय से श्रीमती सुप्रिया शरद किंद्रे अपराध जांच में अपने असाधारण कुत्ता परीक्षण कौशल से अनगिनत व्यक्तियों को प्रेरित करते हुए सीमाओं को पार कर रही है। महाराष्ट्र विभाग में अग्रणी महिला डॉग हैंडलर ट्रेनर के रूप में वह पुलिस कुत्तों और हैंडलर्स के प्रदर्शन को बढ़ाने के लिए समर्पित है। श्रीमती सुप्रिया शारदा केंद्रे की कुत्तों को संभालने वाली ट्रेनर से लेकर अपने क्षेत्र में सबसे आगे तक की यात्रा उनके अटूट समर्पण और जुनून का प्रमाण है। आज वह पुलिस कुत्ते प्रशिक्षण और तैनाती में मौजूदा चुनौतियों का प्रदर्शन करते हुए कैनाइन फोरेंसिक पर अंतर्दृष्टि साझा करेगी और महाराष्ट्र पुलिस के बीच उनके प्रदर्शन को बढ़ाने के उपाय करेगी। उल्लेखनीय दूरदृष्टि और संक्रामक उत्साह के साथ श्रीमती सुप्रिया शारदा केंद्रे निश्चित रूप से आपको सशक्त और दुनिया को जीतने के लिए तैयार महसूस करें। तो बिना किसी देरी के आइए श्रीमती सुप्रिया शारदा केंद्रे को मंच पर गर्मजोशी से स्वागत करते हैं।
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
हाँ सर, मुझे आप सुन रहे हैं सर सब?
जी मैम, you are audible, ma'am.
जी, गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल। फर्स्ट मैं आप सभी की बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ जो आपने मुझे इस सेमिनार में पार्टिसिपेट करने या प्रेजेंट करने का मौका दिया। मेरा नाम है सुप्रिया शरद किंद्रे। मैं महाराष्ट्र बल से काम करती हूँ। मैं डॉग ट्रेनिंग सेंटर में एक ट्रेनिंग ऑफ ट्रेनर्स के तौर पे काम करती हूँ। अभी हम अपने प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में अभी हम अपने प्रेजेंटेशन के बारे में बात करेंगे जो हमारे सेंटर में अलग अलग तरीके से डॉग किस तरह से ट्रेन किए जाते हैं, डॉग की हिस्ट्री, डॉग की इम्प्रूवमेंट के बारे में क्या प्रोसेस होती है, पुलिस डॉग किस तरीके से काम करते हैं, इसके बारे में बोलेंगे। तो हमारे महाराष्ट्र पुलिस बल में पूरे महाराष्ट्र के डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए पुलिस डॉग्स के लिए डॉग ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है जो पुणे में स्थित है। वो सीआईडी के अंडर काम करता है। हमारे पूरे महाराष्ट्र में 96 यूनिट्स है, उसमें से 48 डॉग यूनिट्स और 48 बीटीडीएस यूनिट्स है। बीटीडीएस यूनिट जो है वो एसआईडी के अंदर काम करते हैं और जो डॉग यूनिट्स है वो डॉग ट्रेनिंग सेंटर सीआईडी कार्यरत है। लेकिन इनका जो मैदानी विभाग है, जो ट्रेनिंग का प्रोसेस है, वो हमारे इधर महाराष्ट्र के डॉग ट्रेनिंग सेंटर में चलता है। तो ये हमारा महाराष्ट्र डॉग ट्रेनिंग सेंटर जो है वो 1965 में फाउंड हुआ है और ये इस डॉग ट्रेनिंग सेंटर में हम 3 प्रकार के प्रशिक्षण देते हैं, जिसमें ट्रैकर, नार्कोटिक्स और एक्सप्लोडिव डॉग्स शामिल हैं। पहले मैं आपको महाराष्ट्र पुलिस के बारे में और ये डॉग के बारे में थोड़ा परिचय देना चाहूंगी। तो ये पुलिस कैनाइन जो है वो कानून प्रवर्तक में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते हैं। ये हमारे विभिन्न कार्यों जैसे ट्रैकिंग है, किसी भी प्रकार की खोज है या संदिग्धों को पकड़ने में अधिकारियों को सहायता करते हैं। महाराष्ट्र पुलिस के संदर्भ में ये कैनाइन साथ ही अमूल्य संपत्ति के रूप में काम करते हैं। अपराध की रोकथाम, उनकी जांच करना, इनमें वो बहुत सफलतापूर्वक सहायता करते हैं। हालांकि पुलिस कैनाइन की प्रभावशीलता उनके प्रशिक्षण और तैनाती पर बहुत निर्भर करती है। पुलिस डॉग ट्रेनिंग में इन पपीज को, इन कैनाइन्स को 0 से हीरो बनाने का प्रशिक्षण दिया जाता है। डीटीसी में ये वफादार साथी कैनाइन को अपराध से लड़ने का हुनर सिखाते हैं और ये सिर्फ हर प्रशिक्षण के जरिए ही होता है। इसके लिए अलग तरीके से प्रबंधन बनाए जाते हैं। ये पुलिस के लिए अलग तरीके से प्रशिक्षण नहीं है, लेकिन ये यूनिफॉर्म ना होने से अलग अलग तरीके से, जैसे मिलिट्री है, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस है, पुलिस है, वहां पे अपने उपयोग के हिसाब से, उपयोगिता के हिसाब से डॉग को प्रशिक्षित किया जाता है, वही ट्रेड को प्रशिक्षण किया जाता है। तो महाराष्ट्र में इन डॉग्स को 3 तरह के ट्रेड का प्रशिक्षण दिया जाता है। ये जो डॉग्स है ये हमारे लिए सिर्फ डॉग नहीं होते, बल्कि ये बहादुर योद्धा है जो हमारे समाज की रक्षा करते हैं, हमें सिक्योर फील करा, हर बार उनकी वजह से हम बहुत सिक्योर फील करते हैं। पुलिस कैनाइन का दुनिया भर में कानून प्रवर्तक एजेंसियों के साथ सेवा करने का एक समृद्ध इतिहास है, जो महाराष्ट्र में इन विशेष रूप से प्रशिक्षित कैनाइन और व्यवस्था बनाए रखने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते हैं। जैसा कि हम कैनाइन इकाइयों को प्रशिक्षित करने और तैनात करने में महाराष्ट्र पुलिस के सामने आने वाली चुनौतियों का भी सामना करते हैं। अपराध निवारण और मामलों को सुलझाने में उनकी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका को भी पहचानना आवश्यक होता है। तो शुरुआत में महाराष्ट्र पुलिस ने अच्छी तरह से प्रशिक्षित पुलिस कैनाइन और संचालकों का एक कैडर विकसित करने के लिए अग्रणी कार्यक्रम और प्रशिक्षण सुविधाएं शुरू की। इन प्रयासों ने आज मौजूद व्यापक प्रशिक्षण कार्यक्रमों की नींव के रूप में कार्य किया है। इन डॉग कैनाइन्स का जो पूरे इतिहास में महाराष्ट्र पुलिस कैनाइन ने अपराधों को हल करने, संदिग्धों को ट्रैक करने या अवैध पदार्थों का पता लगाने, बॉम्ब्स या एक्सप्लोजिव्स का पता लगाने, इन सभी कामों में उल्लेखनीय योगदान दिया है। कई मामले हैं जिनमें कानून प्रवर्तक कार्यों में कैनाइन की भूमिका बहुत मूल्यवान है। वर्तमान स्थिति में महाराष्ट्र पुलिस बल में 350, लगभग 350 की संख्या में श्वान अवेलेबल है और उनके ऊपर 700 हैंडलर्स पूरे महाराष्ट्र में अलग अलग यूनिट्स में कार्यरत हैं। इनको इस्तेमाल महाराष्ट्र पुलिस में इस्तेमाल की जाने वाली जो नस्लें हैं उनके बारे में हम आगे देखेंगे। जैसे पहले हम बात करेंगे ट्रैकर कैनाइन के बारे में। इनका प्रशिक्षण 9 महीने का होता है। ये क्रिमिनल्स का पता लगाने, अपराधी को पकड़ने, कैनाइन जासूस जो भी है ट्रैक करने, इसमें ये माहिर होते हैं। इनका प्रशिक्षण अवधि लंबा होने का कारण यह है कि जैसे स्निफर डॉग के लिए कुछ महत्वपूर्ण कंटेंट होते हैं या किसी अलग सब्सटेंस के ऊपर वो काम करेंगे। ट्रैकर में वो नहीं होता है, वो अपराधी को पकड़ने के लिए काम करते हैं। वहां पे बहुत से चैलेंजेस भी होते हैं, जिससे कंटामिनेशन का भी प्रॉब्लम होता है उनको। डॉग जो है स्निफिंग के माध्यम से ही काम करते हैं। तो ट्रैकिंग में ये देखने को मिलता है, जिससे इंसान के हर अवयव हर ऑर्गन्स का जो गंध है वो अलग अलग होता है। उनको हर ऑर्गन्स के गन, आर्टिकल के गन या जो हमारा भौतिक वातावरण है उसके हिसाब से उन्हें ट्रेन किया जाता है। उसके बाद जो है नार्कोटिक डिटेक्शन। तो नार्कोटिक डिटेक्शन की जरूरत इसलिए पड़ी, जैसे हमने पढ़ा होगा गोल्डन ट्रायंगल है, गोल्डन क्रिसेंट है, जो भारत के माध्यम से जिस पदार्थों की तस्करी की जाती है, इसकी वजह से नार्कोटिक्स डिटेक्शन डॉग की जरूरत पड़ी। तो ये एक बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी के हिसाब से बॉर्डर से पास होते हैं, लेकिन जब इनका इस्तेमाल वहां से लेके पूरे स्टेट तक या अभी तो ग्रामीण भागों तक, मतलब रूरल एरिया में भी इनका ज्यादा तौर पे इस्तेमाल होने लगा है। तो ये नारकोटिक्स से सामान्य जनता या नौजवानों को बचाने के लिए, उनको उससे उनको उससे दूर रखने के लिए ये नारकोटिक्स डिटेक्शन है वो किया जाता है, ताकि ये जो स्निफर डॉग होते हैं ये भिन्न भिन्न जो नारकोटिक्स होते हैं उसके ऊपर ट्रेन किए जाते हैं। पहले के समय में ऐसा होता था कि पेड़ पौधे पत्तों से ही जो नारकोटिक्स बनाए जाते थे, तो उसका यूज भी कहीं मतलब हर एक क्षेत्र में नहीं होता था, वो चुने हुए क्षेत्रों में ही होता था। लेकिन अभी सिंथेटिक ड्रग्स या अलग अलग प्रकार के नए नए ड्रग्स इसमें शामिल हो रहे हैं। तो इसी वजह से नार्कोटिक डॉग्स का जो यूजेस है वो हमें ज्यादा तौर पे करने की जरूरत हो रही है। इसीलिए हम 6 महीने का नार्कोटिक डिटेक्शन डॉग ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। इसके बाद है एक्सप्लोजिव। तो इसके एक्सप्लोजिव के बारे में भी सेम यही बात है। जो जो डॉग्स है जो सब्सटेंस पे काम करते हैं, पहले वाले जो एक्सप्लोजिव थे जो ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्टर से बनते हैं या इनऑर्डिनेंस फैक्टर से बनते हैं, तो इनका यूजेस अलग अलग तरीके से होता है। जो सरकारी है वो सरकारी यूज में आते हैं, लेकिन कई ऐसे एक्सप्लोजिव हैं जो होममेड भी बनाए जाते हैं, वो खुद पर्सनल भी लोग बनाते हैं। जैसे आईडी के रूप में हम देख रहे हैं, उनमें अलग अलग मैकेनिज्म बना के उनका यूजेस हो रहा है। तो इसके लिए हमारा जो पूरा देश है, हमारा स्टेट है, या हम कोई भी गांव का किसी भी कोना हिस्सा भी पकड़ सकते हैं, कोई भी सुरक्षित नहीं महसूस कर सकते हैं। वैसे तो अलग अलग एजेंसियां इसमें लगी हुई है, तो वो अलग तरीके से काम कर रही है, इसके लिए हम प्रोटेक्शन फील कर रहे हैं। लेकिन अगर आप देखेंगे तो एक्सप्लोजिव डॉग जो है उनका डिटेक्शन का सही उपयोग इसमें किस तरह से हो रहा है। तो फिलहाल आपने हमारे जो सर है चुग साहब के लेक्चर में सुना ही होगा कि जो मैट्रिक्स है उसके हिसाब से देखेंगे तो डॉग्स और मैट्रिक्स में कितना फर्क आएगा। उसमें तो चार्जेबल बैटरीज है, इक्विपमेंट्स है, अलग अलग तरीके की प्रोसीजर है। वो तो सीखने के बाद या उसमें कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम फॉल्ट पानी की वजह से या फिर वातावरण में कुछ प्रॉब्लम होने की वजह से भी प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है। लेकिन हमारा स्निफर डॉग जो है वो 24 आवर्स हमारे लिए अवेलेबल होता है। तो इसीलिए हमारा एक्सक्लूसिव डिटेक्शन का जो ट्रेनिंग है वो स्टेट के लिए, पूरे भारत के लिए, सभी जगह पे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण माना जाता है। हालांकि हुए जो स्पोर्ट्स या जो आतंकवाद जो भी है दुश्मन, वो सब इन आइडियोज का यूज करके हमारे लोगों को डराना धमकाना, गलत तरीके से उनकी डिमांड पूरा करना, ये सब बातों की वजह से सारी जनता अभी पूरी तरह से सुरक्षित नहीं है। इसीलिए ये एक्सक्लूसिव ट्रेनिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ये भी 6 महीने का होता है। तो इसके लिए सेगमेंट पुलिस डॉग ट्रेनिंग सेंटर का एक रोमांचक सफर हम यहाँ से शुरू कर रहे हैं। जो ट्रेनिंग विधियां होती है वो किस प्रकार की होती है, किस प्रकार के नस्ल इसके लिए चुने जाते हैं, इसमें हैंडलर्स का क्या रोल होता है, ये सब चीजें भी ट्रेनिंग में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होती है। जैसे आपने कभी सोचा होगा कि कुछ पपीज बड़े होकर किस तरह से कार्य करेंगे, इसमें किस तरह से हीरो बनते हैं। तो ये जो प्रोसेस है, ये जो गतिविधियां हैं, ये पुलिस डॉग ट्रेनिंग सेंटर में सिखाई जाती है। हमारे यहाँ इस ट्रेनिंग में खास तौर पे इस चुने हुए पपीज को बहादुरी का प्रशिक्षण दिया जाता है, जो कि समाज की रक्षा का जिम्मा उठाते हैं। लेकिन किन पपीज को चुना जाता है? तो मोस्टली हमारे महाराष्ट्र में ये 4 ब्रीड जो है वो काम करती है, जिनमें है जर्मन शेफर्ड है, लैब्राडोर रिट्रीवर्स है, बेल्जियम मैलोनाइज है और डॉबरमैन है। ये 4 प्रकार की ब्रीड होती है। जो जर्मन शेफर्ड है, लैब्राडोर है और बेल्जियम मैलोनाइज है, ये स्निफिंग डॉग के लिए यूज किए जाते हैं और ट्रैकर के लिए महाराष्ट्र में तो अभी डॉबरमैन ही यूज किए जाते हैं। तो जर्मन शेफर्ड चूज करने का मतलब ये चूज क्यों किए जाते हैं? तो जर्मन शेफर्ड की जो क्वालिटी है वो बहुत लॉयल होते हैं, बहुत ताकतवर होते हैं और दिमागदार भी होते हैं। जो पुलिस के केनाइन के काम मतलब पुलिस केनाइन की कई कामों में बहुत माहिर होते हैं। लैब्राडोर जो प्रजाति है ये बहुत मिलनसार है, वो सीखने के शौकीन होते हैं। ये गुम हुए लोगों को ढूंढने में, स्नीफिंग में बहुत अच्छे से काम करते हैं। बेल्जियम के बारे में देखेंगे तो अभी ये ब्रीड बहुत जगह पे यूज हो रही है। वो इसलिए ताकि वो चुस्त होते हैं, फुर्तीले होते हैं, हर काम के लिए एवरी टाइम रेडी होते हैं। इनका जो इनके फिजिकल इश्यूज या मेडिकल इश्यूज में बहुत कमियां होती है, मतलब ये बात ज्यादा बीमार नहीं होते, हर सराउंडिंग में अच्छे से मैच हो जाते हैं। फिर है ये डच शेफर्ड्स, जो बुद्धिमान होते हैं, हर काम में तेज होते हैं, ये बहुत चंचल भी होते हैं, इसीलिए इनका ट्रैकिंग में यूज किया जाता है। जैसे लापता लोगों को ढूंढना होगा या आर्टिकल की खोज करना है, चोरी के मामले में, डकैती के मामले में, मर्डर के मामले में, मिस्ट्री सुलझाने में हम इनका यूज करते हैं। तो अभी हम देखेंगे कि ये जो पपीज है इनको कैसे सिलेक्ट किया जाता है। तो सामाजिक और आत्मविश्वास इनमें पहले तो इनमें इसकी कमी है या नहीं है ये सब देखा जाता है। ये जो है सफर वो बहुत दिलचस्प सफर होता है। इनमें पपीज को पहले देखा जाता है, उनके ऊपर ऑब्जर्वेशन किया जाता है। ऐसे ही कहीं भी जाके कहीं से भी पपीज नहीं उठा सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये पुलिस के लिए या हमारे कैनन एजेंसी के लिए काम करते हैं। तो इनमें पहले देखेंगे सोशेबिलिटी और सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस। क्या वे लोगों के साथ या अन्य अन्य किसी व्यक्तियों के साथ ये अच्छे से घुल मिलते हैं क्या, ये देखते हैं। इनके लिए पहले तो इन टेस्टों को पास करना होता है, उन्हें खास देखभाल मिलती है। सर एक मिनट। तो ये मिलनसारिता है, जो क्या वे इंसानों के साथ और दूसरे कैनाइन के साथ मिलते जुलते हैं, ये जोश उनमें और उनका फोकस ठीक तरीके से है, ये काम करने के लिए उत्सुक होते हैं, क्या वे आप अपने काम आसानी से समझ सकते हैं और किसी भी चीज को या बाधाओं को पार कर सकते हैं। ये सब चीजें वहां पे देखी जाती है। उनमें उस काम के लिए आत्मविश्वास है, क्या वे नए माहौल में या किसी भी आवाज से या सराउंडिंग से डरते हैं, ये सब चीजें इसमें देखी जाती है। इन केनाइंस का जब सिलेक्शन होता है तो उनका कार्य किस तरह से होता है ये तो हम आगे जाके देखेंगे। लेकिन एक जो पपीज होता है वो किस तरीके से, जैसे हमारे में कुछ इमोशंस होते हैं, जो भी चीज हम समझते हैं, सोचते हैं, तो इन केनाइंस में भी वो पावर या वो कैपेसिटी पूरी तरीके से होते हैं। इनको भी अलग अलग भावनाएं होती है, तो उनको उसी तरीके से उनके ड्राइव्स के हिसाब से ट्रेन किया जाता है। इसके लिए मैं आपको एक छोटा सा वीडियो दिखाना चाहूंगी, जिसमें आप देख पाएंगे कि ये किस तरह से समझते हैं और इनका ट्रेनिंग और रियल वर्ल्ड से किस तरह से मैच होता है। वीडियो के बाद नहीं आ रही, नहीं आ रही, बताते रहो। मेरी वीडियो का आवाज नहीं आ रहा है सर, नहीं आ रहा है,
नो
No,
मैम,
ma'am.
नहीं है।
नहीं आ रहा है। ओके, तो ये आप देख रहे हैं कि ये खुद सीखने की भी कोशिश करते हैं, इनको भी अपनी अलग अलग तरह की भावनाएं होती है, ये किस तरीके से हर चीज में खुद को इन्वॉल्व कर रहे होते हैं। इनका भी जैसे हमारा सीखने का हुनर है, उनको उनका खुद को उसमें इन्वॉल्व करने और सीखने का उनका भी अलग हुनर होता है, उनको हर चीज समझ में आती है। सर एक काम करेंगे प्लीज। सबको आवाज आ रही है सर? ये एक्चुअली वीडियो था, ये एक्चुअली वीडियो था, वो ऑडियोबल नहीं था शायद, मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ से वीडियो आपको जा रहा है। ये तो एक नॉर्मल वीडियोस था जो मैं आपको बताना चाह रही थी कि उनके इमोशंस किस तरह से काम करते हैं, किस तरह से बनते हैं। इसके लिए बहुत मेहनत होती है, इनमें हैंडलर्स का जो है वो बहुत योगदान होता है। जैसे हम हमारे बच्चों को संभालते हैं, इनका पूरी तरह से ख्याल रखते हैं, वो जो हैंडलर होते हैं ये 45 दिन से, मतलब 45 दिन में या 1.5 महीने में उनको हम ट्रेनिंग के लिए परचेस करते हैं। वहां से लेके पूरे जिंदगी का, मतलब 10 साल का जो सर्विस रिकॉर्ड वाला सफर है, वो उनके साथ ही उनका तय होता है। तो अभी हम देखेंगे जैसे उनके डॉग्स केनाइन के लिए एक कुशल पुलिस सहायक बनने के लिए क्या क्या चरण होते हैं। उसमें फर्स्ट चरण है, उसकी पहली सीढ़ी जो है वो सही नस्ल और सही शुरुआत है। सबसे पहले खास नस्लों के बुद्धिमान और फुर्तीले श्वान का चयन किया जाता है, जिसमें जर्मन शेफर्ड, अभी हमने देखा जैसे जर्मन शेफर्ड है, लेब्राडोर्स है, बेल्जियम, ये चारों नस्ल के डॉग्स महाराष्ट्र पुलिस में कार्यरत करते हैं और ये हर काम के लिए अच्छी तरह से अपना योगदान भी देते हैं। उसके बाद जो है स्ट्रॉन्ग फाउंडेशन स्पोर्ट्स, वो 3 या 6 महीने के उम्र में इन बस इतने बड़े मतलब मुझे बताना था 3 या 6 महीने मंथ के हफ्तों के उम्र, सॉरी 3 या 6 मंथ की उम्र में ये प्यारे जो केनाइन है वो अपने हैंडलर्स के साथ, हैंडलर के साथ अपने यूनिट्स में रहते हैं। वहां पे वो अच्छी तरह से उनके साथ घुल मिल जाते हैं। वहां पे उनका ओबीडियंस प्रशिक्षण भी शुरू हो जाता है, वो उनको खेल खेल के माध्यम से, अलग अलग एक्टिविटीज के माध्यम से सिखाया जाता है। उसके बाद है उनके रहने के लिए जो प्रशिक्षण होता है, वहाँ कास्टे का जो प्रशिक्षण है उसके बारे में अटेंशन दिया जाता है। वहां पे उनके शारीरिक और मानसिक विकास के ऊपर ज्यादा ध्यान दिया जाता है। वे दौड़कर और खेलकर और शक्ति और सहन शक्ति बढ़ाते हुए इस ट्रेनिंग को पूरा करने की क्षमता बनाने के लिए वहां पे कार्यरत होता है। साथ ही उनकी समस्या का समाधान भी इन क्षमताओं से परीक्षण किया जाता है। और ये चौथा चरण है जो लास्ट चरण है, इसमें डॉग प्रशिक्षण के लिए रेडी होते हैं, जो 6 और 7 महीने की आयु तक पहुंचने के बाद इनको अधिक पुलिस ट्रेनिंग के लिए आधिकारिक माना जाता है। जैसे हमारे लिए किसी भी एजुकेशन के लिए, किसी भी काम के लिए उम्र का दायरा होता है, वैसे 6 या 7 महीने, 6 महीने कम से कम तो इनके उम्र का दायरा होता है जिसमें वो पुलिस के लिए कैपेबल होते हैं। फिर हम बात करेंगे ट्रेनिंग प्रोसेस के बारे में। तो ये 3 टाइप्स में पूरे किए जाते हैं ट्रेनिंग सेंटर में। जैसे ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड पे उनको प्रशिक्षण दिया जाता है, फिर उनको सिनेरियो बेस्ड प्रशिक्षण दिया जाता है, और उसके बाद जो है वो रियल वर्ल्ड एक्सपीरियंस होता है, बारे में बात करेंगे। तो ये ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड जो है वहां पे डीटीसी में विशाल खुले जो मैदान है, खेत है, वहां पे जो संयोजन में अवरोधी पाठ्यक्रम और इमारत जैसी संरचनाएं हैं। यहाँ कैमोफ्लाइज और जलवायु रोध, धुंध और क्रैम्पलिंग ध्वनियों को भी बनाया जा सकता है। इन सभी से वास्तविक दुनिया की चुनौतियों का अनुभव होता है। यहाँ छलांग लगाने, चढ़ने, सूंघने या हर क्षेत्र के लिए डॉग को रेडी किया जाता है। ये जो ग्राउंड बेस होता है, यहाँ पे 5 प्रकार की पद्धति से 5 प्रकार से डॉग को ट्रेन किया जाता है। जैसे इसमें ग्राउंड सर्च होता है, बिल्डिंग सर्च, लगेज सर्च, व्यूमन सर्च, व्हीकल सर्च, ये 5 प्रकार के प्रशिक्षण ऑन ग्राउंड उन्हें सिखाए जाते हैं। वहाँ पे उनका डॉग का जो है उनका इंडिकेशन देने का तरीका, हैंडलर्स का उनको देखने का तरीका, उनको समझने का, ये सब जो बातें होती है ये ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड पे होती है। उसके बाद आता है सिनारियो बेस्ड ट्रेनिंग। सिनारियो बेस्ड ट्रेनिंग जो है उसमें केनाइन नौकरी को सिमुलेट करने वाले विभिन्न परिदृश्यों में प्रशिक्षित होते हैं। अपराधियों का पीछा करना, पकड़ना, जैसे एक्सप्लोजिव है या ड्रग्स है उनका पता लगाना, व्यक्ति की खोज करना, इस परिदृश्य पर विस्तारित उनको प्रशिक्षण दिया जाता है। ऐसे विशेष तकनीकों जैसे कि उनके लिए अलग अलग तरह के डमीज बनाए जाते हैं। वो उनकी नकल जैसे ही दिखते हैं, लेकिन उनको उसका रियल अनुभव करने के लिए उनके डमीज बनाए जाते हैं। उन्हें नकली वातावरण में उन्हें प्रशिक्षित किया जाता है। केनाइन को सिखाया जाता है और यह अपने काम को तनावपूर्ण स्थितियों में भी शांति से कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए ये सिनेरियो बेस्ड ट्रेनिंग फॉर्म किया होता है। उसके बाद होता है रियल वर्ल्ड एक्सपीरियंस। तो वास्तविक दुनिया में जब हम जाते हैं तो डॉग के बारे में उसका अनुभव एक अलग तरीके से होता है। प्रशिक्षण का ये आखिरी पड़ाव होता है, और जैसे कि बाजार है, स्कूल है, जंगल्स है, अलग अलग जगहों पर वास्तविक परिस्थितियों में इनको अनुभव कराया जाता है। ये सुनिश्चित किया भी जाता है वहां पे कि ये केनाइन उस माहौल में काम करने के लिए सही भी है या सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन कर सकते हैं या नहीं। इसका जो एग्जामिनेशन है वो वहां पे होता है। यह अनुभव हैंडलर और केनाइन के बीच के संबंध को बहुत मजबूत बनाता है, और वो खतरों का सामना करने के लिए और उनको हर कार्य में सफल बनाने के लिए बहुत जरूरी होता है। उसके बाद है जो महाराष्ट्र पुलिस डॉग ट्रेनिंग होके इन तीनों फेजेस के बाद वो डिप्लॉय किए जाते हैं। तो जब ये शिवाजीनगर पुणे का जो महाराष्ट्र पुलिस डॉग ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है, वहां से केनाइन को गढ़ने की जमीन नहीं बल्कि ये वीरता और साझेदारी की कहानियां भी बयां करती है। केनाइन यहाँ और उनके हैंडलर दोनों के बीच में भी एक अटूट बंधन है जो बंध कर समाज की सुरक्षा के लिए वो आगे तैनात किए जाते हैं। उसमें पहला चरण था जो एक साथ मिलकर तैनात किए जाते हैं। जब केनाइन और हैंडलर अपना कठिन प्रशिक्षण पूरा करते हैं तो उन्हीं को टीम बनाकर एक तैनाती किया जाता है। वहां से ये कई महीनों की प्रशिक्षण के बाद चुनौतियों और साझा अनुभव ने उनके बीच दोनों को भी एक रॉक मतलब उनको उस तरीके से स्ट्रांग बनाया जाता है, और उसी ताकत और कमजोरियों को जानने के लिए और पहचानने के लिए उन्हें एक दूसरे को ट्रेनिंग दिया जाता है। और इस चरण में इन दोनों को भी डिप्लॉय किया जाता है एक साथ में। तो ये दोनों के ऊपर कितने भरोसा करते हैं, ये दोनों एक दूसरे के साथ हर परिस्थिति का सामना करते हैं। वहां पे जाने के बाद हर चैलेंजेस दोनों एक साथ करते हैं। इसके लिए वो दोनों की जोड़ी का जो बंधन है, जो डॉग और हैंडलर का, वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण माना जाता है। द परफेक्ट पेयर फॉर एवरी मिशन, ये हर मिशन के लिए सही जोड़ी होती है। हर केनाइन अपनी खूबियां होती है, मतलब हर केनाइन की अपने आप में एक अलग अलग खूबी होती है। प्रशिक्षण के दौरान इन दोनों को इस तरीके से बनाया जाता है, जो हैंडलर और डॉग्स होते हैं वो किस तरीके से इंडिकेट कर रहे हैं, उसका बॉडी लैंग्वेज क्या है, जब आर्टिकल मिलता है तो वो किस तरीके से चेंज होता है, जब उसको कुछ अलग तरीके से संकेत मिलते हैं तो वो किस तरीके से अपने हैंडलर को बताने की कोशिश करता है, ये तो बस एक हैंडलर ही बता सकता है। तो इसलिए मिशन के हिसाब से उनकी जोड़ी जो है वो तैनाती की जाती है। गश्त में और पहरेदारी के लिए तेज और मजबूत ये जोड़ी जो है वो चुनी जाती है हर मिशन के लिए। ड्रग्स और विस्फोटक खोजने के लिए तेज सूंघने वाले और गुमशुदा लोगों की तलाश करने के लिए चौकस और सहनशील, इस तरह केनाइन मिशन को सही हाथों में सौंपा जाता है। कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ पावर्स एंड ब्रेन, ये जो केनाइन होते हैं ये सिर्फ दौड़ने और भौंकने तक ही सीमित नहीं होते हैं। उनके हैंडलर उन्हें बारीकी से निर्देश देते हैं, इशारों को समझते हैं और उनके भौंकने के पैटर्न को, उनकी जानकारी को निकालते हैं। यह एक खूबसूरत तालमेल होता है जहां 2 दिमाग और 4 पंजे, मतलब 4 पैर वाला जो हमारा डॉग है, ये दोनों मिलके अपना मिशन पूरा करते हैं। तो ये डिप्लॉयमेंट करने के बाद एक छोटा सा जो वीडियो है, कैसे डिप्लॉयमेंट इनका कैसे होता है या वहां पे जाने के बाद वो कैसे काम करते हैं, मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगी। ये आर्टिकल का या इसमें ये जो बक्से हैं इनमें आर्टिकल छुपाया होता है। ये जाने के बाद ये इस तरीके से इंडिकेशन देते हैं। ये हर एक हैंडलर का और डॉग का अलग बॉन्डिंग होता है, जो इंडिकेशन सिर्फ वो हैंडलर ही समझ पाता है। जो कई बातों में ये इंडिकेशन के तरीके होते हैं, जैसे बैठ के देता है, कोई डॉग है वो डाउन होके देगा, कोई भौंक के देगा, कोई पूंछ हिला के देगा, कोई आर्टिकल के बारे में बाजू बाजू में चक्कर चक्कर लगा के देता है। और ये जो तरीका है बस उसके हैंडलर को ही उससे परिचित किया जाता है। उसके बाद ये है भिवंडी में हुआ था एक किस्सा है, जो बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स हुई थी, वहां पे जो डॉग स्क्वाड गया था वो किस तरीके से काम कर रहा है। यहाँ पे डॉग तैनात किए गए थे। इस ऑपरेशन में डॉग ने बहुत अच्छी भूमिका निभाई थी। ये जमीन के नीचे, मलबे के नीचे भी गड़े हुए जिंदा लोगों को पहचानने में, ढूंढने में भी बहुत हमारी हेल्प करते हैं। ये रायगढ़ है महाराष्ट्र में, यहाँ पे भी ये सर्च और ऑपरेशन का जो ये है, इसमें भी इस तरीके से डॉग डिप्लॉय किए जाते हैं। और इतने भीड़ में भी, इतने ऐसे वातावरण में भी वो सही तरीके से काम करने के लिए उन्हें इस तरीके से प्रशिक्षित किया जाता है। उनका फोकस, कंसंट्रेशन कभी भी ढलता नहीं है, वो अपने काम में पूरी तरीके से माहिर होते हैं। इसीलिए उनका बार बार टेस्ट भी किया जाता है प्रशिक्षण के दौरान। वैसे रियल वर्ल्ड में जाने के बाद जो भी चुनौतियां हैं उनका सामना करने के लिए भी उन्हें वहां पे तैयार किया जाता है। तो ये जो तैनाती और तैनाती होने के बाद जो हमारे श्वान हैं, इनकी एक साहसिक कहानी है। जैसे बैंक डकैती के बाद हो, अपराधियों का पीछा करना हो, धुएं में फंसे लोगों को ढूंढना हो, बम को बेअसर करना हो, या उनके हैंडलर को रोजाना ऐसी ही साहसिक कहानियां जो होती है उनको फेस करना होता है। और वो किसी भी खतरे में, मतलब किसी भी तरीके का खतरा मोल लेते हैं, लेकिन उनमें अपना काम बहुत अच्छे से ही करते हैं। इसमें कई ऐसी सक्सेस स्टोरियाज है जो महाराष्ट्र में हुई है आज तक। आज तक बहुत सी ऐसी मिस्ट्रीज है जो डॉग ने सुलझाई है। ये सिर्फ स्टेट के लिए नहीं है, ये पूरे अपने देश के लिए है, जहाँ पे अपना केनाइन है वो हर एक क्षेत्र में अच्छी तरह से भूमिका निभा रहा है। तो ऐसी अनगणित स्टोरियां है, इसमें से एक 2-4 स्टोरियां है जो मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। जैसे हमारे उस्मानाबाद का जो डॉग प्लूटो है, उन्होंने एक मर्डर मिस्ट्री निकाली है। उसमें से उन्होंने जो भी उसके डॉग ने उनके हैंडलर का जो योगदान है, उसकी वजह से उस कोर्ट से उस व्यक्ति को आजीवन कारावास की शिक्षा मिली है। ऐसे कई केसेस है जिनमें लापता लोगों को भी ढूंढा गया है। वहां पे जो मर्डर हुए हैं उन लोगों को मर्डर मिस्ट्री सुलझाने में डॉग ने मदद की है। जैसे हमारे नासिक का एक डॉग है गूगल, उन्होंने लापता लड़की को 10 घंटे में ढूंढा और सेक्स रैकेट को भी ओपन किया है। कई कई एक्सक्लूसिव है जिनको ढूंढने में हमारे डॉग सहायता करते हैं। पुणे का जो डॉग है, जो पुणे बीडीडीएस का डॉग है विराट, उन्होंने ऐसे कई जो एक्सप्लोजन होने वाली जो कंटेंट है या फिर डेटोनेटर्स है, उनको ढूंढने में सक्सेसफुल काम किया है। हमारे यहाँ के हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट
Ma'am,
स्टोरी है, तो इसको बताने में
ma'am,
बहुत
sorry to interrupt you. I'd like you, please.
जी एक बात सर। तो इनमें जो है मेन चैलेंजेस डिप्लॉयमेंट में जो आते हैं, तो ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। वेरियस स्पेसीज जो है, मतलब अपरिचित वातावरण, सॉरी कैनाइन, मेन चैलेंजेस जो है कैनाइन की, उनमें पहला है प्रेरणा की विभिन्न प्रजातियां, और दूसरा है स्वभाव को समझना, तीसरा आत्मनियंत्रण, नई परिस्थितियों का सामना करना, चुनौतियों के संबंधित जो लैंग्वेज है उसको भी समझना। ये मेन चैलेंजेस हमारे हैंडलर्स को ऑन ग्राउंड सिनारियो में जहाँ जाते हैं वहां पे आते हैं, तो इनको समझना बहुत आवश्यक होता है। फिर मिशन फील्ड पे उनको अलग तरीके से चैलेंज आते हैं, जैसे वहाँ का जो क्लाइमेट है उनके लिए परिचित नहीं होता है, वहाँ पे जाने का डॉग भी है, हैंडलर भी है, जो भी वहाँ का जो सराउंडिंग है उसके हिसाब से वो तनाव में हो सकते हैं, दबाव में भी हो सकते हैं, उनमें मानवीय कुछ त्रुटियां भी हो सकती है। जैसे हम डॉग तो सही तरीके से काम करता है, लेकिन अगर इंडिकेशन को पहचानने में अगर हैंडलर की गलती हो गई, या उसको देखने में या उसको पहचानने में थोड़ा भी समय लग गया, तो वह बहुत सी हानि हो सकती है। दूसरी बात है बेचैनी महसूस हो रही है, जैसे परिस्थिति है, जो फीलिंग रेस्टलेस सरकमटेंसेस है, वहां पे इस तरीके से चैलेंज आते हैं। उसके बाद है अनएक्सेप्टेड रेजिस्टेंस, ये मिशन फील्ड में आने वाले चैलेंजेस हैं। तो इसके बाद है जो प्रशिक्षण के स्तर में, प्रशिक्षण स्तर के शिवाजीनगर का महाराष्ट्र पुलिस डॉग प्रशिक्षण केंद्र बहादुरी और ज्ञान का गढ़ है, जहाँ केनाइन को समाज की सेवा के लिए प्रशिक्षित किया जाता है। लेकिन यह मंजिल नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक भविष्य की रोमांचक यात्रा है जो शुरुआत है। तो इनमें तकनीकी का जो समर्थन है, न्यू स्पेशलिटीज है, वैश्विक सहयोग है, समाज के सेवा का स्तर है, केनाइन का कल्याण सबसे पहले इनमें आएगा। यहाँ पे जो कोलेब्रेशन होगा उससे हम आगे चल के बहुत से प्रशिक्षण में बहुत सी सुविधा ला पाएंगे, इनमें और अच्छी तरह से प्रोग्रेस कर पाएंगे। तो इसके लिए ये स्कोप है। और यहाँ पे मैं बोलना चाहूंगी कि जैसे ये हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि हमारा क्षेत्र अभी तक इसमें पीछे रहने का कारण है, हमारे क्षेत्र में जो अवेयरनेस है वो बहुत लेट आई हुई है। दूसरी बात, ये जो ट्रेनिंग है ये यूनिफॉर्म नहीं है, एक हर जगह एक जैसा नहीं है। इसकी वजह से जो स्टेट लेवल है और जो सेंट्रल लेवल है, इसमें थोड़ा सा फर्क होता है, तो थोड़ा बहुत इसमें चेंजेस भी हो सकता है। लेकिन अभी आने वाले के दिनों में महाराष्ट्र से हम ये फ्यूचर स्कोप के बारे में सोचेंगे, और इसके बारे में हमारा पूरा प्रयास रहेगा। पहले तो जो फर्स्ट चरण है, इसके लिए जो पहला कदम है जो एनएफएसयू ने उठाया है हमारे सबके लिए, जो ये प्लेटफॉर्म जो हमारे लिए ओपन किया है, यहाँ पे हम सब जो नए नए तरीके सीख रहे हैं, हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जो हमें अभी तक स्टेट लेवल पे मिले नहीं है। जैसे अगर किसी हैंडलर को ग्राउंड पे जाने का, वहां पे जाने के बाद किस तरीके से डॉग को डिप्लॉय करना होगा, क्राइम सीन क्या होता है, जो एक्सप्लोजिव होते हैं इनमें क्या क्या कंटेंट होते हैं, नार्कोटिक्स से इनमें किस तरीके से बदलाव आ सकते हैं, तो उसको हम रियलिटी कैसे बना सकते हैं, जो कानून व्यवस्था में भी हम अपने श्वान को, डॉग को किस तरीके से भरोसे लायक बना सकते हैं, ये सीखने को हमें बहुत अच्छे से मिल रहा है। तो अंत में मैं आपसे ये कहना चाहूंगी कि मैं इस प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए अपने प्रशिक्षकों को, सलाहकारों और सहयोगियों से प्राप्त समर्थन और मार्गदर्शन को तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हूँ। मैं उन सभी के प्रति अपनी ईमानदारी से आभार और प्रशंसा व्यक्त करती हूँ जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र पुलिस बल प्रचलित चुनौतियां, केनाइन प्रशिक्षण और तैनाती और उनके प्रदर्शन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए और उपयोग के लिए सफल समापन में योगदान दिया है। अंत में मैं महाराष्ट्र पुलिस के समर्पित डॉग हैंडलर और प्रशिक्षकों को भी शुक्रगुजार हूँ। मैं महाराष्ट्र पुलिस बल के इस प्रदर्शन को आपके सामने प्रदर्शित करने के लिए दिए गए मौके और उसके लिए आवश्यक शैक्षणिक मंच और संसाधन प्रदान करने के लिए राष्ट्रीय फोरेंसिक विश्वविद्यालय दिल्ली की सराहना करना चाहती हूँ। मेरे गुरु जो है, हमारे मेंटर है कर्नल डॉक्टर चुग साहब, और जो हमारे प्रशिक्षक है यहाँ के, उनका और अन्य सहयोगी फैकल्टीज जो एनएफएसयू में है, जो हमें मार्गदर्शन और समर्थन के लिए हेल्प की, उनका मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी। इस फॉरेंसिक नेशनल सेमिनार को एक अभिन्न हिस्सा बनाने हमें इस फॉरेंसिक नेशनल सेमिनार का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा बनाने के लिए मैं पूरे एनएफएसयू का बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ। और दूसरी बात सर, मैं आपको ये कहना चाहूंगी कि थोड़ा सा हमारे लैंग्वेज के इशू की वजह से मैं आपको उस तरीके से प्रेजेंट नहीं कर पाई जैसे हम प्रॉपर ग्राउंड पे कर सकते हैं। लैंग्वेज का जो इशू है, तो जितना मैं आपके दिल तक पहुंचना, दिमाग तक पहुंचना चाहती थी, उतना नहीं पहुंच पाई। फिर भी आपने मेरे को पेशेंस रख के सुना, इसके लिए मैं आप सबकी बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र। थैंक यू।
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। और ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है कि आपकी कोई बात समझ नहीं आई। आपने बहुत अच्छे से सब कुछ समझाया और बताया कि कैसे हमारे श्वन जो है वो सिर्फ लिमिटेड नहीं है एक ही चीज़ को डिटेक्ट करने में, वो मर्डर मिस्ट्री, सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट, सब चीज़ों में हेल्प करते हैं। सो थैंक यू सो मच, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। आपने बहुत अच्छे से हमें समझाया और हम सबको समझ आया। तो क्वेश्चन आंसर्स राउंड हम पैनल डिस्कशन में लेंगे। So Abhi, right now we'll have a 10 minutes networking break, and after that we'll carry on with our last speaker for the day, and after that the panel discussion. Thank you so much everyone. Thank you ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
So now we'll resume the conference. Debindu, please इसको बंद कर दो. So welcome everyone back. Good afternoon once again. So now I would like to call upon Ankur for the introduction of the last speaker for the day. So Ankur, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor to present to you Ms. Shreya Agarwal, the exceptional founder and trainer at a Suitable Dog Training Academy. She is not just a certified professional canine trainer and behaviorist, she have also earned her stripes at Shirin Merchants Institute Canine Can Care. She also holds an advanced obedience trainer certification from Kumar Rich Canine Academy, Bangalore. Complementing these accolades and her academic achievements with Masters in Technology and Bachelors in Engineering degrees in Electronics and Telecommunication, respectively. Yet, she is a beacon in the world of canine forensics, seamlessly merging technical prowess and an yielding dedication to her craft. Her journey is not just marked by her professional achievements, it is her testament to a profound love for dogs and an innate ability to decipher her behaviors. As we warmly welcome Shreya Agarwal, Madam, let us recognize her for more than just her certificates and degrees. She embodies a commitment to excellence and a personal mission to enrich the lives of both pet owners and their cherished canine companions. In her capable hands, a Suitable Dog Training Academy becomes not just a training ground, but a canvas where understanding, compassion, and technical proficiency converse to create enduring connections between humans and their four-legged friends. Now, without any further delay, I would like to invite Shreya Madam to enlighten us with her expertise in canine forensics. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ankur, for this wonderful introduction. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. David, Colonel Dr. Chuk sir, and all my fellow colleagues. I'm Shreya Agrawal. I'm a professional dog trainer and a behaviorist, and I'm based out of Mumbai. And I train the pet parents there. And I'm really, blessed that I'm here in the for the diploma of canine forensic course, because I'm learning here so many things in terms of theory and practical and everything. So really special thanks to Chok sir for introducing this course, this wonderful course at the NFS University. I'm really blessed to have here. Okay, so I'll share my screen with you so that you could all see the presentation. Are you able to see the image?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's start. We'll majorly cover the evolution of working dogs, like how the wolf, how we have domesticated wolf, and now the present day dog we have because of the evolution, and what's the role of operant conditioning in this whole process, like how जो भी जितने भी working dogs के साथ आज हम लोग काम करते हैं, how do we teach them, and जो भी specific purpose roles है, how do we teach them to do certain jobs. So let's start. आई थिंक ग्रे वोल्फ की स्टोरी से ही हम लोग स्टार्ट करेंगे. because the domestication which happens is like around 30,000 years ago. So let's start from there, where we get a dog from the wolf. So I'll try to explain this whole story with the help of a video, and I'm giving the voiceover, so you just have to watch the video and listen to me. There is no audio in the video. So I'm just starting the video. So around some 30,000 years ago, जो हमारे ancestors थे, वो hunter gatherer की तरह रहते थे. Everybody knows that. And यहीं से शिकार करके या फिर जो भी उन्हें natural environment में जो मिल जाता था, उसकी वजह से that was the source of food. But wolf ने observe किया कि they have food and like उनके पास हमेशा खाना रहता है, और like जो आग पे पके हुए मीट की खुशबू ने उन्हें खींच लिया towards the hunter gatherer. अब जो फ्रेंडली टाइप के थे वुल्फ, लाइक दे स्टार्ट गेटिंग मीट फ्रॉम द ह्यूमंस, और जो जो भी थोड़ा अग्रेसिव थे उनको डरा धमका के भगा दिया गया. राइट, यहाँ से ही हुई थी बेसिकली शुरुआत डोमेस्टिकेशन ऑफ द वुल्फ की. सो वुल्फ जो खतरनाक प्रेडेटर्स को जो थे वो ह्यूमन कैंप से भगा दिया करते थे, एंड बदले में उन्हें खाना मिल जाता था. सो बेसिकली म्यूचुअल रिलेशनशिप फॉर्म हो गई थी, और अब दिस प्रोसेस गोज ऑन जनरेशन बाय जनरेशन. इन वुल्व्स ने अपने फ्रेंडली एंड डोसाइल जीन्स जो है अपने बच्चों को पास कर दिए. अर्ली एविडेंस ऑफ डोमेस्टिकेशन जो थी, सो early domestication of जो wolves थी, that is like this is a 2 month old puppy जिसका नाम रखा गया था डोगोर. एंड ये करीब 18,000 years old फॉसिल है जो हमको मिला है, डिस्कवर किया है 2018 में रशिया में एक फ्रोजन रिवर के अराउंड. यही जो फॉसिल मिला था हमें, ये काफी अच्छी कंडीशन में मिला था. जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं कि इसके नोज, टीथ, वेस्कर्स, एवरीथिंग इज इंटैक्ट. एंड साइंटिस्ट ये कंफर्म नहीं कर पाए थे कि ये डॉग जो है ये वुल्फ है या फिर डॉग है, क्योंकि फॉसिल एज के हिसाब से ये इस टाइम पीरियड का नहीं था, प्रिडिक्ट नहीं हुआ था जब काफी तेजी से डोमेस्टिकेशन हो रहा था. लेकिन तो अर्ली टाइम्स ऑफ डॉग जो हम देखते हैं, आज हम देखते हैं, और साइंटिस्ट ऐसा अनुमान लगाते हैं कि ये वुल्फ डॉग से डिफरेंशिएट करने लगे थे अराउंड 27,000 टू करीब 16,000 years ago. वुल्फ का डोमेस्टिकेशन स्टार्ट हो गया था. एज यू कैन सी दिस थिंग, वो अपने एंसेस्टर्स डॉग की तरह वाइल्ड और सेल्फ सफिशिएंट ना होकर they started depending more like on the humans for their survivals. Here you can see like gray yeah. So यहाँ पर like they start living with the humans more and more, and बहुत ज़्यादा self sufficient ना होके they have started depending on the food and everything. They started contributing in our daily lives, जैसे कि sled dogs हो गया, hunt dogs हो गया, herding dogs हो गया, और लोगों ने उनके नाम रखना शुरू कर दिया था. एंड ह्यूमंस के साथ उनका बरियल होना बेसिकली स्टार्ट हो गया था, और सारे मम्मीफाइड डॉग्स मिले थे जो कि लगभग कुछ एक्सकेवेशन में भी फाउंड द मम्मीफिकेशन ऑफ द डॉग, जो कि लगभग कुछ 3,000 टू 4,000 साल पुराने हैं, जैसा कि लाइक यू कैन सी इन द पिक्चर. एंड काफी सारी आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट्स में भी ह्यूमंस के साथ साथ डॉग के एविडेंस मिले हैं. वी हैव फाउंड द स्केलेटन ऑफ डॉग्स अलोंग विद द humans. Like as you can see in the left hand side corner, there is a dog along with the human. जिसका मतलब था कि उस टाइम में भी डॉग्स को काफी क्लोज कंपेनियन के जैसे ट्रीट किया जाता था, इवन इन टर्म्स ऑफ डेथ. बट what makes this prehistoric dog burial special is क्या खास बात थी. इस बात का अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि उनकी डेथ को भी उसी तरह से ट्रीट किया जाता था जैसे कि ह्यूमंस की. फॉर एग्जाम्पल कुछ ग्रेव से इस बात का प्रूफ मिला है कि काफी सावधानी से उन्हें बरी किया गया था, और कई जगहों पर उनके गले में डेकोरेटिव कॉलर होने के भी प्रूफ मिले हैं. सो हजारों साल के जो डोमेस्टिकेशन ने वुल्व्स में कई सारे फिजिकल चेंजेस किए थे. Here you can see the collar on the neck, like this is a picture which is carved on the walls. So because of these physical changes, their teeth become shorter and their snout short हो गया था. उनके ears जो है वो floppy हो गए थे. Tail is like bit curly हो गई थी. And like काफी सारे variety of coats हम लोगों को मिलने लगे थे. And they start looking more like dogs rather than their ancestor wolves. लेकिन वुल्व्स के फिजिकल फीचर्स जो है वो कैसे चेंज हुए, इसी को सॉल्व करने के लिए एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया गया था सिल्वर फॉक्सेस पे फॉर 50 इयर्स. तो इन 1950 एडी में रशिया में साइंटिस्ट ने एनिमल डोमेस्टिकेशन एक्सपेरिमेंट किया था. इसमें उन फॉक्सेस को सिलेक्ट किया गया था जो कि ह्यूमन फ्रेंडली थे. एंड विद इन 10 जनरेशन फॉक्सेस स्टार्टेड शोइंग डॉग लाइक बिहेवियर, जैसे कि ह्यूमन कॉन्टैक्ट सर्च करना, अपनी टेल वैग करना एंड लिकिंग लाइक पीपल्स हैंड एंड फेसेस. इनफैक्ट उन्होंने जो है वो बार्क करना भी स्टार्ट कर दिया था, नॉट लाइक अ डॉग बट लाइक दे वर बार्किंग. एंड उनका अपीयरेंस बदल गया था, जैसे कि वही कर्ली टेल हो गई थी, स्पॉट्स आ गए थे, फ्लॉपी ईयर्स हो गए थे. इससे प्रूव हो गया कि जो फीचर्स आज हम डॉग्स में देख रहे हैं दोज आर द रिजल्ट ऑफ ह्यूमंस picking more friendlier canine basically on the basis of selection procedure. In fact, अगर domestication की process के दौरान dogs, as you can see here in the picture, like this was the original fox and the domesticated fox. So in the process of domestication, dogs ने काफी different तरह की diet खाना शुरू कर दिया था in compared to their wolf ancestors. 2013 की एक study के हिसाब से researchers were able to isolate the genes that were associated with the changes from the carnivorous diet of wolves to a more carb based diet जो हम लोग humans खाते हैं, starchy diet. Domesticated dogs के genes में AMY2B जीन्स की ज्यादा कॉपीज मिली थी, जो कि एक स्टार्च ब्रेकडाउन के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल होता है, दिस काइंड ऑफ अ जीन. एंड जो कि ह्यूमंस एंड डॉग्स में कॉमन है, बट इट इज नॉट कॉमन विद द वुल्फ. They don't have starch breaking DNA in their body जितना जिस अमाउंट में डॉग की बॉडी में मिलता है. तो इसका मतलब ये है कि डॉग्स ह्यूमन के साथ रहना शुरू कर दिए थे और उनकी डाइट का एक इम्पॉर्टेंट हिस्सा था राइस, कॉर्न, व्हीट. नाउ फास्ट फॉरवर्डिंग टू सेवरल थाउजेंड ईयर्स, जब ह्यूमंस ने अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से डॉग्स को ब्रीड करना शुरू कर दिया था, फिजिकल अपीयरेंस लाइक कोट कलर्स, टेक्सचर काफी डाइवर्स हो गए थे. काफी सारे चेंजेस जो हुए थे वो क्रॉस ब्रीडिंग के जैसे हुए थे. जैसे जैसे ह्यूमंस ट्रैवल करने लगे इन डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, हमें काफी डिफरेंट वैरायटी के डॉग्स मिलना शुरू हो गए थे. आज हमारे पास काफी सारे डिफरेंट ब्रीड्स हैं जो कि अलग अलग दिखती हैं, और जो कि अलग देखा जाए तो कुछ 150 to 200 years old ही हैं. Mostly it's just everything started in the Victorian era. So in that time dog shows के दौरान इस समय ग्रेट ब्रिटेन में काफी तेजी के साथ ब्रीडिंग का एक्सपेंशन हो रहा था, एंड विक्टोरियंस काफी इंटरेस्टेड थे इन ब्रीडिंग डिफरेंट वैरायटी ऑफ डॉग्स विद डिफरेंट फीचर्स एंड ट्रेट्स. एंड डिजाइनर डॉग्स जो थे वो मिडिल अपर क्लास लोगों की हॉबी काइंड ऑफ बन गए थे, एंड कैनल क्लब्स फॉर्म हो रहे थे जो कि ओवरसीज द सिलेक्टिविटी ऑफ पर्टिकुलर स्पेसिमेन. एंड हमने डिफरेंट रिक्वायरमेंट एंड फीचर्स के हिसाब से डिफरेंट ब्रीड्स बनाना शुरू कर दिया था. अनफॉर्चुनेटली इस दिस होल सिलेक्टिव ब्रीडिंग एंड जो लुक्स के चलते जो ब्रीडिंग हुई थी, उसके चलते वी पुट प्योर ब्रीड डॉग्स एट रिस्क, एंड दे ऑफन फॉल विक्टिम फॉर ब्रीड स्पेसिफिक हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम्स. शॉर्ट लेग्स हो गए, जैसे ब्रोंकाइटिस की प्रॉब्लम अभी आज के टाइम पे काफी सारे पग्स और जो शॉर्ट फेस डॉग्स हैं उनमें देखने को मिल जाती है, क्योंकि सिलेक्टिव ब्रीड कर करके हम लोगों ने उनके फीचर्स काफी ज्यादा फिजिकल चेंज कर दिए हैं. तो अननेचुरल प्रोपोर्शंस, फॉर एग्जांपल एक बुलडॉग्स को यहाँ पे देखें तो जिसकी बॉडी थिकर और स्लॉपियर है, अननेचुरल प्रोपोर्शन के चलते दे आर नॉट प्रॉपर्ली एबल टू ब्रीथ, ओवर हीटिंग और ब्रीदिंग की वजह से काफी ज्यादा सफर करते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ देयर पुश्ड अप फेस. सो बेसिकली अर्ली कैनाइन ने हमें फूड के लिए अप्रोच किया था, पर इवेंचुअली दे बॉन्डेड विद अस, living and working with human side from thousands of years, and one engagement with them helped them become more friendly and docile around humans. एंड जिसके हिसाब से हमारी जो रिलेशनशिप है डॉग के साथ में और भी ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग हो गई थी। एंड जैसा कि सभी को पता है, वोल्व्स की तरह डॉग्स भी एक पैक एनिमल हैं, एंड दे थ्राइव ऑन आवर अटेंशन एंड अफेक्शन। एंड डोमेस्टिकेशन की प्रोसेस की वजह से डॉग्स काफी बेहतर तरीके से ह्यूमंस के इमोशंस एंड बॉडी लैंग्वेज को रीड करना सीख गए हैं। एंड डॉग्स हमारे इमोशंस या बॉडी लैंग्वेज में किसी भी तरह के चेंजेस को बहुत आसानी से और बहुत जल्दी से नोटिस कर लेते हैं। जैसे कि हमारा सिर्फ फेस देखकर दे कैन टेल दैट वी आर फीलिंग इमोशनल और सैड और वी आर क्राइंग। ऑल्सो जस्ट बाय फॉलोइंग ह्यूमन गेज दे कैन टेल द लोकेशन ऑफ फूड, जिसको ट्रेनिंग की भाषा में हम लोग क्यों देना भी बोलते हैं। बट यस, लाइक इन पेट पेरेंट्स ऑल्सो दे understand very well the body language more than we understand them. And they develop muscles around their eyes with help with for making expressions, which is extremely appealing to human, जिसको हम लोग puppy eyes बोलते हैं। एंड जिसको दिखाकर ये लोग अपनी सारी बातें मनवा लेते हैं हम लोगों से। और स्टडीज में ये भी पता चला है कि डॉग्स ने अपने ओनर्स के स्ट्रेस लेवल को भी दे मिरर एंड कॉपी, and they start feeling sad if their owners are sad. So they can sense जब हमें उदास होते हैं या फिर we need affection, and they show empathy towards us by maybe licking us or just sitting next to us, touching our body and everything. तो डॉग्स की इम्पोर्टेंस जो है हमारी लाइफ में पेट से कहीं ज्यादा बढ़कर है। एंड लाइक डेफिनेटली इन दिस कोर्स वी आर सीइंग द मोर job aspect of a dog, like how they can protect us from the various things like narcotics and explosives. So we are trying to cover the basic ability, how they learn everything here. So this video was like mostly about how we have domesticated wolf and we got the present day dog, but how the dog learns, like this is the basic thing जिसकी वजह से like हम इतना manipulate कर पाए हैं dogs को। So types of behaviors जो हैं, so behavior, what is a behavior? Behavior is a sequence of actions which is performed by an animal in response to a stimulus. Stimulus is an कोई भी reason हो सकता है stimulus जो कि trigger करता है उस action को perform करने के लिए। Right? For example, अगर किसी गरम चीज को हम लोग हाथ लगा लेते हैं तो तुरंत हमारा हाथ पीछे चले जाता है। सो दैट गरम तवा इज अ स्टिमुलस और विच इज लाइक causing us to remove our hand from that hot surface. So stimulus can be external or internal. An example of an external stimulus is seeing an enemy approaching. Or at such a stimulus, the animal may react by escaping. And an example of an internal stimulus is hunger. The animal might react by searching for prey. And just like humans, dogs cannot always decide what to do, like in response to a given stimulus. Now, जो behavior की हमने बात की थी, so there are 3 types of behavior जिसके basis पे we train dogs. So first is innate behavior. Innate behaviors are generally determined by heredity. जैसे कि कई सारी occasions पे हम लोग बोलते हैं कि ये वाला nature जो है वो हमारे पापा पे गया है या mom पे गया है, या we look more familiar with like our mom or father. So these are our genetic behavior. These are our innate behaviors which physical features जैसे हो गए which we cannot change. These these acts are determined by heredity and are already at least partially present from birth. Genetics का बहुत important role है, and to understand it is important to understand the heredity of behavior does not differ in principle from the heredity of the color of the coat, the shape of the ear, or the position of the limbs. These are fixed behavior. These are innate things जिसके साथ में dog born होता है. We cannot change it. We cannot change the color of the coat. We cannot change the shape of the ear or the position of the limbs. So these are the few things in terms of nature and physical features जो कि dogs by birth लेके like they born with. Then the second one is acquired behavior, जो हम सीखते हैं अपने आसपास के environment से या अपने experiences से, and definitely heredity plays a lot of a role कि हम लोग क्या चीज़ें सीख रहे हैं, कितनी स्पीड से सीख रहे हैं, and what are the things which is attracting us. But these are the behaviors which we developed by learning. This special behavior is learned in the so-called socialization period. And in this period, the dog learns to react to siblings, to other dogs, people, different kind of smells, sounds, sights, surfaces, everything basically the dog learns जो कि उसके environment से related है या जिसको survival के लिए ज़रूरी है through this acquired behavior. Then the third one is trained behavior, जिसके बारे में हम लोग आज बात करने वाले हैं कि how could we train behavior. So trained behavior is the strengthening or suppression of innate and acquired behavior. So strengthening और suppression से यहाँ पे क्या मतलब है कि जो भी चीजें या जो भी behavior हम लोगों को चाहिए, we strengthen that particular behavior, and whatever qualities or bad behavior or the things which we don't want in a dog, we try to suppress them. यहाँ पर suppress लिखा हुआ है, it's not elimination, because we cannot eliminate a dog's innate behavior. We could only minimize it or reduce it or suppress it, but we cannot delete it from the system. So that's what we do in trained behavior. We strengthen or suppress the innate and acquired behavior, and this begins with obedience training and continues with the dogs, training and exercises. And if the part of the desired trained behavior is not innate or acquired, or if there is no hereditary tendency for a certain behavior, then only teaching and training that behavior will, make no sense to the dog. Understanding this principle is the key to success in dog training. कि जो चीजें उसके innate या acquired behavior का part नहीं है, हम लोग वही change कर सकते हैं. We cannot change the innate thing जिसके साथ में dog पैदा हुआ है. Now innate behavior के accordingly हम लोगों ने dog की breeds को differentiate किया है according to their job roles and qualities they are born with, and जो हमने selective breeding के चलते we have strengthened few of the features in dogs. So accordingly we have divided the dogs in breeds. For example, this is a video. This is a video of a gun dog where they are, trained to catch a gun. Here you can see these Labradors. They'll see the bird falling from the sky and they'll just go and retrieve it.
Luna. Get off.
तो गन डॉग्स को बेसिकली हम लोगों ने सिलेक्टिवली ब्रीड किया था फॉर द हंटिंग पर्पसेस. तो गन डॉग्स हम लोगों के साथ में जाते थे एंड अगर हम लोग शिकार कर रहे हैं विद द हेल्प ऑफ द राइफल और एनीथिंग, वी शूट द एनिमल एंड the dogs just see the location जहाँ पे वो bird गिरी है and they just go and retrieve the particular animal to us. So gun dogs हम लोगों ने as a companion and for the hunting purpose we breed these kind of dogs. Then the next category is hound dogs. These are two category of hound dogs are there. Left में as you can see it's a scent hound. This is a bloodhound. And जिसका scenting power is extremely good. He's the best in terms of scenting scent hounds. And the right may you can see it's an Indian breed, Rajapalyam, and he's a sight hound. That is his strength is sight. He's long and he can see his prey from the distance, and then he runs and catches it and kills it. So these are the two category of hound dogs. One is scent hounds, who's basically nose oriented. Scent को track करके they hunt and track down the prey, and the right one is the sight hounds. Then these are the category of guard dogs which generally we use for the guarding purpose. The left one is a Doberman and the right one is a Rottweiler. So these are the breeds who are innate behavior is to guard the humans or their pack or themselves or the property. So that's why they are called the guard dogs. Then this category is herding dogs. Like as you can see, like German Shepherd, Border Collie, and the third one is, I'm forgetting the name. These are the herding dogs. So basically जो भी लाइव स्टॉक है, हम लोग का शीप है, काउज हैं, इन लोगों को कंट्रोल करने के लिए और उनको सही सलामत रखने के लिए, दूसरे जानवर से बचाने के लिए, we have breed these kind of dogs, herding dogs, to herd them, like as the name suggests. यहाँ पे here you can see the video of herding dogs and working. This is how they work. This is the border collie in action. So he's trying to move all the sheep in one direction where they're supposed to go. These are the terrier breeds. They are also known as earth dogs because they search the prey who is like rodents or जो भी hidden रहते हैं like surface के नीचे. So they dig and they prey. And these are the toy breeds, like generally lap dogs भी बोलते हैं हम इन लोगों को. So they are very small in size and they are generally in the lap most of the time of the owner. So that's why they are known as toy dogs or toy breeds. Okay, now when we talk about the trained behavior, so how do we train dog? So there are two forms like positive reinforcement techniques we are using. जो aversive methods थी या जो punishment based trainers methods थी जो हम लोग पहले पुराने टाइम पे यूज क्या करते थे. Now after a lot of research, it's been proven that those kind of techniques जो है वो they break the dog basically क्योंकि fear based ट्रेनिंग्स से रिजल्ट उतने अच्छे नहीं थे जितने की पॉजिटिव रेनफोर्समेंट मेथड से थे. तो दीज आर टू ऑफ द मेथड्स जो लोग यूज करते हैं. द वन इज क्लासिकल कंडीशनिंग. So in classical conditioning, a dog learns mostly by establishing association between different events and stimulus or stimuli. For example, when a neutral stimulus such as bell, so this is a Pavlov experiment जो कि हुआ था bell और food के साथ में. This is the example quotation here of the same, that when a neutral stimulus such as bell is paired with an unconditional stimulus such as food that produces an involuntarily bodily response all on its own, such as salivating. What he did कि Pavlov noticed कि जो भी उसका टाइम था फूड का, उस टाइम पे डॉग सेलिवेट करना चालू कर दिया था. सो ही पेयर्ड दिस होल सेलिवेशन का, उसने एक्सपेरिमेंट किया था कि कैन आई पेयर दिस पर्टिकुलर थिंग विद अ न्यूट्रल स्टिमुलस जिसका डॉग के लाइफ में कोई इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं है, विथ द अनकंडीशनल स्टिमुलस विच इज फूड जो कि इम्पोर्टेंट है डॉग के लिए एंड जिसकी वजह से उसको सलाइवा आ रहा है. सो व्हाट ही डिड कि खाना आने के पहले ही ऑलवेज रिंग द बेल and present the food which the dogs eat. So this he did for multiple days or weeks, and then he started seeing कि सिर्फ bell की आवाज से the dog has started salivation because that's a signal that the food is gonna come. So that means a dog associated the sound of the bell with the incoming of the food, and he starts salivating without even when the food was not even present, because now the sound of the bell is paired with incoming of the food. So this is called classical conditioning. For example, अगर हम लोग डे टू डे में आपकी और मेरी बात करें तो we start salivating after smelling the food, या फिर कोई एक like if we listen certain kind of a song which reminds of certain incidences, and then we goes into that particular era, and then we start feeling those feelings again. जबकि present conditions में those conditions were not here, those people were not here, but just by listening that song or remembering that memory, सारा सब कुछ लोग we start feeling those feelings again. So this is called classical conditioning. The Pavlov experiment I was talking about, कि वो बेल के साथ में जो food को pair किया था. This is a particular video for that. Please look into it.
Pavlov's aim was to discover what caused saliva to flow. He rerouted the salivary ducts to the outside of his dog's cheek so that he could collect and measure the spittle. Perhaps he thought the production of saliva might be the result of a fixed nervous reflex, like a knee jerk. Yes, you know. So after taking many measurements of spittle, he confirmed that the dogs drooled automatically when their tongues touched food. He called the response the salivation reflex. But his work started to run into trouble. As his dogs became familiar with the experimental routine, they started to fill their cheek tubes before Pavlov had a chance to stimulate their tongues. The dogs were learning to anticipate food. Pavlov tried a new technique. He erected screens so that the dogs couldn't see what was going on. Before passing meat through the hatch, he introduced a stimulus that was totally unrelated to feeding. A ticking metronome. At first, the dog dripped saliva into its cheek tube only when the food appeared. But after a number of trials, the dog began to connect the ticking with the arrival of meat. Soon, the sound alone made the dog drool. Eventually, the dog salivated as much to the ticking itself as it did originally to the presentation of food. Oh, man! I didn't do that. He called this new response the conditioned reflex. Whatever the stimulus, his dogs could soon be conditioned to produce saliva. Pavlov believed that he had discovered how animals learned, even in the wild.
So this was the
Sorry
experiment.
to interrupt, ma'am.
Yeah.
Please wind up.
How much?
We are
How much
running.
time I have?
Ma'am, please wind up now. We are running out of time.
Yes, just 5 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So next is operant conditioning. So operant conditioning जैसे कि classical conditioning में था कि dog अपने आप से चीजों को associate कर रहा था. Operant condition में we try to condition the dog for certain behaviors. Like in the operant condition we strengthen a behavior. जो भी जिस भी behavior का occurrence हम लोग चाहते हैं बार बार उसको हम strengthen करते हैं. And we follow it with reinforcement. That is, जो भी चीज डॉग को पसंद है वो reinforce करते हैं. For example, food, toys, play, touch, anything. Reinforcement could be anything. And we weaken a behavior, that is to cause it to occur less frequently when we follow it with punishment. जो भी behavior हम लोग नहीं चाहते हैं कि डॉग करे, so we give it, we try to reduce it in by giving the punishment. And operant conditioning is based on a very simple premise, that is behavior is influenced by the consequences that follow. अगर हमें जो हम चाह रहे हैं करवाना वो अगर डॉग करता है तो विल reinforce it with the positive things, and if the dog is not doing what we are trying to establish there, then the dog is punished, uh, and it is less likely to do it again. This is the basic Venn diagram कि जो करवाना चाहते हैं हम लोग क्यों दे रहे हैं, अगर बिहेवियर होता है, अगर हमारे मर्जी के मुताबिक होता है जो हम लोग चाहते हैं तो उसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस है विच इज गुड एंड बैड, एंड देन अगेन वी रेनफोर्स द बिहेवियर. दिस इज अ बेसिक क्वाड्रेंट सिस्टम जो कि ऑपरेंट कंडीशनिंग का बेसिकली दिस इज द ऑपरेंट कंडीशनिंग इफ वी वुड से क्वाड्रेंट, दीज आर द क्वाड्रेंट्स. सो लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे जो प्लस आ रहा है दैट इज अ पॉजिटिव रेनफोर्समेंट. According to this, we will positively reinforce the dog to increase the behavior. And for example, food देना हो गया या toys देना हो गया. Then the minus R is negative reinforcement. इससे भी behavior increase होता है. In this case, we remove the unpleasant thing which the dog is experiencing. फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर हम लोगों को लीश पे लेट सपोज डॉग खींच रहा है, so we apply a little bit of pressure on the leash which is uncomfortable for the dog, and when the dog ultimately improves the position, that is he stops pulling on the leash, we release the pressure. This also like increases the behavior. Then plus P is the positive punishment which we use to decrease the behavior of the dog by punishing the dog. And again the negative punishment, again this is used for decreasing the behavior by withdrawing the pleasant things from the dog, for example toys and food. So we withdraw food and toys or certain things which the dogs like until the dog performs the behavior which we want him to perform. This is a short video how operant conditioning works. So here the rat has established the relation between the liver and the disposal of food. So every time he presses the liver, food appears in the window. तो यहाँ पर हम लोग बेसिकली स्टैब्लिश कर रहे थे कि ट्राई कर रहे थे कि ये लीवर ऑपरेट करना सीख जाए. This is also one of the video, but I think we are running short of the time, so I'll just skip it.
Tony.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Am I
I
audible?
hope. Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever you
No, I was just hoping whatever I was trying to explain, it would be understood because the time was short. And these are the things which, require a lot of time for the better understanding. This is the whole principle of the dog training, operant conditioning and classical conditioning. So I was just trying to cover it in a very short period of time. So I hope I made myself useful in this form of, presentation.
Yes, ma'am, you were
Thank
very
you.
insightful. And so I would like to conclude this. The greatness of a nation and its morals progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. Mahatma Gandhi. So thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful and insightful presentation on the evolution of dogs from wolves and the role of operant conditioning. Your expertise and engaging delivery provided us with a comprehensive understanding of the fascinating journey from their wild origin to the domestic companions that we know today. The insights into the influence of operant conditioning, they were particularly enlightening. Your presentation has truly enriched our knowledge about the dog training and all of those aspects, and we appreciate your valuable contribution to the understanding of canine evolution and its behavior. Thank you so much, ma'am, for
Thank
being
you
with
so
us.
much. Thank you.
So, moving on, we'll have a 10 minutes quiz, and the link will be activated just for 10 minutes for all the participants. And whosoever wins that quiz by answering all the questions in shortest time, we'll give a present from all of us from our club. So, the link will be shared in the chat box now. Debindu, please share. And the link will be activated just for 10 minutes. So, please make sure you do that within the time span. Thank you.
Particular quizzes for the participants, not for the speakers.
After the quiz, we'll move on with the panel discussion with all the speakers, and the participants can ask their doubts over there then.
Only 2 minutes left for the quiz.
I think the time is up for the quiz. I hope every one of you must have attended the quiz. If yes, please give us a thumbs up or a reaction so that we may know that you all have attended.
We have started receiving thumbs up from the participants. We may proceed further after.
We have got. So now we'll move on to the panel discussion for today. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is both a pleasure and an honor to extend a warm welcome to each one of you as we convene to the enlightening panel discussion. Today, we are privileged to host a distinguished group of experts who will delve into the crucial topic of the admissibility of canine forensic evidence and its profound impacts on the Indian judicial system. Our panelists, each an authority in their respective field, bring forth a wealth of experience and insight that promises to elevate our understanding of this intricate subject. We anticipate a dynamic and thought provoking conversation that follows and will not only shed light on the current landscape but also pave a way to the future endeavors that this field holds. I would also like to request the participants to please switch on their camera during the panel discussion so that they may ask their answers and have good insight into this panel discussion. So the floor is all for the speakers for the panel discussion, and after that we'll proceed with the question answers from the participants. Thank you.
I would request everyone to please on their cameras. Everyone, please. You may also click the pictures and tag us on Instagram and, other social media platforms. All right, so we may proceed with the panel discussions. Uh, all the dignitaries and the speakers are requested to please go for the same.
I think I must start my remarks first and then seek others to indulge into this. Frankly speaking, the event turned out to be an amazing one to my really belief, because the club, Budding Forensics Experts Club, when they approached that they want to do something on this was like, I never thought that, we would really be able to excite the student community and the professionals alike. So we started thinking that let's do that, because the emerging subject of canine forensics should reach out to the maximum strength. Because we have taken some unique initiatives, and we have a strong conviction that the country need it, the aspirants need it, the professionals, the practitioners need it, both in the government organizations as well as outside world, where uh, the pet dog trainers, they are also doing an amazing job, and they also know, and they deserve to know from authentic sources, acquire some authentic qualifications, formal learning from the university side. And this has been a big dream. So we have been doing that, and this today's first conference on canine forensics has significantly achieved that aim. And particularly, I am grateful to David for sparing himself and making him available to all the participants, and taking a extensive, comprehensive lecture on the science of order, and going deeper, digging into the science of olfaction. Listening him is definitely a learning. I have been interacting him for more than a decade, and we've always been, very excited when we exchange ideas. Whenever you listen him, his like delivery of the subject is so refreshing that every time you have few takeaways from his presentation. The say Veena Rao's case studies and the real world masking and distracting agents which the criminals uses so extensively, so brazenly at the ports of entry, is definitely so revealing for, I think, everyone to really understand. And there's so much to prepare for our dogs, that sometimes we ignore that what are the known target orders which are used to cover or mask the order of the target order. So it's a competitiveness between the target order and the non-target order, and we have to do a lot of proofing work with regard to that. Dinesh Pujari's amazing, clicker job is inspiring when he's like training the hen on different targets, which is so motivating to see that we can play around with the animal's instincts, and train them on the behaviors. Supriya has really touched upon the organized preparation of the police dogs.
Thank you so much, sir.
And that is like, again, a big thing, that how in a police organization we are preparing and training dogs, what are the prerequisites. Shreya's presentation to entirely, we actually had a back chaining kind of a thing. So we started with, the forensic canines, and then slowly and gradually we simplified things, that how actually the dog evolved from fox, and how, what are the behaviors, the genetics, and all that. So we actually started the day with complications, the complexities, and then slowly, gradually, we bring them to the simplified thing. And I think by the end of the day, perhaps most of the aspirants, especially which are the students, for them, this must be a big learning. I'm more delighted that a few professionals made it possible. To name a few is definitely Colonel Sanjeev Chauhan, who joined in with his remarks that it was his dog which led us to ambush detection, or the tracker dog which led us to the hideout of the terrorists. And Dr. Vinay Gupta from BSF, sorry, Vinay Yadav from BSF, I can see him among the participants, though he's not spoken, but then I know the kind of work which he has done in BSF with the dogs, and he has been continuously doing the kind of dog work with the dogs. Few other names I can definitely identify who are participating, and definitely it would be very inspiring to see them, that they are part of the event. And I can see the clock. It's more than 8 hours. In fact, 8 hours, 15 minutes that we have been discussing all about canine forensics. So anybody else want to chip in? And my special thanks goes, I mean, before the question answers, if someone wants to ask more, my special thanks to go to the budding forensics expert group. And this bunch is really, really inspiring bunch of students led by
Thank you so
Milik,
much, sir.
Lovleesh, Astha. There are two Asthas, Astha Mana and Astha. There's another one. Okay, what's the surname of
Asta Dhal, sir.
Dhal, Astha Dhal. Dipendu,
Thank you
Niyati,
so much, sir.
Mizdi. So all of you guys are amazing and you have put up a great show.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Personal
Thank
appreciation.
you so much, sir.
Thank you
And
so much, sir. Thank you so very much.
and we are grateful to the faculty who have kept you so inspired, Dr. Richa Rohatgi and Dr. Sweetie. And Sweetie, personally, I'm so grateful. She is the course coordinator of the Canine Forensics, and the kind of support which I have been personally getting and the students are getting from her is like beyond her normal hours of duty. So we have been, and the students have been, bothering her at any time of the day, and she's one with her smile is always there to resolve all our problems and help us out, the students and everyone. So this is an amazing experience, NFSU. Three cheers to the NFSU budding forensic expert group, and each one of you who have made the day so excited and so insightful, and so exchanging so much ideas, asking so many questions, allowing us to elaborate on the subject which we really love and we are passionate about. Others can pitch in, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So, any of the other speakers that would like to add anything to this, they can. Or we'll proceed with the question answers then.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry I was muted. Once again, I'd like to express my honor of being invited for your first conference, and I hope this wouldn't be my last either. Not just with the conference, but with collaborating and participating with your activities as you participate with ours, because we have a common goal that when it comes to the aspects of detection, and it's on this basis that I hope that, like I said, that there will be a lot of activity being done in India by the Budding Forensic Club, and and also by the faculties of the universities, like was discussed earlier, there are a lot of activities that we could collaborate on together. It's been a very enlightening discussion, even for me, and I hope that, may God bless us till the next time we have this kind of splendid opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much, sir.
sir. We even look forward for more collaborations and into the research field, what contributions we as students can make for keeping this field forward. New searches, new researches about odor, the one you are expert in, and canine forensic, how they can be helpful in further legal studies. We look forward to more research work and collaborating with you in future, and this was not the last time we have you here. We'll keep on having you there in future as well and disturbing you for the rest time also.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. Like, in spite of the time difference, you are here with us through the entire conference, and you have shared your expertise with us. Thank you so much, sir. We are really grateful to have you here with us for the conference.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
If any other speaker wants to add, Supriya ma'am, Shreya ma'am, Dinesh sir, so please, ma'am, go on with that.
I also just want to, thank you everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me on this platform, and to all the people like who have conducted this wonderful and knowledgeable seminar, and Dr. David for sharing his invaluable, knowledge. Like, it's been a very important learning experience for us. To NFSU and to Dr. Kanwal Chuk sir, especially for keeping the foundation of this canine forensic course. It's been, proving to be a very learning experience in terms of theory, in terms of everything, because I come from a pet training background, and this working dog thing is very new for me. But it didn't, I didn't realize in the whole duration of these 5 months which I've been into this course, the learning was so smooth and so good. Sir made it so easy, although all these difficult concepts, he made it so easy to understand all the faculties. So I'm really, indebted to this experience and to Chuk sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, so now we are moving to the question and answer session. Uh, there were some previous questions also in the chat box. I am just chanting them out. Meanwhile, I would like every participant, if they have any queries or any questions, they may please ask in the chat box. So there was this question from Nikita Chanda. She asked if drug packages are concealed in fake pregnancy belly, then is it possible for the canines to detect that too? Basically, she's sir talking about the narcotic pregnancy. If the drugs are being trafficked through this particular method, can this be detected by canines?
I think this question was taken up by Veena. So Veena Rao has explained the particularly quoting an incidents where there were a few pallets which were ingested by the passenger, but dog could detect the remaining ones which were there in her baggage. So once the pellets are ingested or inside the body, it becomes a difficult target for the dog to indicate. But she quoted one example, one incidence where they were part of them were ingested and part of them were available. So once dog indicated on them, the passenger was scanned, and through X-ray they found out there were additional ones, and then there was subsequent action. So yes, once the pallets or the target material is handled by the passenger, so invariably the dog would give indication on the bags or baggages, purse or hands, body. So the order would definitely be carried along with the passenger or the individual who has handled it. But technically, if ingested inside the body, then it becomes a difficult challenge for the dog to indicate.
All right, sir. There was this another question from Simran Verma. Why only breed dogs are considered to be a good choice for these training? Why not indies?
I think I would take that because we earlier also explained that it's not like that. Indies or breed dogs, at the end of the day, we need certain prerequisites. If everyone remembers, Supriya during her presentation highlighted that there are unique requirements of the police dogs, because when we are training, so we have to see the trainability of the dog, the prerequisite drives, because when look, the dog naturally won't have any interest in detecting explosive or drugs or any contraband or biosecurity or wildlife products and all that. So these are not their natural target thing. So when you have to motivate the dog to search for a material which is not his natural interest, then you really need highly motivated dogs. So the drives become very, very important, paramount. So we have developed a canine behavior assessment test. Now that test helps you in actually ascertaining the behavior of the dog and the purpose for which they are useful. It's a quantified test, and very clearly and very simply you come to know by assessing the behavior of the dog that this dog is good for detection, this dog is good for protection, or this dog is good for dual purpose, or this dog is unfit for both. So it helps you in giving you a judgment. So from that point of view, when we have looked into the indie dogs, or I think she's trying to indicate the stray dogs basically. So there, since there is no organized effort in developing a particular skill, so invariably these dogs, lack in those requisite skills, and that's where the challenge comes. It's not that, and eventually from forensic point of view, you want the dogs, a proficient dog which has a sensitivity and reliability of more than 90%. So if that is the target, then these dogs may not be able to reach out to that level, and you don't want to take the average dogs for a highly sensitive task. So therefore, the investment or the effort goes into an established breeds, and these are not the exotic breeds or something like that where we have some emotions into it. Basically, we are looking for some good uh, candidate dogs, irrespective of any breed. So those who meets the criteria are in. That's where when they carry out the behavior assessment test, irrespective of KCI registration, irrespective of the breed, background, what matters you is the candidate on ground. And that is judged based on the performance of that puppy or a dog. And then if he makes it, he's in. The rest are like difficult. So from that point of view, it's all professional approach and nothing, against or for a particular breed.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. Uh, Sir, there was Mark De Costa, sir. He was asking to on the audio option if the team can please permit. He wants to ask something.
Definitely, we can allow him to ask what question, and he can ask any of the panelists, please.
Yeah. And whilst that is being done, if I could say something about the first question, where it was asked whether it was possible to determine whether someone had ingested cocaine or drugs. That's where different training methods might come in. There might be a possibility to aid in such detection if a breath analysis was done. Of course, we know that if we could detect odors from lung cancers, for instance, and also from abdominal cancers through odor analysis of the breath. And I think with that, if one knows exactly what odor components that might be specific to these narcotics to look for, then it may be possible to through breath analysis, whereby maybe it's blown through a glass pipe, and the blood pipe has an absorbent material within it, and then that absorbent material is then presented to the dog for determinations. That might be the beginning of progress within that area. And it also shows the significance of why it's nice to actually look at detection from an odor perspective rather than from that material perspective that's currently being used to think about it. Thank you.
Mark, sir, you can unmute yourself now.
Uh, Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to pose my question. This question is directed to Colonel Chube, sir. You have answered this question, but not into its total capacity. So my question to you is with regards to the ban on import of very good Malinois or German Shepherds or specific dogs that can be utilized for narcotics. As you say, the permission is open only to government agencies, the defense forces for importing good dogs of good lineage. But for example, in my case, I'm a sport dog trainer. If I want to enter the world of detection, there's no chance that I can import unless I buy a dog from government agencies, which again is a huge process because I'm sure it's not like pay cash and just take a dog out. So where does this lead me if I attain all this knowledge, for example, do the 6 months course that is coming up soon, and I find that the final thing of getting a dog and putting all this knowledge to use is difficult. So I understand this also has got to come from the government relaxing the norm, but if you could please enlighten more on how can a civilian dog trainer in sports world specifically can procure dogs like this, or puppies for that matter. Thank you.
I appreciate your concern, but let me tell you, this is a government ban which is in effect for a long time now. And yes, pressure groups like sports fraternity, sports dog community, the working dog community, so we can all use our influence to lift the ban. When I mentioned about that there is no ban, because that letter which puts ban on the import of dogs to India itself gives a relaxation for the police and military, for the security organization. Dogs are definitely is a premium thing, and we are already short of dogs to meet the requirement of different organizations. So there's no point, that we anybody else getting the dog from the police organization. On the contrary, large number of police and security organizations are procuring puppies from outside world. I share your concern that there should not be a ban. I personally have always recommended, and I have been told by the Animal Husbandry Commissioner during the recent chats that he is also of the strong opinion that the ban should be lifted, and he's also putting in his efforts. I think there was a committee also which was deliberating on that, but these are unofficially, I'm trying to tell you that yes, there is a positive thought on that, and an organized approach with the help of KCI or some clubs or the community or groups would actually help us in eventually getting this ban lifted. Because thinking that this ban is helping us in any way is actually not something which is happening. So we should eventually lift this ban. I would definitely be available in case we can be of any help. And I mean, I personally agree with you, but this is up to the government to actually take a call.
Thank you very much, Colonel Chu, sir, for your insight into this. Luckily, I have got a male and a female Malinois, but then again, breeding is against the laws unless you have requisites. But I'll work my way around it, and hopefully, in the near future, all sports enthusiasts and pet parents who really have the time, the patience, and the knowledge to bring up working dogs will also find it good in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I can see Veena ma'am here. So, ma'am, would you like to add something?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yeah. Actually, today was a wonderful day. I would say this was the first canine conference online. And we touched the micro and the macro level, I would say. The micro, we touched the dog's nose and how he interprets all the odors and the small things about the scent kits and the odors. And the larger perspective of like how the entire canine forensic course is going to help everyone out there, like people who are already in the course and who are proposing to join the course in the coming semesters or like in future. And then we have Supriya ma'am's presentation talking about the organized way of all the departments to induct canines into their functioning, whether it is paramilitary forces, police, or say whichever in our department too, like we induct canines for specialized jobs. Then actually Shreya ma'am's presentation, which was about the evolution, was, though it was last, it ultimately ended because everybody would have been tired at the end of the day. It was a nice presentation to brighten up everybody's day. And of course, Dinesh Pujari, the clicker training, which is the latest trend. And I think Chuk sir has worked a lot on this. David sir, thank you for your excellent presentation, for your knowledge, for information, and for everything. I think we had a great day. It was a nice interaction with the participants also and with everyone, the audience, the questions, everything was pretty well and good and enriching experience. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sweetie ma'am. Thank you, Richa ma'am, Budding Forensic Club, everybody who was associated in making this possible today.
Ma'am, thank you so much for your kind words. So now I'd like to call the venue for the rest.
So, are there any more questions left? If then, kindly please put them in the chat box.
सर
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to say something?
जी मैं कुछ कहना चाहूंगी
Sure, sure. Please, ma'am.
फर्स्ट हम चुक साहब के बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं जिन्होंने जिन्होंने हमें इस कोर्स के बारे में और इस कोर्स से इंट्रोड्यूस करा के इसमें हमें एडमिशन दिलाया है। दूसरे तो हम स्टेट लेवल पे बहुत पीछे हैं और जो कोई हमें यहाँ पे इंफॉर्मेशन मिल रही है या हम इस सबसे परिचित होके आगे की सोच के लिए जो तैयार हो रहे हैं इस सब के बारे में सबका श्रेय हमारे चुक साहब को है। वो हम सबको एक लेवल पे लेके जाना चाह रहे हैं अलग से। इसमें जिस अलग अलग फैकल्टी के जो लोग से एक्सपर्टीज है वैसे ही वो डॉग में एक्सपर्टीज बनाने के बारे में सोच रहे हैं। ये फील्ड हमारे लिए सबके लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है और आप सबने हमें जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट करने का मौका दिया है इसके लिए हम सब हम अपने दिल से आपका शुक्रिया करते हैं। दूसरी बात ये एनएफएसयू का जो कोर्स है और आगे होने वाले कोर्सेस हैं इसके वजह से हमारे फील्ड में हमारे डॉग के फील्ड में बहुत से अच्छे अच्छे चेंजेस होंगे। हमें डेफिनेटली इसका फायदा होगा क्योंकि ये कानून एजेंसियों के द्वारा काम करने वाले जो डॉग्स है हमारे सक्सेस रेशियोज है हमारी रिएबिलिटी है इसमें हमें बहुत अच्छी तरह से आपका मार्गदर्शन मिलेगा। मैं आप सबको वापस थैंक कहना चाहूंगी। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू ऑल सर।
Over to you, Dev.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Are there any more questions left? So I think there are no more questions left. So now I would like to call upon Mr. Lavlesh Gupta, sir, Vice President of Budding Forensic Club, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible, everyone?
Yes, sir,
Yes,
you are audible.
All right. A very warm greetings to all the guest of honors, honorable speakers, our president, and the entire team of Budding Forensic Club, as well as our wonderful participants. I, Lavlesh Gupta, being the Vice President of Budding Forensic Club, deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on the behalf of our entire team of Budding Forensic Club, this enthusiastic event. First of all, I would like to extend my most sincere thanks to Almighty God for making today's event a resounding success. Secondly, I have my extreme sense of appreciation and thankfulness towards the chairperson of the event, Dr. Richa Rohatgi, Assistant Professor, National Forensic Sciences University, for playing her helpful hand in keeping us motivated and always supporting us throughout the journey through her expertise and experiences. Thirdly, I extend my extreme heartfelt thanks to one of our advisory members of the club, Dr. Sweetie Sharma, Assistant Professor, National Forensic Sciences University, who has made a way through this embarking path of canine forensics. Then, I have my deepest thanks towards Colonel Dr. Pramod Kumar Chak sir for supporting us throughout the journey of this conference. Your thoughts have enlightened our mind and have shown all of us a new path. Your support, blessings, and commitment for the team is remarkable, sir. We are really, really grateful to you. Thereafter, I would like to extend my thanks of honor to Dr. David Adibimpe, sir, for his commendably beautiful lecture. Your ideas and elegance of explanation of everything is one of our deepest senses of appreciation. We are very grateful for your presence. Furthermore, I am extending my ultimate thanks to our very honorable Mrs. Veena Rao ma'am, Supriya Sharad Kindred ma'am, Shreya Agrawal ma'am, and Dinesh Pujari sir for taking out their utmost valuable time for this conference. Your highly appreciable knowledge has powerfully enlightened the way of various forensic enthusiasts in the emerging field of canine forensics. We are really, really thankful for your support, for your blessing. Ultimately, I would like to extend my deepest thanks of gratitude to our esteemed guests of honor, Dr. Hirak Ranjan Das sir, Dr. Supriya Krishna ma'am, and Mr. Manoj Rawat sir from National Forensic Sciences University, Delhi campus, for accepting our invitation and joining us on the day, and for their all-time remarkable support and also for their presence and extremely valuable insights. Last but not the least, I want to extend a vote of thanks to the Team Budding Forensic Club, our president, Mr. Malik Ahmed, our hosts of the day, Miss Astha Dhal, General Secretary, and Miss Astha Mahana, Event Chair, for handling various remarks of the event. Then, I would like to thank the entire organizing team, Miss Swantana Jha, PR Team Head, Dibendu and Mishti, Co-Team Leads, Niyati Khurana and Ankur Sharma are core members, and our board members and all other members of the Budding Forensic Club who gave their utmost efforts and worked day and night dedicatedly for making this conference a grand success. Finally, I would like to grab the opportunity and thank all the wonderful participants or audience for believing in us and for participating and joining us in this conference of canine forensics. I hope we continue to work like this and keep organizing such events in the future for the betterment and upliftment of the experts and students pursuing the forensic sciences. Now, I would like to call Swantana Jha, our PR team head, for the valediction. Over to you, Swantana.
Thank you, Lalish. So, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As we come to the close of this enriching conference, I stand before you with a sense of gratitude and fulfillment. Over the entire day, we have embarked on a collective journey of learning, collaboration, and inspiration. Today, I wish to express my sincere thanks to each and every one of you who has contributed to the success of this conference. Our esteemed speakers, Dr. Chug, Dr. David, Ms. Veena Rao, Mr. Dinesh, Ms. Supriya, and Ms. Shreya, your insights have been the guiding light, illuminating new perspectives and sparking engaging discussions. The depth of knowledge shared here has been truly remarkable, and I believe we all have leave with a broader understanding of canine forensic and the various challenges of this field. To the organizers, your meticulous planning and tireless efforts behind the scenes have not gone unnoticed. This conference has been a seamless tapestry of ideas and interactions, and your dedication is the thread that binds it all together. I want to acknowledge the active participation of every attendee. Your questions, contributions, and shared experiences have added immense value to all overall disclosure. It's through your engagement that we have created a dynamic and inclusive atmosphere. As we disperse to our respective corners of the world, let's carry forward the spirit of collaboration and the knowledge gained here. The connections made during this conference are not just professional but a network of minds working towards a shared purpose. In conclusion, let's reflect on the words of Albert Einstein, who said, the only source of knowledge is experience. We have experienced a wealth of knowledge in these, and it is my hope that we apply these insights in our respective fields for positive changes. Thank you for all your commitment, passion, and enthusiasm, and I look forward to meet again in future endeavors in physical form and not in virtual. Until then, let's carry the momentum of this conference forward. At last, I would like to inform that we certainly look forward to facilitate our respected renowned speakers in the coming days at NFSU Delhi campus. Thank you and good evening. Wish you all very, very happy and Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swantana. So, sir, as Swantana said, that we are going to have a felicitation session in NFSU Delhi campus soon for all the respectful and honorable speakers. At the last, sir, that the forensic people are full of talent, right? We are having one of our college mate, Mr. Himanshu Saurabh Gupta. He is there for us to present a very small musical session. If you please permit, sir, can we please go ahead with the session?
Definitely, definitely. Let's have them. I mean, this is most welcome after the intense, knowledge and technical session. We all deserve a light moment. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. Himanshu, the entire team and the stage is all yours now.
Everyone. So I know it's. Am I audible?
Yes, Himanshu, you are audible.
I a very hectic day, so I wish ki like get your mood light and like I could be of some use to this conference.
Please.
तू रहता कहाँ क्या तेरा पता हम तो यहाँ पे मुसाफिर है जो ढूंढ मंजिल का पता ए खुदा बता तू रहता कहाँ क्या तेरा पता हम तो यहाँ मुसाफिर है जो ढूंढे अपनी मंजिल का पता फासले है मगर फिर भी तू दूर नहीं माना के हम तो हैं तू मजबूर नहीं यारा तेरी यादें आती हाँ मेरी जान जाती है तन्हाइयों में रहता हूँ खुद से ही अक्सर ये कहता हूँ क्यों तूने दिल तोड़ा क्यों तूने यूं छोड़ा क्यों तेरा भी रहे इंतजार क्यों चली आती है क्यों तड़पाती है क्यों अब भी मैं यूं बेकरार ऐ खुदा तू रहता कहाँ क्या तेरा पता हम तो यहाँ पे मुसाफिर है ढूंढे अपनी मंजिल का पता Thank you so much. Like you would loved it. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Himanshu, for the very soothing session. It soothed our ears so wellfully. All right, delegates and all right, everyone here. So we have come to an end now. A very small announcement that we were supposed to announce the results of the competition that has taken place, right? So now the particular article competition's results will be announced on the website within this week only, and the participants will be getting their certificates in the coming week only. Because of some technical issue, we were not able to deliver the results. So kindly apologize us for this particular thing. And with this, I would like to end the session. And thank you so very much, all the dignitaries, all the participants, the entire Budding Forensic Club, for your support, for you being there with us all the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Merry Christmas, David. Merry Christmas to each one of you. Thank you. Great event. And we
Great
all
event.
enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir.
Merry Christmas. So thank you everyone for joining us.
Thank you.
Happy New Year, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye, sir.
I would like to request our team to stay in the meeting. The entire team of Budding Forensic Club, please be in the meeting. Thank you so much, Sanjeev sir. Thank you so much for your support. I think सब चले गए हैं अभी.
नहीं सर है busy है.
Thank you so much, all the participants, for the valuable responses in the comment box.